Uncommon Wisdom. The Life and Teachings of Ajahn Panyavaddho. Written and compiled by Ajahn Dick Sila-Ratano. This audio recording was produced solely for free distribution. You are welcome to share the recording with others, but it should not be sold under any circumstances. The Dhamma expositions compiled for Part 2 of this book have been reworked and expanded for this audio recording, with the intent of giving the listener the full range and richness of Ajahn Panyavaddho's Dhamma teachings. Several new recorded discourses have also been added to the last section. Preface by Ajahn Sumedho.
It is important that Venerable Panyavaddho's biography is being written and published due to the efforts of Tan Ajahn Dick, who has been close to this most venerable and reclusive monk. Ajahn Panyavaddho spent most of his monastic life at Wat Pa Ban Tad, a remote forest monastery in Udon Thani, northeast Thailand. He trained and practiced under the guidance and support of one of Thailand's most respected bhikkhus, Tan Ajahn Mahabua, now best known in Thailand as Luang Ta Mahabua. I arrived in Thailand at the new year of 1966 after serving in the American Peace Corps in Sabah, Malaysia for 2 years. At that time, there were very few Western men taking ordination in Thailand. I came to Thailand with the deliberate intention of ordaining and to receive teaching and instruction in Buddhist meditation. I lived my first 6 months in Bangkok, investigating the possibilities for ordination and beginning my initial efforts in meditation at a Buddhist temple in Bangkok. At this time, I met Tan Ajahn Mahabua at Wat Bawaniwait and was told about his disciple, Ajahn Panyavaddho. However, I did not have the opportunity to meet him until 3 years later, when Luang Por Cha took me on a tour in order to meet some of the respected Kruba Ajahns in northeast Thailand. We came to Wat Pa Ban Tad to meet Tan Ajahn Mahabua. During this time, I had the opportunity to meet Ajahn Panyavaddho for the first time. I went to see Ajahn Panyavaddho several times during the following years. Then, in 1976, my parents who lived in California requested me to visit them. I was given an air ticket on the Thai International Airline for returning to Thailand from London, since Thai Inter had not established air routes in the United States as yet. So, in the summer of 1976, I spent several days in London waiting to take the return flight to Bangkok. Ajahn Panyavaddho had given me the name and telephone number of George Sharp, who was the acting chairman of the English Sangha Trust in London. Ajahn Panyavaddho was closely associated with the EST. Before going to Thailand, he had lived in the premises of the EST in London. He had been active in teaching Dhamma in England. Those were the early years when there was a growing interest in Buddhism in the Western world and especially in England. He had many friends and students of Buddhism who assumed that one day he would return to the UK to share his acquired knowledge with them. He was very much respected by many. However, he did not have the intention to return. I eventually went to England to establish a forest monastery for the teaching and training of bhikkhus. Ajahn Panyavaddho encouraged me to do this. He spent the rest of his life at Wat Pa Ban Tad with his teacher Luang Ta Bua. He became very well known and respected by many in Thailand. He passed away in 2004. The generation of Buddhists in England that remember him is now very old or dead. I spent 34 years in England and established several monasteries there, the main one being Amaravati Buddhist Monastery in Hertfordshire. I personally feel so much gratitude to Ajahn Panyavaddho, who was a source of inspiration and one of the early pioneer teachers in the West. He is now better known in Thailand than in the UK. I feel that it is important to acknowledge this fine teacher and monk. Therefore, I am having a portrait painted to be placed in the Uposatha Hall at Amaravati. This event comes together with this biography that Ajahn Dik has written. Theravada is a very ancient tradition, and tradition means that we acknowledge the predecessors. From the Buddha who established the tradition 2,557 years ago in India to the present day. Ajahn Panyavaddho is regarded as one of our predecessors in the lineage of Ajahn Mahabua and Ajahn Chah. This is generally referred to as the Thai forest tradition. Those of us who have had the wonderful opportunity to live, train and practice within this tradition realize that the universal wisdom that the Buddha pointed to through the original teaching of the Four Noble Truths has now been discovered and appreciated by the Western world. Ajahn Panyavaddho is one of those who discovered and realized the profundity and efficacy of this way. He is a contemporary Westerner who actually developed the practice of meditation through this ancient tradition. Through his example, we can increase our faith and determination to do the same. Ajahn Sumedho, May 2014.
Introduction. The life and teachings of Venerable Ajahn Panyavaddho are the inspiration behind this book. His biography recounts an exceptional life, and it teaches many lessons. But this biography is more than just a historical account of the events that comprise a life. In fact, some people leave their mark on the world in such an elusive way that a biographical account fails to capture its deeper significance. Because Ajahn Panyavaddho's lifelong quest was ultimately a journey of the mind, it possessed a quality that transcends any mundane account of its comings and goings. For that reason, the biographical sketch presented here is intended to render not so much the facts of a life, but rather a more essential type of truth about the essence of a person. Biographies are usually chronological in nature, although it is also possible to probe certain dimensions of a person's character, thus chronicling his evolution over the span of a lifetime. This account of Ajahn Panyavaddho's life attempts to interlace the thread of events with the thread of character, so that narrative strands intersect at intervals with thematic ones to portray the rich tapestry of Dhamma that was his life. Through this twofold presentation, I hope to provide a satisfying view of the range and depth of Ajahn Panyavaddho's spiritual life, to serve as a guideline for the path to Nibbana. Due to the ephemeral nature of human memory, a life is always to some extent imagined, whether we are recounting the life of another person or our own life. This account of Ajahn Panyavaddho's life unfolds in that creative area between the factual and the fictional. It attempts to present an accurate representation of his life, placing special priority on the lessons to be learned. The main purpose of this book is to provide an introduction to the Dhamma teachings of Ajahn Panyavaddho, teachings whose breadth and richness tend to defy comparison. Toward that end, I will present the biography of a teaching at least as much as the story of an individual. I will focus on the historical context that shaped his teachings and the charismatic character that defined him as a teacher. To understand the foundation from which his teaching grew, we must look into Ajahn Panyavaddho's life and practice up to the time he became a mature teacher. In his formative years, Ajahn Panyavaddho constantly sought refuge in his mind's ability to think logically and arrive at reasoned conclusions. He found in rationality a safe haven for the mind, but an uncertain footing for the heart. Motivated to resolve that tension, he probed deeply into Buddhist practice, using cause and effect methods, until he discovered the limits of conditioned reasoning. It was in this border area between the conditioned and the intuitive that he reconciled the two. His teachings were often an attempt to take cause and effect reasoning methods to their ultimate limits, and then to go beyond them entirely. The chapters in this book are compiled from a series of talks given by Ajahn Panyavaddho to his disciples, monks, nuns, and lay people. Since they are put together mainly from the questions of Ajahn Panyavaddho's disciples and his responses to them, these are not Dhamma talks in the formal sense. Rather, they are the informal teachings of Ajahn Panyavaddho as he responded to the questions of his students in an attempt to clear up their doubts. Sometimes his response was short, direct, and spontaneous. At other times he seemed to use the question as a springboard to expand upon crucial aspects of the Buddha's teaching. Through those exchanges, he always managed to bring his students back to the essence of Dhamma. Ajahn Panyavaddho was a unique Dhamma teacher of uncommon wisdom. He had the ability to connect all the diverse aspects of Dhamma to a central theme, making the complexity of Buddhist teachings comprehensible to monks and laypeople alike. His life and his teachings have therefore assumed a patriarchal significance in the annals of the Western Sangha. It is hoped that through this presentation of his life and his teachings, Ajahn Panyavaddho's presence can be invoked and remembered as an inspirational guide, friend, and teacher of the Buddhist path. Biography of a Teaching. Life. Chapter 1. On the barren terrain of India's Deccan Plateau, several days' journey south of the Ganges Plain, where the Lord Buddha walked the earth and awakened mankind, rich veins of gold run deep through the land. Antiquity records the mining of gold in the folds of these wind-swept plains. Over the millennia, kingdoms flourished and kingdoms perished in rhythm with the fortunes of those seeking this precious metal. Half a millennium ago, the last of these kingdoms fell into ruin and vanished. Its name was Kolar. With the fall of the kingdom, Kolar became a barren and thorny plateau where gusty winds blew unchecked, and the land remained rocky, arid, and uninhabited. Then, in 1873, an adventurous British soldier leased the land from the Maharaja of Mysore and began digging. The earth refused to relinquish its treasure so easily. For several years, he dug in vain, until the famous John Taylor and Company from Great Britain was brought in to supervise the project. The enterprise finally struck gold in 1880 at an outpost called Orgaum. By 1883, 4 mine shafts were operating full-time, and the Kolar landscape changed rapidly. Colonial bungalows with colourful gardens, clubhouses, hospitals, schools, and long rows of huts for the labourers mushroomed up from the plains. Mine shafts began to dot the landscape as more and more veins were struck. It was there, 40 years later, in the gold fields of India's Mysore state, that the life of Peter John Morgan began. He was born at 7:45 a.m. on October 19th, 1925 at Orgaum, Kolar Gold Fields, the site of the first mine shaft excavated by British engineers. The time and place of his birth would be significant to the trajectory of his life. His father, John Morgan, was the son of an Anglican vicar who grew up in Llanelli, Wales, and began working in the local mines just as World War I erupted. Fortunately, John Morgan was sent to Mesopotamia and the Suez Canal zone, avoiding the fate of most young officers who ended up in the trenches of Europe. In Mesopotamia, he helped to build a railway along the Suez Canal and was awarded the Military Cross Medal for his service. When John Morgan returned to England after the war, the local mining industry was going through hard times. He decided to apply for a mining job with John Taylor and Company, which operated the mines at the Kolar gold fields in India. Fortunately, due to a connection with the Taylor family, he succeeded immediately in securing a job at the Kolar gold fields. In 1924, John, accompanied by his wife Violet, travelled by steamer from England to India. There, John assumed the position of assistant manager in the mines. India at that time was still part of the British Empire. The couple took up residence in the British mining community at Kolar Gold Fields, which was well known for its colonial ambience, where rows of well-appointed majestic bungalows were flanked by manicured lawns and big shady trees. Electricity was still a novelty in India in those days, but Kolar gold fields was one of the first places in the country to enjoy its benefits. A hydroelectric dam, built by the British, provided electricity for the mining, milling and stamping operations of the gold fields. With electricity for the bungalows as well, British employees enjoyed luxuries such as ceiling fans and electric lights. Before long, a large, flourishing town sprang up in a once desolate wasteland, complete with most of the conveniences and institutions of European life. As a result, Kolar gold fields became known to the British as Little England. Peter grew up in the mining community's multicultural milieu, a mingling of Europeans, Anglo-Indians and indigenous labourers drawn from the neighbouring Tamil and Telugu regions. Every family of means employed a retinue of domestic helpers. It was a small town, and everyone knew everyone else. The different classes all mingled freely. His mother, a simple, good-natured woman, took pleasure in kindness and generosity. Nannies, housemaids, gardeners, sweepers and tea-boys were all treated as part of the family. Peter's earliest memories were of the repetitive sounds and movements of the mining operations, the siren whose whistle regimented the lives of the labourers, the giant hoists with thick black cables that lowered men into the belly of the earth, and lifted out cages filled with ore, the echo of ore-laden trolleys rattling along cavernous underground passages crisscrossing between the shafts, the rumble of rock bursting deep underground that rattled windows and cracked walls, and miners streaming out of the shafts at day's end, dark and sooty with the underground dust, talking in loud voices about mundane everyday matters. Occasionally Peter accompanied his father to the mine shaft and watched as the electric motor unwound gigantic reels of cable that lowered the elevator car into the mine shaft. He watched with awe and alarm as his father's head slowly disappeared below ground. He gazed at the cable, unwinding long after his father was out of sight, and waited until the elevator car reappeared. Peter's father had a knack for crafting things with his hands, and he often improvised playthings for his son. He began with simple toys like spinning tops, wind-blown kites and rolling wheels, and eventually went on to devise complex mechanical toys with moving parts, such as a fire truck or a steam engine. Occasionally, he also bought Peter cast-iron mechanical toys. It soon came to be that if it moved, Peter was fascinated. He enjoyed watching his father while he made the toys and soon learned how they were put together. His father explained what he was doing in simple language, and Peter began to understand the principles behind their mobility. Before long, he was able to repair a broken toy by himself, turning to his father for help only as a last resort. Of all the toys, a little red racing car that his Aunt Nana brought from England most fully captured his imagination. It was a toy unlike any he had seen before. It was sleek, handsomely built, and sped across the floor, seemingly of its own accord. A key wound up the mechanism that powered the front wheels. True to its name, the car raced across the floor when fully wound. Clockwork toys had become popular in England in the mid-1920s. A simple one like Peter's car offered an excellent tutorial in miniaturized mechanical engineering. But because the mechanism in the little red race car was fully encased under the bonnet, Peter did not understand at first how it worked. He was far too captivated by its fast acceleration and careening trajectory to pay much attention to the mechanics. However, after the racer had ricocheted into the wall once too often, damaging the delicate wind-up mechanism, the time came for him to look under the hood. Peter's gaze followed intently while his father disassembled the toy, recoiled the mainspring, and patiently explained how the mechanism worked to create movement. Peter learned how the winding of the key added energy to the system, tightening the metal spring, storing the energy until it was released by a set of gears to power the wheels across the floor. He learned that it is hard to squeeze sturdy metal into such a small space, and that was why the spring stored energy so effectively. The harder one worked to compress the spring, the more energy it held. But Peter needed no reminder of that power's limitations. If he got more than a minute's entertainment for 30 seconds of winding, he was doing well. Peter's enjoyment of these mechanical toys and his fascination with how they functioned unleashed a natural disposition for logic and the power of rational thinking. This ability to think logically and to arrive at reasoned conclusions became a refuge for young Peter as he struggled to cope with the changing circumstances and allegiances of life. After a somewhat sheltered and uneventful existence at the Kolar gold fields, he was unexpectedly yanked out of British India and the enclave of Little England to be deposited on the other side of the world in England proper. In 1932, after much deliberation, Peter's parents decided to send him to England to receive a full and proper education. 7-year-old Peter filled a small trunk with his personal belongings and travelled by train to Bombay, where he and his family boarded a large mail steamer. The steamer sailed straight across the Arabian Sea and into the Red Sea by way of the Gulf of Aden. Peter had never sailed on a steamship before, and the journey became an indelible part of his childhood memories. He was captivated by the ship's movement, the bow ploughing through the swelling waves and the stern churning out its wake. He wanted to learn its secret, and also allay the tedium of gazing out onto an endless expanse of sea in every direction. He tried to work out the answers, but when he had little success, he turned to his father for inspiration. With his customary calm and patience, his father explained the basics of how the steam engine worked. Using boiling water as a starting point, he showed how mechanical motion was produced by the steam it created. He explained the workings of the two basic components of a steam engine, the boiler to generate steam and the motor to drive the crankshaft that propelled the ship. Although his father would have expounded on about cylinders and piston strokes, Peter was content with rudimentary knowledge for the time being. Without a mechanical model to view, he found it impossible to imagine the whole process. But he was not discouraged. He thought he might even build a steamship of his own one day. Before long, his fascination with the ship's movements ceded to the wonders of the sights around him. In the Red Sea, flanked by the coastlines of Africa on one side and of Asia on the other, the ship bore north, revealing vistas of the land masses that awed and delighted him. He was never to forget the vast arid landscapes bordering the Red Sea, nor the strong winds and blinding dust storms that forced them to retreat below deck several times during the passage. Proceeding through the Suez Canal, his father pointed out with lingering pride the railway that he helped build during the war. When the Egyptian coast receded from view and the ship emerged from the Suez Canal, they entered the calm blue waters of the Mediterranean. Peter thrilled with a child's excitement at seeing the island of Malta as they slipped by. They then pushed through the Straits of Gibraltar, skirted north around the southern coast of Portugal, and finally steamed out into the swollen grey seas of the Atlantic. 3 weeks after setting sail from Bombay, the ship finally arrived in England, and Peter and his family docked at the port of Southampton. An overland journey now lay ahead for the Morgan family. Their first destination was the Welsh city of Swansea, 150 miles to the northwest. Peter's paternal grandfather was an Anglican clergyman, the dean of St. David's Cathedral. This parish church, located in the upper Swansea Valley, was to be their first stop. Reverend David Watson Morgan, clerk, Bachelor of Arts, and Dean of St. David's, had been appointed perpetual curate of the neighbouring parish at Llangefallach when he was 26. Llangefallach was a large and ancient parish that ministered to many neighbouring towns in the Swansea Valley. Reverend Morgan's vision was to build a new place of worship in the neighbouring township. In 1886, funds were raised from local magnates, a suitable site was purchased, and after a decade of construction, the new Chapel of Ease was formally consecrated as St. David's by the local bishop. At 72, with a long and distinguished service to his name, he was duly appointed dean of the cathedral that he had envisioned in his youth. Peter and his family moved into the vicarage house adjoining the church. St. David's Cathedral was a massive stone edifice, and Peter was awed by its size and appearance. Built in the early English style with a towering belfry, the cathedral featured a nave that could accommodate 600 worshippers, an exterior wall of grey pennant stone, a green slate roof and a broad stone porch, opening onto the arched entrance to the main chapel. Inside, a soaring arch 26 feet high divided the nave from the chancel. The barrel-shaped roof of the chancel was supported by timbers of pitch pine, with carved designs in the intersecting beams. The sweet-timbered pipe organ was the pride of the congregation. Sunday lessons were held in a spacious schoolroom known as the crypt on the floor beneath the nave. Grandfather Morgan was fond of reminding his congregation that the church should be seen as a school, not as a sewing circle. To his bewilderment, Peter soon discovered that Grandfather Morgan was his grandfather only in name. He learned that his father was born John Davies, not John Morgan, that he was the son of John Davies and Elizabeth Morgan, sister of Grandfather Morgan, and that his birthplace was Australia, not Wales. Elizabeth Morgan had emigrated to Australia in the early 1890s, married John Davies, and settled in northern Queensland, where they raised a large family. At the time of a long visit to the Davies, Reverend Morgan and his wife were childless, a matter that gave them some concern. Quite magnanimously, John Davies offered them 2 of his own children, saying that he had too many as it was and could spare a few. Thus it came to be that Peter's father John, who was then 4 years old, and his sister Muna, aged 2, left for England with the Reverend and his wife, and never saw their real parents again. At the vicarage in Wales, their surnames were changed to Morgan. Not long after their arrival at Grandfather Morgan's, Peter and his family were on the move again. The plan was to leave Peter at his mother's home with his maternal grandparents, who were to assume responsibility for his education. William John Rees, Peter's maternal grandfather, brought them to the Rees family estate at Bryn, a large farm known as Gelly House, in the Carmarthenshire countryside east of Llanelli. Although the Rees family holdings had once straddled 3 Welsh counties, the family farm still remained large and spacious, with rock breaks and thickly wooded areas dissecting the landscape. Gelly House became Peter's new home. His parents returned to India, and he began attending Park House boarding school in Swansea on weekdays, returning to Gelly House for weekends. Gelly was a fairly large Victorian-style house made of brick with a slate roof, with a large porch and garden in the front, and a large walled garden in the back. The main traffic in and out of the house took place through the side door, the front entrance being used only by visitors and on special occasions. Peter was given a room to himself on the upstairs floor. Peter found the change both exciting and frightening. Everything was new and challenging, with so many unknowns. He also felt removed, being so far from home and somewhat confused by the rush of events, so many novel sensations in such a short time. His parents' departure had left him with a sinking feeling of abandonment. He understood their reasons for dropping him off in Wales, but the disadvantages felt immense, and the apparent benefits appeared hollow. His life had suddenly been turned upside down. His world was no longer familiar to him. With little to anchor him, Peter took refuge in his mind's ability to think logically and to form reasoned conclusions. In the end, he accepted his lot and learned to live with the pain, making the best of his new circumstances. Grandfather Rees considered himself a master in the laws of reason and rational discourse. Remarkably intelligent and with diverse talents, he could do anything he set his mind to and do it well. In this he took considerable pride. Something of a prodigy, he left school in 1882 at age 17 to manage his father's collieries at Mindfulness, which were located just north of the farm and were part of the Gelly estate. An engineer by temperament and profession, he had designed and built the Rees farmhouse himself. He also ran the Glanmore foundry, where pig iron was cast into various implements, or passed on to the rolling mill for conversion into wrought iron. He was also an excellent painter and writer, and a successful barrister who skillfully represented clients in court. Due to his rational inclination, Grandfather Rees took a hard-eyed look at almost everything and found it difficult to summon much sympathy towards unscientific attitudes. He expected the same rationality in his grandson. He scrutinized Peter's education and recreation in the cold light of objective purpose. He regarded idleness as waste and expected good results to issue from a reasoned application of the mind. After years of managing his companies, Grandfather Rees was stolidly set in a business-like manner. He always gave Peter the impression of being a very busy man engaged in something of great importance. He appeared to perform his actions with a sense of his own worth, and had a tendency to demand of others what he himself could not live up to. Peter settled uneasily at first into his new life and the routine of boarding school on weekdays, and the farmhouse on weekends. He was unaccustomed to strict discipline and shied away from it. But after an initial period of close supervision, he was mostly left to his own devices. Being in their late 60s and unused to having children about, his grandparents were not forthcoming with their time and affection. His grandfather was always busy, and his grandmother was often away, or preoccupied with her own affairs. Neither showed much sense of humor. Grandfather Rees also proved to have limited patience. He had constructed a beautiful workshop next to the farmhouse, which naturally caught Peter's fancy. It was stocked with an array of instruments and tools. Although he wasn't a mischievous boy, he could not resist having a go at them. He always found an excuse to enter and poke around. When Grandfather Rees discovered his whereabouts, he barked out his displeasure with mild anger, scolding Peter for messing up the place, then chasing him out the door. Peter found his grandmother to be a bit eccentric. He rarely saw her, as she usually appeared only at tea time. She made a hobby of being ill. She was either off in London convalescing at a nursing home or being nursed at the farmhouse by a staff of servants. With a shy manner and a gentle voice, she was a kind person, but she knew nothing about children. Peter often played with the servants, finding them congenial and down-to-earth companions. He felt more comfortable in the kitchen than in the dining room, and often took his toys there to play when the weather did not permit playing in the garden. His grandmother did not object. She realized that boys were bound to be untidy, and she preferred a mess in the kitchen to disorder elsewhere in the house. Her attempts at affection were awkward. Feeling shy, Peter often received her demonstrations with a solemn face. Grandfather Rees dutifully sent Peter off to the boarding school every Monday morning. Nevertheless, he was skeptical of the education Peter received. Suspicious of rote learning and believing firmly in learning by doing, he was determined to provide Peter with a technical and mechanical education at an early age. As part of this strategy, and as a means of keeping him constructively engaged, he bought Peter a Meccano set. Meccano was the brand of a popular model construction set designed on the principles of mechanical engineering. More than a mere plaything, it was designed to teach children how to build mechanical models and animate them with basic levers and gears. With his Meccano set, Peter could now design and build his own machinery and mechanical devices. The Meccano set came with instructions for building a variety of models: a sports car, a cargo ship, a double-decker bus, a dump truck, and a motorcycle. It gave him the components and the technology: perforated metal strips, plates and girders, tiny nuts and bolts, and wheels, pulleys, gears and axles to make the models move. The only tools he needed were a tiny screwdriver and a few small wrenches, and the only limits to the models he could create were limits imposed by his imagination and ingenuity. As Britain entered the age of aviation, and Peter's imagination soared with the idea of flying, he became preoccupied with model airplanes. He sensed, with a child's intuition, that steamers would soon give way to air travel. At first, Peter took the model airplanes apart and reassembled them to see how all the parts fit together. To learn the basics of powered flight, he started experimenting with ready-made lightweight models that used a wound-up rubber band as their means of locomotion. Eventually, he began to build his own models from special kits, which included a clockwork mechanism to rotate the propeller in flight. Meccano also made a series of specialty kits that included components for airplane construction, with interchangeable parts for making realistic models of various types of aircraft. These kits included an instruction manual for building the airplane and detailed instructions involving the mechanical principles required for maintaining an aircraft in flight. Working with these kits, Peter was able to fit the fuselage of each model with a clockwork motor, which rotated the propeller and drove the landing wheels at the same time. His collection of model airplanes steadily grew, many of them being quite sophisticated. With practice and fine-tuning, he achieved smooth, powerful long-distance flights. In 1938, at the age of 12, Peter discovered the radio. Encouraged by his grandfather, he acquired an old crystal radio set, which he promptly disassembled to ferret out its working principles. In the process of learning how the radio worked, he discovered the fundamentals of electrical circuits. Once he understood the principles and the parts, he was ready to make his first radio. He started by building a simple crystal radio receiver, collecting inexpensive parts here and there, a length of wire, solder, a wooden breadboard, for his model. He was resourceful. He fastened a lump of crystal to the breadboard for the circuit, sharpening one end of a thin brass wire to a point and pressing this cat's whisker into the crystal. Together, these parts formed the detector element, which picked out the sound wave from the radio wave. He learned to drill holes, mount components, thread wires, assemble parts, and wind up just the right amount of wire to form the coil that would capture the right radio frequency. Then, he experimented and fine-tuned his work until he got the volume and sound quality he wanted. Radios and other simple electronics became a passion that consumed most of his leisure time. He threw himself into radio technology with the same abandon he had previously shown for model airplanes and Meccano sets. A quiet and reserved young boy, his weekends at Gelly House were passed in self-imposed solitude. But it was a solitude that hummed with creativity, making Meccano motors, model airplanes, radios, and anything else that inspired his imagination. His adolescent hands were constantly molding materials to express a specific form and function. While the days passed in relative harmony at Gelly House, storm clouds were already brewing on the horizon of his cloistered life. Peter would soon find himself in the vortex of events that would upend his sheltered existence and keep him on the move for years to come. It began when his mother came from India for a visit in 1938. With her were his sister, Patricia, and his brother David, who were to be dropped off at his grandfather's house, just as he had been 5 years earlier. Before sailing back to India and out of his life again, his mother enrolled him at Tunbridge, a boarding school in Kent on the eastern coast of England, 100 miles from his home at Gelly House. It was one of the leading boys' boarding schools in the country. It offered the kind of academic curricula that his mother, Violet Morgan, believed her son deserved. Peter entered Tunbridge School as a boarder in the autumn of 1938, but his education was soon to be disrupted. It was early 1939, and war with Germany seemed imminent. The country was on the alert with the threat of air attacks on British cities, especially those in the south, and expectations of a land invasion along the southern coast. In the town of Tonbridge, tank traps and rolls of barbed wire soon appeared on the streets. Tonbridge students wore gas masks as a precaution during all school periods. As the situation deteriorated, air raid sirens began sounding almost nightly, prompting the boarders to hurry into underground shelters, where they passed the night until the all-clear signal sounded at dawn. Before long, the atmosphere at Tonbridge was no longer very conducive to academic study. Meanwhile, Peter's parents in India were becoming increasingly alarmed by reports from home. The south of England had become too dangerous. They transferred Peter to Wood Norton Hall, a boarding school to the northwest of London, and, they hoped, out of harm's way. It was a slightly down-at-the-heel preparatory school, set in the rolling Worcestershire countryside, and having at its hub a rather pretentious baronial estate that once belonged to Francis, Duke of Orleans. The main building was heavily decorated with the French regal emblem, the fleur-de-lis, most notably on the dark oak panelling. But Peter barely had a chance to settle in before he was moved again. When France fell on July 16, 1940, Peter's parents withdrew him from Wood Norton and moved him back to Wales to be near his grandparents. They enrolled him in St. Michael's School, not far from his grandfather's house, which was considered to be one of Wales's leading independent preparatory schools. However, it did not offer the quality of education that Peter's parents wanted for him. In 1941, Peter's mother sailed back once more from India to put her son's life in order. Braving German U-boats, she arrived on the shores of England in December and promptly enrolled Peter as a boarder at Cheltenham College, in the relatively safe surroundings of the English Midlands. Built in the 15th century, Cheltenham College was a leading independent preparatory school, known for its classical, military and sporting traditions. Several months after his arrival at Cheltenham, Peter fell sick. He had a fever and night sweats, then later leg pain and loss of appetite. A medical examination revealed that he had bovine tuberculosis, a disease which he probably contracted by drinking raw milk from infected cows. A small group of tuberculosis bacilli was already in the bones and joints of his right foot, and because of a breakdown of the body's resistance, the germs were free to multiply and spread. Tuberculosis in the bones and joints was common in the 1930s and early 1940s, before the pasteurization of milk and the virtual elimination of tuberculosis from cows. The most common route of infection was from drinking unpasteurized milk or eating dairy products made from raw milk. Because of its relatively slow rate of growth, bovine tuberculosis was a chronic disease that typically took many months to develop. After infecting Peter's ankle, the disease spread, inflaming the lining of the joint. As fluid collected there, bone deterioration increased. Peter suffered pain, swelling and stiffness, which forced him to walk with a limp. As the disease worsened, abscesses appeared in the infected tissue. In 1941, there was no cure for tuberculosis. Instead, a regimen of rest and good nutrition was prescribed as offering the best chance for the patient's immune system to recover and wall off the disease. Sanatoriums were recommended as the preferred places for treatment, especially in the beginning stages of the disease. Continual rest, a balanced diet, and abstaining from excesses of any kind were prescribed. Consequently, patients were exposed to plentiful amounts of fresh air and good food. Peter was admitted to a countryside sanatorium. As part of the treatment, his hospital bed was placed on the open-air veranda where he lived for months in all kinds of weather, including snowstorms. When his condition failed to improve after several months of therapy, the doctors decided to operate. The surgeon found that Peter's right ankle bone had a chronic tubercular infection. To save the foot from further damage, he cut away the offending portion of the ankle bone, cleaned the tissue, and fused the ankle bone to the adjoining bones. For the rest of his life, Peter would live with an ankle that was frozen in place, with none of its normal mobility. Though he was eventually able to walk, always with a slight limp, he never regained full use of his right leg. He would later claim that although this disability had definite disadvantages, it ultimately saved him from the unfortunate destiny of serving in the military during the war. Given his passion for airplanes, he would probably have served as a bomber pilot and would have incurred grave karmic consequences for his actions. His right foot was encased in a stout plaster cast for 9 months to prevent any movement in his ankle joint, while the fused bones healed. He got around by using wooden underarm crutches. It was difficult at first because it required considerable upper body strength to manage the crutches. With constant practice and unyielding determination, however, his shoulders and hands developed a size and strength that would become prominent features of his physical appearance for the rest of his life. Peter spent the following summer at his grandfather's house in Wales. Still believing firmly that fresh air was the best cure for tuberculosis, his mother arranged a summer house in the garden where he spent the whole summer while she nursed him back to health. He was often seen sitting in a chair on the veranda with his mother at his side. To enhance the fresh air therapy, his chair was mounted on a turntable mechanism so he could maneuver it to face the direction of the sun. He busied himself by building increasingly more sophisticated radio receivers. In late summer, the cast was removed and the operation declared a success. He could walk again, but tubercular arthritis lingered on. His foot was still swollen and tender when he returned to Cheltenham in the autumn to continue his studies. His mother signed on as an assistant matron and moved to the school to be with him. There she helped the housemaster's wife and looked after her son at the same time. Peter resumed his studies with good-natured acceptance and without a trace of self-pity or bitterness about his swollen foot. It seemed that his foot problem did not really change his life in any significant way. He was never discouraged by it, nor did he blame it as having ruined his life. He was by nature not very outgoing or social anyway, so he remained his rather taciturn and reserved self. He also never had much time or inclination for sports and competitive games. He disliked cricket, and he had no interest in playing rugby, a fact that saddened his father, who loved sports and had been a very good rugby player in his youth. In his spare time, Peter continued to experiment with the radio, taking sets apart, modifying their components and putting them back together. His room at Cheltenham was strewn with radio parts. By that time, radio technology had become more functional with the invention of the vacuum tube, making it possible not only to receive weak signals, but to amplify them as well. Peter found it easy and natural to apply his knowledge of building crystal sets to building vacuum tube sets. Once he had collected all the necessary components, he set to work and assembled this new and more powerful radio receiver. As always, he experimented with his design until he was able to improve the quality and functionality of the device. He tried out different speaker designs until he achieved the best possible sound characteristics, which enhanced the quality of his listening experience. During the war, food shortages, clothing shortages, and the lack of other basic necessities became a fact of life. Strict rationing was imposed and remained in effect throughout the 3 years Peter attended Cheltenham College. Fruits, vegetables, butter, flour, milk, sugar, meat and fish were usually in short supply, and the amount allowed for each child was carefully monitored. In fact, a scarcity of fresh milk may have inadvertently resulted in Peter drinking the infected milk that caused his bout with tuberculosis. Due to this ongoing health issue, the school authorities felt it important that Peter's school dinners include sufficient fruits and vegetables and a full meat ration. Being situated in the countryside, Cheltenham managed to supplement its students' diets with fresh game caught in the surrounding countryside. The school ploughed up sports pitches to grow vegetables. Still, to Peter the food was rather boring, with rabbit stew and tripe and onions frequently appearing on the menu. Because of textile shortages, Peter had to make do with clothes that were still serviceable, while his mother mended the splits and tears in others. In the classrooms, a shortage of basic equipment meant that students could not perform experiments of their own. Rather, the instructor had to perform the experiments for the whole class. However, the hardships had a positive benefit as well. They instilled in Peter an appreciation for ingenuity, moderation, and resourcefulness that would remain with him for the rest of his life. In contrast to his interest in the analytical methods and careful reasoning of the practical sciences, Peter showed little enthusiasm for organized religion, even though his paternal grandfather was an Anglican minister, and Cheltenham's curriculum had an Anglican bias. Relying on his intellect, Peter excelled in his studies and graduated from Cheltenham College on schedule. After graduation, Peter moved to London. In April of 1944, he entered Faraday House Electrical Engineering College, located on Southampton Row, to pursue a degree in electrical engineering. Faraday House was a specialist college that provided a university-level education in electrical engineering. It was recognized by the profession as being a pioneer in the use of sandwich courses, combining theoretical study with practical field experience. Peter lived in Hampstead with his sister Patricia, who was studying architecture. They arrived in London in the midst of nightly German bombing raids that were soon replaced by V-1 flying bomb attacks across the city. Although the old borough of Hampstead was not as badly affected as were some parts of London, powerful explosions occasionally sounded in Peter's neighbourhood. Always curious, he would walk to the site later in daylight to inspect the large craters. His period of study at Faraday House saw Peter's development into a mature young man. He was fundamentally motivated to learn, to acquire knowledge. He took the initiative himself, without needing any outside encouragement. Nor did he need strict discipline to keep focused. It was instinctive, arising naturally from his person. During classes, he was likely to ask incisive questions of his professors. And even though he may have anticipated the answers, he nevertheless listened attentively to the logic of their answers. Peter's thirst for knowledge was not confined solely to electrical engineering. Mathematics, physics, and chemistry were other parts of the Faraday House curriculum in which he excelled. Metallurgy and hydraulics attracted his attention because he could see a need for them in the overall picture of his studies. Stemming from the intellectual maturation that those studies gave him, he soon branched out into other theoretical areas that were indirectly related to electrical engineering. His larger goal became a comprehensive understanding that was not merely an ingestion of other people's concepts and ideas, but a deeper, more personal grasp of the fundamental principles in the sciences. Peter fulfilled the necessary conditions for the institutional portion of his study at Faraday House in 1946, the year after the war ended. He qualified with high marks in such subjects as mathematics, physics, chemistry, and the theory and design of electrical machinery. He now needed practical field experience to complete his degree. To obtain this, Peter travelled to India to undertake the fieldwork. The doctors agreed to the idea, reasoning that the good food and the mild climate in India would help with his lingering tubercular condition. Food rationing in England immediately after the war was even more limiting than that during the war. Even bread and potatoes were being rationed. Peter boarded a ship and travelled to India in June 1946 to take up a position in the electrical department of his father's gold mine. The trip took 16 days, from England to Bombay, a relatively quick passage for those days. Peter arrived in India at a time of increasing turmoil. The independence movement had reached a climax. Mahatma Gandhi was leading a civil disobedience campaign, and the country was racked by communal violence that occurred regularly. By contrast, The mining community at Kola goldfields functioned normally, insulated from the social unrest and impervious to external influences. The little town was virtually untouched by the struggle for independence that consumed the rest of India. When the nation celebrated its independence on August 15, 1947, the mood was relatively subdued at the Kolar gold fields. The local landscape had changed in the 14 years since Peter had departed for England. A sprawling British township was now in place at Kolar gold fields, sporting ever more elegant bungalows replete with huge gardens and green lawns. Many clubs had sprung up, with tennis and badminton courts, golf courses, dance halls and swimming baths. Little England had come to resemble a typical English township. Each mine had its own bungalows and houses for the staff and separate quarters for the labourers, each house being supplied with free electricity and drinking water. A sprawling market town flourished nearby, where miners shopped for all their needs. Peter's responsibility was to oversee the operation of all the electric generators and other equipment needed to operate the mine. Reaching a depth of nearly 9,000 feet, it was one of the deepest underground mines in the world. The sheer depth placed enormous stress on the electric motors operating the hoists that lowered and raised the giant cages in the subterranean mine shafts. The lives of the miners were dependent on those machines, as was the extraction of gold ore. As Peter had a very good grasp of the theory and design of electrical machinery, he was able to repair, and in some cases rebuild, the outdated components of the mine's vital machinery. Peter occupied a spacious room in his father's colonial bungalow, which included a wide veranda. Radio equipment invariably cluttered much of his living space. Several sets had travelled with him from England, and fiddling with them occupied much of his free time. With some testing and fine-tuning, he was able to pick up BBC and All India Radio English-language broadcasts. However, the news his radio equipment enabled him to receive frequently troubled him. Reports of marches, riots, and freedom speeches arrived daily. News of Mahatma Gandhi's non-violent campaign was drowned out by the uproar of communal riots in Calcutta and elsewhere. He could sense the tension, the anger, and the fear growing among the Hindu and Muslim communities, and the continuing violence appalled him. Then, 3 months before his return to England, he received the saddest news of all: Gandhi's assassination. The constant intrusion of a violent world on his consciousness dimmed Peter's infatuation with the radio as a herald of good tidings and a source of inspiration, until gradually his enthusiasm died altogether, never to be rekindled. Life. Chapter 2. In May 1948, having finished his 2-year stint in India, Peter returned to London to receive his diploma from Faraday House. Seeking employment, he moved to Stafford in the West Midlands. He quickly found a job as an application engineer, in which he utilised his experience from the Kolar goldfields to design mine hoists for an engineering company. Several months later, his father returned to England on leave from his job in India. On holiday during this time, Peter drove with his parents to Switzerland, where his youngest sister was attending school at Les Avants. Upon reaching Switzerland, his father suffered a massive heart attack. He and Peter had been fiddling with the car, sharing a pastime they both enjoyed. Peter had just enough time to call his mother. His father died in her arms with Peter at her side. As he watched her arms cradle his father's lifeless body, a body that was once so strong and vital, he felt a cold shiver pass through his heart, piercing him with a chilling reminder of his own mortality. He was aware, like everyone else, that all people must die. At the same time, death's sudden manifestation and the realization that the same fate awaited him affected him deeply. As he thought about his father's death, and then about his own death, he began to feel a profound sense of acceptance emerging through the sadness. He held no firm religious beliefs at the time, but kneeling over his father's dead body, he experienced a profound insight that anyone can die at any moment. He felt a sense of life's impermanence looming in his heart, and saw that when death came, there was nothing to do but accept it. A seed of realization that he should dedicate his life to spiritual practice began to take root in his heart. After his father's death, Peter began to hear the faint sounds of his own footsteps on the spiritual path. Had he known then about the life of the Buddha, he would have known that a similar perception of death's universality had caused the Buddha to forsake his home and step out on the path in search of knowledge that would free him from the pain of the cycle of repeated birth. Initially, Peter set out on that path unaware that he was embarking on a search, nor did he have any clue as to what he might be looking for. He knew only that there was a hollow at the bottom of his heart that needed to be filled. Perhaps the search began with a restlessness. He sensed that the path leading to the root cause of that deep restlessness was also the path that would lead him to freedom from pain and sorrow. The path, however, would be overgrown with thorns of desire, anger, and fear, and thickets of ideas and prejudices. His father's death shattered Peter's complacency. It initially ignited in him an interest in organized religion that he had not shown before. His family belonged to the Anglican Church, but they had never participated very actively. There was a saying in England that you go to church 3 times in your life: when you are baptized, when you get married, and when you die. So his experience with the Anglican Church did not go very deep. Although he was brought up in the church, he couldn't see much substance in the Anglican religion. He felt Anglicans to be good moral people, but morality on its own was not enough. He felt it was necessary to go much deeper than simply accepting the rules and the beliefs of the doctrine. The Anglican Church, Peter knew, gave him little reason to be interested in religion while he was growing up. Peter began searching for a religious experience better suited to his character. When the American evangelist Billy Graham toured England, giving sermons and saving souls, Peter attended one of his sermons out of curiosity. He came away from the large London gathering, feeling disappointed and with a sense of unfulfilled promises. When he returned to his job in Stafford, he began taking the sacraments from a Catholic priest and inquired into the principles of the Catholic doctrine. He even considered converting to Catholicism. But he was stumped by a problem that resisted resolution: the problem of cause and effect. For reasons he could not explain at the time, he always found himself getting stuck on that issue. Emotionally, Catholicism gave a positive impression, but intellectually, he found the explanations lacking clarity. When reading stories about the saints, Peter learned that one of the big hurdles they encountered was doubt. Doubt arose from meditative experiences which could not be reconciled with the doctrine espoused in the Bible and other Christian texts. These saints had a clear sense of their own personal religious experiences, but those experiences simply did not fit with the beliefs of the Church. That inconsistency did not necessarily render Christian beliefs invalid, but it exposed contradiction within the Christian doctrine. In the end, Peter became dissatisfied with traditional Christian thought. After his experiments with Catholicism, Peter decided to think things through for himself. Determined not to be influenced by preconceived notions, he swept away the established laws of good and evil from his Christian background, with the intention of discovering for himself the precepts of life. Were such precepts necessary at all? That was one of the things he wanted to find out. Clearly, much of conventional truth appeared valid only because it had been handed down as gospel. As part of his daily routine, Peter rode his bike through the streets of Stafford to work each day. On the return leg at the end of the day, he walked his bike back. This walk was his time for inner reflection. One of the questions he contemplated was about causation and agency. Here I am, and here is the world about me in a particular state of being. Looking back, a lot of factors must have come together to create this present state. Otherwise, this state could not exist. It seemed to him that everything in the world operated in a certain manner at a certain moment, because of a chain of previous events and states that all led up to that moment. And he wondered, what is the determining factor there? He began to glean some insight into this when he read Dasgupta's 5-volume series, A History of Indian Philosophy. Although he never finished the series, in it he discovered the philosophical idea that all sensations are internal, that the majority of people believe only in what their senses perceive, and they accept anything that their senses convey as unquestionably real. They fail to understand that their senses, at best, are imperfect instruments, and that the mind constantly interprets what the senses are reporting. This was immediately a revelation for Peter, and it struck home right away. He thought, oh, that's true, why didn't I see it before? The notion that the senses and their objects are essentially an internal mental experience would become a constant source of inspiration for him when he later began contemplating the nature of body and mind, the relationship between the external world and internal phenomena. After this discovery, Peter stopped reading Dasgupta's History of Indian Philosophy. Having absorbed a fair amount of Indian philosophy already, he began to suspect that much of it actually derived from Buddhist thought. So the obvious next step was to go straight to the source, to Buddhism, and study it directly. Peter had come across many references to the Buddha and his teachings in his readings during that time, but he did not know much about either. Then a friend lent him a book on Buddhism. It laid out the very basics of the Buddha's teaching, the Four Noble Truths, the Noble Eightfold Path, and the 3 characteristics of existence. It was a remarkable revelation to him that a path to the truth had already been laid out, one which embraced many of the principles he already believed in. He was astonished that a religion existed that actually taught this approach. Peter read eagerly, expecting to find specific guidelines by which he could train his mind. He discovered that mental training was at the heart of the Buddha's teaching, so he acquired more books on Buddhism and learned as much as he could about the Buddhist path. Reading the Buddha's words, he felt the excitement of a traveler in a strange and exotic new country. His heart leapt when he came across noble words that expressed what he himself vaguely felt, but could not capture in words. He also read related subjects, like Western philosophy, which he did not find nearly as fulfilling for his quest. His mind operated concretely, with things that were tangible, specific, and practical, and he found it difficult to deal with the theoretical ideas and symbolic representations of abstract philosophy. No philosopher offered him what he was seeking. Philosophy was rich in theory and lofty ideas. Among his acquaintances, Peter found many people who were mesmerized by the subtlety and sophistication of scientific and philosophic ideas. Yet these same individuals exhibited moral behavior that was coarse and undeveloped. Peter began to notice these shortcomings more and more in the workplace. He noticed how inefficient the company was, because people were thinking of themselves far more than their jobs. The top priority of many employees was to get ahead, to climb continually up the ladder of success. The ones most intent on climbing were usually the ones who didn't really know very much. They were clever enough at climbing, but not clever at their work, and were usually rather ineffective. In the company, the work you did mattered less than your position within the workforce and the people you knew. That attitude not only led to an unhealthy competition at work, it also degraded the relationship among the workers. Employees saw themselves, individually, as being more important than their co-workers. To protect that status, They felt compelled to get their share of success and to get it before the others could. In some cases, co-workers faced off against one another on a continuing basis, perceiving each other as competitors. Dismayed by the senseless rivalry, Peter thought, "I don't want to be like that. I don't want to end up caught in that situation." Their attitude was fundamentally wrong. They achieved nothing meaningful, just a higher rank or social standing, which in the end were hollow and empty worldly accomplishments. The external world was not what truly mattered. What truly mattered was a person's inner worth. People should really be focusing inward, looking at the quality of their intentions and the quality of their work. Their attitude toward work, how they view it, how they approach it, should be their most important consideration. There were also other aspects of their attitude that led Peter to feel that this way of thinking was the biggest problem affecting his fellow workers. On the job, they appeared easygoing and disengaged, like bystanders. Because they lacked a meaningful relationship with their work, they were not motivated to think too much about the job they were doing. They were involved out of necessity, but they did not really care about the results. Caring about what they were doing was considered unimportant or unnecessary. Sometimes Peter wanted to ask them, "Did you ever ask yourself where your desires come from? What do you really expect to achieve in life? Why are you so sensitive to others' criticism? Why is it that, when you achieve what you have worked so hard for, you are never really satisfied?" Peter's daily contemplations on living in an imperfect world awakened his mind to the inadequacies of worldly life. It brought the challenges of human existence into clearer focus, and along with it, an acute awareness of what constituted a foundation for lasting happiness, for him, and for all human beings. As his thoughts steadily gravitated toward Buddhist teachings, he was amazed to find how tiresome a place the world really was. Searching for a deeper commitment to a life of Buddhist practice, Peter decided to move to London in 1953. He had been working in Stafford for nearly 5 years while mulling over his religious options. Buddhism had given birth to a great tradition of virtue and wisdom, and he wanted to be a part of that tradition. He knew he must proceed with great determination if he was to succeed. He wanted to throw his energies into living in a way that would allow the seeds of Buddhism, which had sprouted in his heart, to grow and bear fruit. Once he had set his heart's compass firmly on its course, he felt an urgent need to meet like-minded companions and seek out the tradition's true source. Stafford at that time lacked a community of dedicated Buddhists. Peter had heard encouraging reports about a venerable institution of Buddhist learning in London. It was there, at the Buddhist Society, that he intended to make earnest inquiries. Peter's move to London in 1953 heralded important changes in his life. His mother moved to London at the same time and bought a house in Richmond, allowing him to live with her in relative comfort. Nonetheless, he was nearly 28 years old, and his mother expected him to make his own way in the world. He soon found employment in London, working for the Canadian Standards Association as an electrical engineer responsible for testing electrical appliances to certify that they met recognized standards for safety and performance. Shortly after he arrived in London, Peter began his quest to explore Buddhism in greater depth. He visited the Buddhist Society, then located at 16 Gordon Square, across from the Central Gardens, and signed up to become a member. The Buddhist Society was a lay organization that offered talks and classes on the teachings of all the major Buddhist schools and traditions, as well as a structured program of courses on Buddhism in general. It was run by Christmas Humphreys, who liked to describe the institute as the oldest, largest, and most influential Buddhist organization in the West. Thousands of books filled the shelves along all the walls of the Buddhist Society's extensive library, books representing all schools and traditions. It was rare at that time to find so many books on Buddhism, including the Pali Canon. The prospect of reading them added to Peter's enthusiasm and excitement. From its inception, the Buddhist Society had been open, in principle, to all Buddhist traditions and their respective schools. In practice, most of Christmas Humphreys's public lectures were focused on the Zen school of Buddhism. Peter attended those lectures whenever he had the chance, and was intrigued by what he heard. On the suggestion of Christmas Humphreys, Peter started reading the literature on Zen. Intellectually, he found Zen very attractive, energetic, and inspiring. But when he turned his attention to practicing those teachings, the attraction faded. To him, the way of Zen, as described in the books, lacked structure. It was not well set out in a graduated manner, beginning with the preliminary practices and graduating to the more advanced ones. The teachings of Zen established themselves somewhere at the high end of the path and focused toward the summit. He felt that such a lofty approach to practice could easily lead to damaging doubt and confusion. Peter studied the social and religious backgrounds from which Zen had developed. First in China, then in Japan, Zen had really sprouted and taken root in environments where religion was deeply ingrained in people's character. People already held strong beliefs in the supernatural, in the power of the non-physical world around them. And Zen helped them to put this into perspective and make sense of it. In the Western world, the mythic language of those earlier traditions had been abandoned in favor of a language based on sensory experience and scientific concepts. Because of that, students in England approached Zen with a mind full of modern ideas that did not resonate well with the original teachings. The tendency in modern Zen circles was to embrace the teachings with a wayward spirit and to practice them for the wrong aims. Because a step-by-step teaching was not available to guide the Zen students, Peter sensed that very few had really gained reliable results from their practice. His skepticism of Zen as a practical training led Peter to delve more deeply into the Theravadan literature at the Buddhist Society, especially the Pali texts. He soon realized that the original teachings of the Buddha, preserved in the Pali language by Theravadin texts, came as close as one could get to the actual words of the Buddha. The Buddha often expounded the practice as a gradual training that unfolded in stages from the first step on the path to the final goal. The Buddha's message was said to be good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end. That is to say, good at the stage of moral discipline, good at the stage of meditative concentration, and good at the stage of penetrative wisdom. The way of Theravada was, therefore, more structured than Zen, because the practice started with the basics and slowly worked up along a gradual progression. That approach appealed to Peter's sense of methodology, causing him to experience a strong and immediate connection as he read through the suttas one by one. He had found a path of practice that addressed both cause and effect, a proper foundation leading to proper results. Firstly, undertake the rules of discipline to bring one's behavior into harmony with the world at large and establish an inner environment that is conducive to meditative concentration. Secondly, remove the main obstacles to meditative concentration so that the mind becomes collected, unified, and deeply calm. Finally, with concentration as the basis, investigate to develop insight, leading to wisdom and attainment of the final goal. Peter had found a teaching that was good in theory, good in practice, and good in realization. Peter believed he should make an effort to apply the principles of the Buddha's teaching to his everyday life. To accomplish this, Peter devoted himself wholeheartedly to every task he was required to perform. In his job at Canadian Standards, Peter felt that his duty as a Buddhist was to serve the task rather than the employer, that for a Buddhist, the doing should matter more than the reward, that openness, humility, and freedom came from serving in a selfless way. Even while he was employed at Canadian Standards, Peter knew that he would not be working as an electrical engineer all his life. That was his chosen profession, but he had a keen awareness that he was doing it only temporarily. He did not know what he would be doing later on, but he knew it would not be that. Though not particularly discontented in London, he had a nagging feeling that he did not yet understand his role in the larger picture of his life. When he was younger, Peter had dreamt about finding an ideal place to live. As he looked around now, he realized that there was no such place to be found. Everywhere he looked, he saw the disadvantages and an uncertain future. Even people who worked hard and took pride in their work were bound to be stopped short in their tracks by the onslaught of old age, sickness, and death. And there loomed the dread of losing a once sharp intellect as the mind began to falter with age. A person becomes frightened, seeing his physical and mental energy slip away. No matter how much effort he has funneled into a successful career, once the time comes, the slate of his worldly accomplishments is cleared. With such prospects, how can he expect to live out his final years with peace of mind, even though he has made every effort to live an exemplary life? For Peter, Buddhism was not merely a passing interest that made sense only under certain conditions. Its teachings should always hold true, regardless of one's age or circumstances. The truth, as Buddhism conveyed, was that all things which appear in the world constantly change. Something is born, it remains briefly, and then dies away. Birth, aging, and death. No amount of effort can avoid the process of growing old. No strategy can evade death. Whatever was built would be destroyed. All that was accumulated would be lost. Whatever came into existence would die. What was the sense in pursuing worldly goals when death and decay would wipe the whole slate clean? When everything that one worked so hard for and clung to as important would be torn from one's grasp? The futility of worldly existence reminded Peter of the story of Sisyphus in Greek mythology. Sisyphus was condemned to an eternity of rolling a great boulder to the top of a steep hill. Every time Sisyphus attained the summit by the greatest of exertion and toil, the boulder slipped his grasp and rolled back down again. People, Peter saw, are wandering through repeated rounds of birth and death, suffering from the same futility and indignity. They are born, and they work hard to establish a solid position in the world, only to have death snatch it from their grasp. Facing rebirth, they repeat the process all over again without any end in sight. Born with an active and logical mind, Peter instinctively questioned everything in the light of Buddhist principles. In his leisure time, he persistently grappled with the problem of reconciling Buddhist principles of causation with the principles of scientific inquiry, Buddhist notions of truth with those of science methodology. Peter reasoned that concepts such as matter, energy, and so forth were science's attempt to explain how things work. But those explanations were merely mental constructs formulated by the scientist. They were not scientific truth, merely suppositions whose validity could be tested and proved. In other words, a scientist forms a concept of why this gave rise to that, and then tests it to prove the correlation correct. Based on that link, he proposes a theory about how matter and energy interact. Later discoveries negate the theory in certain situations, so the theory is modified to fit the new circumstances. More probing reveals that the theory does not cover other circumstances, so it is modified again. Eventually, enough inconsistencies are discovered to discredit the entire theory, forcing the scientist to scrap the original theory and construct a new one. That is the way science works. It functions with relative provisional truths. Science is an evolving method which tries to fathom the physical world by harnessing the power of the human mind. The paradox that encumbers science is that of the mind. Mind has no physical properties, yet scientists cannot escape its predominance over everything they do. Logic and the principles of reason exist only in the mind. But scientists never attempt to fathom the nature of the mind itself. the very key they use to unlock the mysteries of the world's shifting landscape. To search for the truth of the mind is to search for unconditioned truth, the one unchanging truth. Science, on the other hand, with its plethora of facts, theories, and suppositions, diverts the search away from the path of absolute unchanging truth and into a maze of ambiguous relative truths. This line of reasoning led Peter to question the efficacy of cause and effect, that ability of the mind to think logically and arrive at reasoned conclusions which he had always held so dear. The Buddha taught the law of karma, that our present experiences are conditioned by causes, our own past thoughts, words, and deeds. In daily life, people find themselves in undesirable circumstances all the time, even when it seems that they have done nothing to create them. They agonize, trying to find a reason why these things are happening to them. In doing so, they analyze conditions to find causes. In spending so much time and energy analyzing the conditions, they never get to the cause, the real source of the problem. They might get a provisional answer as to how the condition materialized, but as long as the original cause remains undiscovered, they will never be able to prevent it from happening again. In Buddhist practice, analyzing the present conditions is seen as merely an effort to alleviate current suffering, rather than to eliminate suffering altogether. A deeper investigation must search for the original cause of suffering, the original cause of being reborn, growing old, getting sick, and dying in life after life. The Buddha discovered the fundamental source of suffering, the real hindrance that prevents true freedom. He taught that mental defilements and their resultant negative emotions, such as greed, anger, and delusion, keep us trapped in the cycle of birth and death, that they are the root causes of this unending struggle. Negative emotions lead to negative actions, and negative actions lead to negative karma, and negative karma results in karmic consequences. Although Peter still could not fit all the pieces together, the truth to be found at the heart of the Buddha's teaching gradually began to take shape in his mind. He knew that the missing pieces did not lie in the realm of science. If anything, the scientific outlook was part of the problem, one of the reasons that the answers remained a mystery. Looking around him, Peter could see the hand of rational scientific thought at work in the ongoing social and spiritual confusion affecting post-war Britain. Instead of allaying people's doubt and perplexity surrounding their beliefs and values, the scientific approach to life helped to perpetuate social disquiet. Post-war Britain was entering a period of increasing affluence and freedom, where many of the old social and cultural structures were being challenged and slowly eroded away. The commercialization of society coincided with a steady increase in material wealth. Consumption had become less connected with utilitarian needs and more with status and comfort. For many people, their lifestyle choices and consumption patterns began to underpin their personal identity. The car, the outings, the shopping sprees, the visits to the local pub several times a week, the annual holiday to the same hotel in the south. Those were the pleasures they lived for. That defined them. Peter remembered society being much more restrained when he was young. People back then had a much better sense of morality, of the difference between right and wrong. For instance, they regarded telling lies as being sinful. He felt that now people had only a vague idea of what morality meant, and that fewer and fewer of them cared about moral issues. A clear indication to Peter that British society was heading in the wrong direction. Although a general feeling of optimism prevailed in post-war British society, it masked a foreboding sense of uncertainty. New liberties had been gained at the cost of greater social fragmentation and weakened religious underpinnings. Consequently, a thick vein of anxiety ran deep beneath the surface of post-war British society. To Peter, British society became an illustration of all the values that led people away from the truth, made it hard to aspire, and live for the truth, and in fact discouraged people from even believing that the truth existed. As a result, Peter felt set apart from the ordinary society around him in his search for truth. He felt that he was confronted with a problem which others knew nothing about. He began to believe that the only meaningful life was a life that strove for individual realization of the truth. Nothing in the world around him supported that choice, and the entire society in which he lived seemed to negate every idea of sacredness or deeper meaning. He realized that in order to truly embark on a search for the truth, he would have to leave behind all worldly involvement and the social and cultural ties that entangled him. An aching gap opened in Peter's heart between his mundane predicament and the truth he aspired to attain. He thought that he could not continue to delay a decision on his future indefinitely. Otherwise, his life would pass by and he would have lost the opportunity to do something about it. He now had the opportunity, and he had the strength to do it, and above all, he had the Buddha's teaching to guide him. Sitting in the quiet of the Buddhist Society's library, evening after evening, Peter read a great deal of the Pali Canon, and even some of the commentaries. But sometimes his choice of reading material was more random, less organized. The books filling the library shelves covered a diverse range of Buddhist literature, and he tended to read whatever struck his fancy. Although the aim of the teachings was the same, the paths recommended to reach that goal varied. In the end, he began to feel a sense of incoherency about what he had imbibed in his readings. He began to feel unsettled inside. He was still stuck with the same predicament: how to decide on the correct path of practice. The mental confusion he suffered begged for a good teacher to straighten it out. By early 1955, Peter had settled on a course of action. He prepared to devote his whole life to the practice. He was not in a hurry. There was still a great deal to learn, and he could not expect to accomplish that quickly. Success was not simply a matter of spending time and energy. He had to spend his life. Not many people were willing to go that far. Knowing that he needed to find a qualified teacher to show him the path of practice, he believed that if he was earnest and ready to learn, then either he would find the right teacher, or that teacher would find him. Working in London as an electrical engineer, his mind was always divided. By day, he performed mechanical applications of routine engineering tasks, but his thoughts constantly gravitated toward the Dhamma. Peter had always been a quiet and socially reserved young man, and now he preferred to pass his leisure time perusing Buddhist texts in his room or at the library. He felt that he must practice before he could understand. The main thing was to subdue his desires and quiet his mind. He felt that the true significance of finding refuge in the Triple Gem could only be realized when the seeker was totally committed to persevering. He had to be committed not so much to formal acts of devotion as to striving relentlessly toward the realization, within his own heart, of the singular qualities represented by the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Since his arrival in London, a monastic vocation had been a vague possibility hovering on life's horizon. At times, he sensed the hand of karmic destiny orchestrating his future, as though ordination was somehow preordained, the natural outcome of his quest for the truth. Peter had always viewed ordination as a turning point, the line one crossed when one wanted to dedicate body and mind to Buddhism. As time passed, he realized he could no longer be complacent in his current situation. The time had arrived for him to step across that time-honored threshold and undertake the monastic life of a bhikkhu in the Theravada tradition. On his frequent visits to the Buddhist Society at Gordon Square, Peter had become acquainted with an Englishman named William Purfirst. Since they first met, William had travelled to Thailand to ordain as a Theravadin monk and taken on the monastic name Kapilavaddho. Bhikkhu Kapilavaddho returned from Thailand in November 1954 and joined two Sinhalese monks residing in the London Buddhist Vihara at Ovington Gardens, Knightsbridge, which had opened in May of that year. Quite fortuitously, Bhikkhu Kapilavattho's arrival coincided with Peter's decision to seek the path to monkhood. The arrival of Bhikkhu Kapilavattho offered Peter the opening he needed. Here was someone who knew how to go about it. Bhikkhu Kapilavattho, whose own ordination had been the culmination of a long-standing movement by English Buddhists to establish a viable Sangha in England, welcomed Peter at the London Buddhist Vihara and encouraged his ambition to ordain. He would facilitate in whatever way he could. Peter was to learn, from this mentor's own practical experience, the life and the discipline practiced by Buddhist monks, ordained in the oldest lineage of Buddhist monasticism. Two more aspiring candidates for bhikkhu ordination, Robert Alberson and George Blake, joined Peter at the London Buddhist Vihara. Together, the trio took guidance from Bhikkhu Kapilavattho and occasionally accompanied him when he travelled to give lectures, first at the newly initiated Meditation Week in Oxford, and later at the Buddhist Society's summer school. First Robert Alberson, and then George Blake, ordained as novice monks at the London Buddhist Vihara, and were given the monastic names Theravada and Vijayavada respectively. Peter had a difficult time convincing his mother to support his vocation, but finally, on his 30th birthday, she conceded that he was sufficiently mature to choose his life's direction, and though she was deeply skeptical, she would not stand in his way. 12 days later, on October 31st, 1955, Peter ordained as a novice monk or samanera at the London Buddhist Vihara. He was given the name Panyavaddho, cultivator of wisdom. Many years later, Panyavaddho would explain his motivation to ordain like this. British society resembled a huge and tangled cocoon, in which all its members could see only other parts of the cocoon, while the whole thing whirled about without any purpose or direction, and nobody in it could differentiate right from wrong. People formed opinions and theories about almost everything, clinging to them tightly. Before long, everyone started arguing and quarreling, which eventually led to strikes and student riots and wars. The only sane choice was to tiptoe quietly out of that mess, while everyone else was too busy quarreling and fighting to notice. The three new novices took up residence at the London Buddhist Vihara. As junior-most members of the community, they were expected to strictly observe the 10 precepts, to learn the Dhamma and the monastic code of conduct from their elders, to attend upon the senior monks, and to prepare themselves to become eligible for higher ordination as bhikkhus. With the completion of all 3 novice ordinations, planning accelerated for a trip to Thailand. Their bhikkhu ordinations were to be held at Pak Nam Monastery, which belonged to the Mahanikaya sect, the oldest and largest in Thailand's monastic order. Bhikkhu Kapilavattho and his 3 charges boarded a plane in London on December 14, 1955, and flew to Bangkok. They were met at the Bangkok airport by a lay supporter who drove them to Pak Nam Monastery, which was located at the mouth of the Chao Phraya River. The abbot, Chao Kun Mongkon Thepmuni, met their arrival. Chao Kun Mongkon Thepmuni, known affectionately by his supporters as Lung Po Sot, began making preparations to confer higher ordination on the 3 samaneras. Pre-ordination celebrations were held at Pak Nam Monastery on the evening of January 26, 1956. The ceremony was held in an open-air courtyard, where tiered gold leaf and lacquered tables were piled high with flowers, monks' robes and ceremonial fans. Kapilavattho and the 3 samaneras sat in the middle space surrounded by a vast crowd of Thai well-wishers who offered token gifts to the monks and novices. The following day, the 3 samaneras were ordained together as bhikkhus, in a ceremony reported to be one of the largest of its kind in Thailand. Thousands of people crowded the monastery grounds to witness what they felt to be a historic event. The ordination ceremony began on the afternoon of January 27, 1956, with a long procession that escorted the monks and novices 3 times around the Uposatha hall before entering the sanctified building. The procession started with the emergence of the English novices from the library building where they had resided since their arrival. The ensuing parade was led in traditional Thai fashion by a serpentine figure, the mythical Naga, in the form of a man draped by an enormous and colourful dragon's head, which spewed real flames from its gaping mouth as it bobbed and weaved through the crowd of onlookers. Scores of white-robed lay devotees, carrying folded bundles of white cloth, walked 2 abreast behind the Naga figure. The 3 candidates for ordination came next, walking slowly with deliberation and carrying lotus flowers, candles, and incense in their raised palms. Moving slowly with bare feet on warm tiles, the entire procession made 3 sweeping passes around the Uposatha hall, then entered in a single file through a stone gateway into the consecrated space. A flight of stone steps led up from a small courtyard to the Uposatha hall, which by then was crowded with monks and lay devotees. The hall's oblong interior featured rows of pillars, forming an inner space with broad aisles at the sides. On stepping into the hall, one's eyes were immediately drawn to the great Buddha statue, elevated on its seat at the far end. And then, an instant later, to the abbot, seated amid the mass of offerings and array of multicolored flowers decorating the Buddha. The abbot, Luang Por Sot, sat calmly, facing the assembly. On either side sat elders of the order, each according to seniority. Junior monks, draped in yellow robes of various hues, sat in rows, down along the 2 sides of the long hall. In the middle of the hall stood the 3 young candidates for ordination, and behind the candidates the space at the entrance to the hall and in the aisles to the sides overflowed with lay devotees. An impressive sense of order and solemnity pervaded the inner sanctum as the proceedings began, precisely following procedures as they had been laid down nearly 2,500 years before. The 3 candidates were first ordained again as samaneras. The bhikkhu higher ordination followed, with Luang Por Sot officiating as the preceptor. The chanting instructor was Chaukhun Dhammatiloka, and the teaching instructor was Bhikkhu Kapilavado. After being presented with their monks' robes and bowls, the candidates approached the waiting Sangha together. The candidates received brief instructions about the ceremony before being given their official monastic names. The 2 instructors took the candidates aside to question them on their suitability for the monkhood. Being deemed suitable, the candidates each formally requested bhikkhu ordination from the assembled Sangha. For each candidate, a proposal was put forward and accepted with silence. In that solemn, time-honored way, the Sangha formally consented to receive Panyavaddho and his companions as fully ordained members of the order. Following his ordination, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho remained in Pak Nam Monastery, trying to master Luang Por Sot's unique meditation method, which was referred to as Sama Arahang. It involved seeing light nimittas in varying degrees of form and subtlety. While silently repeating Sama Arahang and remaining attentive to this internal repetition, the meditator mindfully focused on the following: first, the right nostril, then the corner of the eye, then to the center of the head, down to the throat, down below the navel, and then up to the solar plexus. After a time, the meditator should begin to see images of light. That, at any rate, was Bhikkhu Panyavaddho's understanding of the method. It was said that the first image to appear would be a sphere of light. From that translucent sphere, an image of the gross human body would first emerge and become visible, followed by an image of the subtle human body. The next images would then arise in their proper order: Sila, Samadhi, Panya, Vimutti, Vimutti Jnanadasana. After these 5 images appeared and vanished, other bodies would emerge in turn. The gross and subtle Deva bodies, followed by the gross and subtle Brahma bodies, and then the Sotapanna body progressing all the way up to the Arahant body. Initially, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho found the practice helpful in that it led to a measure of mental calm and concentration. Beyond that, he was unable to make much sense of it. Because he could not figure out the reason behind the appearance of light images, he failed to understand what was meant to be happening. He did not know whether he should use his imagination to create the various images, or whether they were images inherent to the mind that arose spontaneously. Due to that uncertainty, he lacked confidence in the method. 2 months after their ordinations, Bhikkhu Kapilavaddho moved the 3 new monks to Wat Ta Tong on the eastern outskirts of Bangkok, and returned alone to England to resume his work of spreading the Dhamma. Bhikkhu Theravada soon became discontented, and a month later flew back to England as well. Bhikkhus Panyavaddho and Vijayavaddho then proceeded to Vivek Aram Monastery, a small forest monastery south of Bangkok in Chonburi province. By that time, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho had dropped Luang Por Sot's meditation method. He concluded that to practice a method that inspired little confidence was unlikely to bring satisfactory results. Realizing that he needed a reliable meditation technique to draw his mind away from its distractions and its impurities to achieve a more unified and refined state of mind, he turned to the meditation practice that the Buddha recommended: mindfulness of breathing. All the texts he had read stated that mindfulness of the breath was especially useful for countering a scattered and distracted mind, a problem that had plagued him from the beginning, and was thus a suitable basic practice for most beginners. At the same time, it restored his confidence to recall that the Buddha himself had expressly used mindfulness of breathing as his primary meditation subject for the attainment of Nibbana. Seated comfortably, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho began by placing his full attention on the normal cycle of the breath, each inhalation followed by each exhalation. Breathing was a fixed and ongoing natural activity. He needed simply to relax and focus his attention on the tip of the nose, being aware of each breath as it passed in and out through the nostrils. He made no attempt to control the breath. He wanted to focus on the natural and spontaneous rhythm of breathing, and allow the resulting concentration to draw his mind inward. He had just begun to develop his skill at this, when his stay at Vivek Aram Monastery was abruptly cut short. His companion, Bhikkhu Vijayavaddho, became very ill and needed urgent medical attention. Much to Bhikkhu Panyavaddho's disappointment, circumstances obliged him to hastily escort his friend back to Bangkok. Before they departed, the abbot, Ajahn Lun, gave the monks a small meditation guide he had written. Several years later, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho would translate the guide into English as Handbook for the Practice of Dhamma. In Bangkok, Bhikkhu Vijayavaddho was taken first to the British Embassy. Following consultations with the staff, he entered an infirmary. His symptoms showed little sign of improvement, but nevertheless, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho stayed at the infirmary to help attend to his needs. When Bhikkhu Kapilavaddho, then in England, heard of his worsening condition, he quickly flew back to Thailand, took one look at the situation, and decided to take both Vijayavaddho and Panyavaddho back to England immediately. The 3 monks returned to London in June 1956. Bhikkhu Vijayavaddho, still suffering the debilitating symptoms of a chronic illness, soon disrobed and returned to lay life. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho suddenly found himself engaged in the relative hustle and bustle of big city life. Swept up in his teacher's busy schedule, he dutifully followed Bhikkhu Kapilavaddho to his appointments to meet lay supporters, give lectures, and raise funds for Sangha activities. One of the Buddhist projects closest to Bhikkhu Kapilavaddho's heart was the Manchester Buddhist Society, which he had helped found in 1951. Aside from London, Manchester had the largest and strongest group of Buddhists in Britain. Bhikkhu Kapilavattho travelled there often to teach the Dhamma to supporters who gathered regularly at a rented house in a quiet suburban neighbourhood. Manchester lacked a permanent Sangha presence, and he decided to remedy that by sending Bhikkhu Panyavaddho to take over the day-to-day operations of the Manchester Buddhist Society. In September 1956, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho obediently made the long journey north to take up residence in the Society's rented house at Grosvenor Square in Sale, Cheshire. A clipping from the Manchester Evening News, dated September 21st, 1956, read, "In the front room on a quiet, leafy Sale, Cheshire road sits a young man of history. For he is the first resident minister in the English provinces of a world religion born about 2,400 years ago. Peter Morgan was the christening name given to Bhikkhu Panyavaddho, aged 30, who once worked as an electrical engineer. He spent most of his life in Llanelli, Carmarthenshire. Then he picked up a booklet on Buddhism. It interested him, and in January this year, he was ordained as a bhikkhu in Thailand. Now known as Panyavaddho, Pali for he who spreads and increases wisdom, has only 8 worldly possessions and exactly 227 rules of life. He owns 3 robes, a begging bowl, razor, water strainer, needle and cotton. He is maintained by the small but growing Manchester Buddhist community. His rules forbid him to possess or handle money. In May of that year, while Bhikkhu Panyavaddho was still residing in Thailand, the English Sangha Trust had been set up in London. Its aim was to promote the teachings of the Buddha in the United Kingdom by establishing an English branch of the Bhikkhu Sangha and by providing and maintaining residences for the Sangha's welfare. By December 1956, sufficient funds had been raised by the Trust to lease a house in London for a Sangha residence. Bhikkhu Kapilavattho moved into the house at 50 Alexandra Road, Swiss Cottage, shortly thereafter. The address at Swiss Cottage soon became known as Sangha House. Bhikkhu Kapilavattho's weekly teaching schedule often saw him in Manchester on weekends, presenting classes, talks and interviews in connection with the Manchester Buddhist Society's agenda. That timetable afforded Bhikkhu Panyavaddho an opportunity to consult with his teacher on a regular basis. The weekly teaching circuit also included trips to Leeds, Oxford, Cambridge and Brighton before returning to London. As the months passed, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho became increasingly concerned about his teacher's exhausting schedule and the effect it had on his health. In February 1957, after having resided only 5 months at the Manchester Buddhist Society, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho was summoned back to London. His help was needed because the burden of so many engagements had taken a serious toll on Bhikkhu Kapilavattho's health. As his health deteriorated further over the next several months, Bhikkhu Kapilavattho was forced to retire from the order and return to lay life. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho, his dutiful student, was asked to officiate at the disrobing ceremony in June 1957. That turn of fate placed the responsibility for the English Sangha Trust in the hands of Bhikkhu Panyavaddho, a monk of only 1 year. Though somewhat overwhelmed by the added duties and responsibilities, he assumed his new position with a calm and a sincerity that belied his junior status. Sangha House was now his to manage. Living with him were 2 German samaneras, Panyavaddho and Sativadho, who had come to stay in London with Bhikkhu Kapilavattho after meeting him on a lecture tour in Germany. The elderly Russian nun, Jan Ananda, also lived at Sangha House to help look after them. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho had suddenly become the teacher, tasked with training the other Sangha members and teaching the small group of lay people who came regularly to see him. His practice suddenly became the practice of teaching others. His main challenge at the beginning was focusing clearly on his own meditation practice. Time after time, when he sat down to meditate, his mind became distracted, and he was forced to constantly rein it in and refocus on the breath. His precipitous return to England, so soon after his ordination in Thailand, turned out to be a bigger challenge than he had expected. The main reason was that the monks he had ordained with had all given up the robe, and he was left alone holding the baby, as he would later say. That baby was the English Sangha Trust, which was a burdensome responsibility. During that period, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho's mother lived at her parents' house in Wales. At one point, she and his sister came for a visit at Sangha House in London. Upon arriving, they were ushered into a waiting room. They had not seen him for many years, and when Bhikkhu Panyavaddho entered the room, his mother was so overjoyed that she jumped up to hug her son. When she was told that the monastic code of discipline forbade him to have physical contact with her, she was deeply dismayed. She had not known about the rules. She refused to accept his new circumstances and never went to see her son again. In 1958, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho taught at the Buddhist Society Summer School for the first time. The Buddhist Society Summer School attempted to create the conditions necessary for students to engage in skillful conduct and to learn and discuss the practice of meditation, with the aim of developing a basic level of tranquility and insight. Every year, the Buddhist Society invited speakers to their summer school sessions, many of whom stayed and gave meditation courses. The Buddhist Society Summer School convened for 1 week every year on a large rural property where as many as 50 people regularly attended. Each person received a private room in a large country house. The atmosphere was relaxed and informal, lacking the strictness and formality of a retreat. Most of those present were adherents of either Zen or Theravada Buddhism, and they tended to form groups along those interests. Talking and socializing were tolerated at summer school, and the groups mingled freely at certain hours of the day. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho was tasked with giving instruction from the Theravada Buddhist perspective. Christmas Humphreys presented discourses on Zen Buddhism. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho gave 2 Dhamma talks a day, one of which was intended to be a good introduction for people who had a limited knowledge of Buddhism. The main thrust of his meditation course was mindfulness of breathing, leading to calm and concentration. When the opportunity arose, he also gave insightful explanations of such difficult topics as dependent origination. He was self-sacrificing and generous with his time, talking individually with each meditator about their experiences at least once a day. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho also accepted invitations to lead the meditation week at Oxford, which differed significantly in tone and intensity from the Buddhist Society Summer School. Following in Kapilavaddho's footsteps, he taught a strict Mahasi Sayadaw method of meditation, stressing the importance of mindfulness and clear comprehension. At the beginning of the week, he gave an instructional talk outlining the meditation procedure. Meditators were to anchor their attention on the rising and falling sensations of the abdomen during breathing, observing carefully any other feelings or thoughts that might arise. They were encouraged to sharpen their focus by making sure that the mind was attentive to the entirety of each process. Every bodily movement was to be done deliberately and with conscious attention to detail. Walking with exaggerated slowness at all times. Eating the meals in slow motion. At the same time, thoughts were carefully considered, and breaks in concentration noted. He stressed that such diligence should be carried out continuously throughout the day, the objective being a deep, clear, precise awareness of the mind and body. Oxford Meditation Week did not take place at Oxford University, but rather in a villa in the town of Oxford, which overlooked a wooded park. Meditators bunked in separate rooms, mingling only at mealtimes. All participants observed the 8 precepts, which included not eating after midday. No talking, reading or entertainment was allowed. The whole day was devoted to a strict regimen of meditation practice under Bhikkhu Panyavaddho's instruction and guidance. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho also explained the fundamentals of Buddhist practice at various venues in London and in religious forums at Jesus College, Oxford. He believed fully and without reservation that the truth taught by the Buddha was a very important matter for human beings to understand. Many people were willing to practice methods that helped them live their lives in relative comfort. But in his teaching engagements, he rarely met people who were willing to reach beyond superficial techniques to the real fundamentals of Buddhist practice. In 1958, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho arranged for the higher ordinations of the 2 German samaneras, who had been training under his guidance. In preparation, he tutored them thoroughly in the ordination procedure and in the Buddhist monastic rules. Then, at the culmination of a historic ceremony at the Thai embassy on July 2, 1958, Bhikkhus Dhammiko and Vimalo became the first Buddhist monks to be ordained on British soil. In September 1959, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho was invited to give a Dhamma talk in Victoria, near Buckingham Palace. A member of the audience was so impressed by what he heard that at the conclusion of the talk, he donated the sizable sum of £24,000 to the English Sangha Trust. In June 1960, a long-time supporter who was instrumental in the formation of the English Sangha Trust bequeathed a donation of £15,000 to the trust. As manager of the trust, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho maintained the integrity of those 2 donations, which several years later made it possible for the English Sangha Trust to purchase 3 properties for the Sangha's use. The house at 131 Haverstock Hill was purchased in September 1962 and the one next door at 129 Haverstock Hill in January 1963. Shortly thereafter, the country estate Biddulph Old Hall was purchased as a meditation centre. Even though Bhikkhu Panyavaddho approached Buddhist practice with a single-minded devotion and taught that practice with such tireless energy that his audience expanded continually as the years went by, still he did not feel comfortable in his position. The talks he gave on Buddhism were based primarily on theory rather than practice. Lacking sufficient practical experience to guide his discourse, he consistently referred to the Pali texts for his descriptions of the practice. He felt like a doctor who possessed expert medical knowledge, but did not have the talent to practice and cure an actual disease. How could he possibly help others to rid themselves of their defilements, as long as he still could not vanquish them from himself? Deep within his heart, he knew that, as soon as an opportunity presented itself, he must search for a teacher whom he could depend on for guidance. At some point, he discussed his desire with a Thai graduate student living in London, who agreed to locate the most renowned Thai meditation masters when he returned home. The graduate student's work as a mining engineer required him to travel to the Mekong River area, searching for mineral deposits. When traveling in the area, he liked to spend the night at a nearby monastery. He said he would be glad to ask people about the famous teachers residing in the area. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho's sojourn in Thailand had been brief and unsatisfying, his return to England lengthy and unfulfilling. Yet he sensed from the beginning that the answer to satisfaction and fulfillment lay in the faraway country of his ordination lineage. His stay in Thailand was so short that he had no time to learn the language, much less the customs. If he were to return one day, language would be important. He was sure of that. There being so few Thai people in London at that time, he found no chance to learn spoken Thai. He decided to teach himself by making an English translation of the meditation book that Ajahn Lun, the abbot of Wat Vivek Aram, had given him before he left. With the aid of a Thai-English dictionary and his own extensive knowledge of the Pali canon, he extracted the meaning, word by word, sentence by sentence, from the Thai original. Though slow and painstaking at the start, The process gained pace and fluency as he became more familiar with the Thai alphabet and the gist of the Thai text. By 1961, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho had completed his 100-page translation of Handbook for the Practice of Dhamma, which was eventually printed for free distribution by the Buddhist Association of Thailand. Excerpts of the translation were printed in Sangha, a journal published by members of the English Sangha Trust. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho made known his wish to return to Thailand for further training, and eventually a bhikkhu to replace him was arranged. On November 9, 1961, Bhikkhu Ananda Bodhi, a Canadian-born monk, arrived at Sangha House to take over responsibility for the English Sangha Trust. Free at last to pursue his goal, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho bid his supporters farewell, and on November 21st boarded a plane bound for Bangkok. The Buddhist Society later published this tribute to him in the Middle Way. On November 21st, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho left by air for Thailand, where he will continue his training in an atmosphere more conducive to progress than that of London. Peter Morgan was ordained in Thailand and returned to Britain after only a few months. Not long after his return, he found himself in charge of the English Sangha, and for the next 5 years was responsible for training new bhikkhus and samaneras and teaching the laity. This involved fortnightly visits throughout the year to Manchester and Leeds, and a host of other responsibilities which he never shirked, though they were not of his seeking. He has now decided that the time has come to get on with his own development. On 2nd November he conducted Mrs. Robbins's meditation class and was presented with a book. And on 9th November, the council presented him with further books and wished him every success in Thailand. He will be missed by many whom he has helped, but all such must remember that, as it has been said, the laity don't own bhikkhus, even when privileged to support them. A fine photograph of him now hangs in the entrance hall of the Society's premises, and we would also draw attention to the tape recording of 3 short talks made by him shortly before he left, and available on our usual terms. The association is most deeply indebted to Bhikkhu Panyavaddho. Under his guidance, the small, young movement grew and gained stability. This led to an increase in the number of members and a widening of its relationship with the general public. 2 magnificent donations given while he was bhikkhu in charge at Sangha House have made possible, among other things, the new vihara at 131 Haverstock Hill and the meditation centre at Biddulph, and have enabled the Sangha Trust to send the samaneras he trained to the east for further study. When he returned to Thailand, he left a movement as firmly established as is possible in this world of constant change. We owe and will continue to owe a debt of gratitude for his instruction in Dhamma. Life, Chapter 3. Arriving at Bangkok on November 22, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho proceeded to Cholapratan Monastery on the outskirts of Bangkok, settling into a new beginning under the guidance of the abbot, Ajahn Panyananda, who had an excellent reputation as a scholar and teacher. Though near the capital, Cholapratan Monastery provided a quiet and secluded environment for his meditation practice, while he searched for a way forward. In April of the following year, at the height of the hot season, the tubercular arthritis in his right foot flared up, leaving it painfully swollen and inflamed, and unable to support his full weight. With the kind assistance of Ajahn Panyananda, he was admitted to a hospital in Bangkok for treatment. By that time, an effective treatment for tuberculosis was readily available. Streptomycin, following its 1943 discovery, became the first reliable cure for tuberculosis. The drug, which had been widely used in Thailand for many years, was administered in measured daily doses taken continuously over a period of several months. To stabilize Bhikkhu Panyavaddho's arthritic foot while the streptomycin took effect, his foot and calf were encased in a thick plaster cast, which was to remain in place for the next 7 months. Once again, he was given a pair of underarm crutches to increase his mobility and help him remain active. In June 1962, on a subsequent trip to Bangkok for a checkup, he met the Thai mining engineer he had known in England, who told him he had found many excellent Thai Ajahns who could give him good guidance. He described the story of Ajahn Monburidato, who had led a life of ascetic wandering and meditation practice in the vast wildernesses that had once blanketed the northeast region of Thailand. Ajahn Mon became a great teacher and exemplar of high standards of conduct. Almost all of the accomplished and revered meditation masters of 20th century Thailand were his direct disciples. Their lineage was known as the Thai forest tradition. The Thai forest tradition was the branch of Theravada Buddhism that most faithfully held to the original monastic code laid down by the Buddha. The forest tradition also emphasized meditative practice and striving for the realization of nibbana as the focus of monastic life. Forest monasteries were primarily oriented toward practicing the Buddha's path of contemplative insight, including living a life of renunciation, strict discipline, and meditation, in order to fully attain the inner truth taught by the Buddha. One particular teacher in that tradition had impressed the engineer very much. His name was Ajahn Mahabua Ñāṇasampanno, the abbot of Bantad Forest Monastery. At that time, Ajahn Mahabua's preceptor, the elderly monk who had officiated at his ordination, was lying deathly ill in a Bangkok hospital. Due to gratitude and respect for his dying preceptor, he travelled often to Bangkok to visit him. On those occasions, Ajahn Mahabua preferred to stay at Bawani Wat Monastery in central Bangkok. The engineer knew that to be the case, so he kindly arranged to take Bhikkhu Panyavaddho to Bawani Wat Monastery to meet Ajahn Mahabua. The young English monk's first impression of Ajahn Mahabua was striking. He saw an intense, wiry man with a dignified face who displayed the quick, decisive movements of a boxer. He sat erect with a wide, impassive expression that made him appear extremely grounded and stable. Having paid heartfelt respects, the engineer explained that his companion had come all the way from England seeking a teacher who could show him the true way. When Ajahn Mahabua replied, his manner was gracious but somewhat aloof. Ajahn Mahabua spoke at length about the hardships of life as a forest monk, and perhaps because he saw Bhikkhu Panyavaddho's leg encased in plaster, voiced some skepticism that he would be able to put up with the rigors of forest life. The accommodations were rustic and the food was rough. There were the grueling extremes of heat, cold, and damp. There was the daily grind of scrubbing, cleaning, and hauling water. The barefoot walk to the village every day to collect alms food was a sacred duty that could not be neglected. And there were long, draining hours of sitting and walking meditation to endure. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho sat attentively and listened with respect, though he understood precious little of what was spoken. This did not become an obstacle, however. He liked Ajahn Mahabua. He appreciated his demeanor and his straightforward approach to teaching. The force of his personality was magnetic. Suddenly, he felt a strong surge of reverence for the monk sitting calmly before him. He had a completeness about him that did not hanker after students. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho thought to himself, "You'll have to beg him to take you, bow down and ask him to accept you." Asking the engineer to translate, Ajahn Mahabua advised him to use mindfulness of breathing to concentrate his mind and consolidate its strength. At times when he was not engaged in formal practice, he should strive to always keep his awareness within the confines of the body, thus preventing it from flowing out to external things. Practicing in that way safeguarded the mind and preserved its energy. Exactly what method was used to keep the mind within the body was not so important. It could be done by visualization, or by feeling sensations, or by allowing the mind to wander at will within the body. All of them were valid as long as they prevented the mind from escaping into external distractions. Lastly, he stressed the importance of maintaining mindfulness in every activity at all times. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho left Bowarniwait Monastery invigorated by the Dhamma teaching and determined to pour that renewed energy back into his meditation practice. When he heard that Ajahn Mahabua's preceptor had passed away in July, he was concerned that he might never see that remarkable teacher again. The cast was finally removed from his leg in November. His inquiries about Ajahn Mahabua led him to Bowarniwait Monastery once again, where he discovered that his esteemed teacher still occasionally travelled to Bangkok. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho subsequently paid his respects to Ajahn Mahabua at Bowarniwait Monastery several more times. Each time he asked permission to be accepted as a student at Bantad Forest Monastery. Concern about his recent health issues had made Ajahn Mahabua reluctant to accept him at first. At their third meeting, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho decided to allay those concerns by requesting permission to visit Bantad Forest Monastery for a temporary stay. Ajahn Mahabua granted that request. Many years later, Ajahn Mahabua would say with a chuckle that Bhikkhu Panyavaddho asked only to come for a temporary stay, and he's been living here temporarily for the last 41 years. On the evening of February 15, 1963, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho boarded an overnight train bound for the northeastern provincial city of Udon Thani. It was a journey of over 300 miles, lasting nearly 10 hours. He was met at the Udon Thani train station by a lay supporter of Ajahn Mahabua, who came in a dated and beat-up Land Rover to cheerfully drive him the remaining 13 miles to his destination. At a certain point along the main highway, the Land Rover veered from the road and jostled down an earthen ramp, then bounced across dry and dusty rice fields. That was as close to the monastery as the provincial roads extended. The rest of the journey was across the flat, straw-stubbled paddy fields that stretched to the horizon. In the dry winter season, that makeshift road proved passable enough. But at the height of the monsoon season, when the rice fields flooded their embankments, that stretch of the journey required a dug-out canoe with stout paddles. Bantad Forest Monastery stood out against the skyline as they approached, a leafy island of green against the expansive background of parched fallow earth. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho was entering a secluded and quiet forest monastery in the lineage of Venerable Ajahn Monburidato, a community of monastics who had left the life of ordinary society to live in the forest so as to be close to the natural environment that was the setting for the Buddha's own search for the Dhamma and provided inspiration for his awakening. Since the Buddha's time, monks have retreated into the depths of the forests and mountains, seeking physical seclusion to aid them in the development of meditation and realization of the sublime truth that the Buddha taught. Those monks lived lives of simplicity, austerity, and diligence. The Buddha himself was born in the forest and reached awakening in the forest. He frequently dwelt in woodland regions, both during his noble quest and after his awakening. He taught in the wooded surroundings and passed away in a sal grove between giant twin trees. In the Pali discourses, the Buddha often instructed his disciples to seek out the seclusion of forest dwellings as the places most conducive to purifying the mind of all defilement. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho was escorted to just such a dwelling, a small wooden hut, or kuti, nestled in a wooded spot behind the main assembly hall. Firmly built and simple in design, the kuti blended naturally into the forest setting. The structure stood about 3 feet above the ground and was surrounded by a smooth, well-swept area of sandy soil. A path for walking meditation extended east to west along the rear. Although the design of the kuti was well suited to the subtropical climate, it produced countless cracks and crevices, nooks and crannies, which were inhabited by a host of sentient beings. No screens covered the shuttered windows. When they were open, which was most of the time, an astonishing array of insects intruded. Bats flitted overhead, and small lizards scurried across the walls and ceiling, catching mosquitoes and other flying insects. The monastery's appearance differed from Bhikkhu Panyavaddho's expectations. He had imagined a virgin forest, harboring wild animals like tigers and elephants. But the forest he found was somewhat tame and hospitable. Dozens of small wooden huts stood on scattered clearings throughout its 63 acres. The only wild animals he met were tree squirrels, snakes, and lizards. The pristine wilderness that once blanketed the countryside had long since disappeared as the land was cleared for cultivation. The forest that remained within the monastery's domain was only a remnant of that primary wilderness. The big cats, too, were only a memory, although tigers and leopards had occasionally wandered among the monks' huts when the monastery was first built. Despite these changes, Ban Tad was an exemplary forest monastery, rich in the ancient traditions of Buddhist practice and untouched by modern conveniences, such as electricity and running water. The monks lived with nature in simple solitude. Candlelight illuminated their hours of darkness. Water was drawn by hand and carried from the well to all the dwellings in pairs of water buckets, suspended from a long bamboo pole that was balanced on the carrier's shoulder. The water was used for bathing and laundering. During the monsoon months, rainwater was collected for drinking and stored in tanks and barrels. In the dry seasons, well water had to suffice. The simple lifestyle encouraged contentment in living with little. Inside the kuti, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho's possessions were spare. A clot, the large forest umbrella that could be fitted with a mosquito net, a grass mat, a blanket, an alms bowl, lower, inner and outer robes, and a few other small necessities. Practicing contentment with little meant forgoing many of the comforts and conveniences normally associated with pleasant living. Confining oneself to the barest of material needs is at the heart of the Buddha's teachings. Conditions in life constantly change. They are ultimately unreliable and disappointing as a basis of happiness. Lasting happiness can be found only in a heart that has overcome the mental defilements of greed, hatred, and delusion. These corrosive influences create strong attachment to comfort and convenience, conditional states that fluctuate and change, and in turn, bring on dissatisfaction and suffering. To stem the flow of misplaced desires, forest monks shunned unnecessary conveniences. Set on penetrating the heart of the Dhamma taught by the Lord Buddha, monks confined their requisites to the minimum. Early each morning, the monks walked a 2-mile route to the village and back for their morning alms round. As the pace was likely to be too quick for Bhikkhu Panyavaddho, a separate alms round had been arranged for him inside the monastery's perimeter. To relieve the strain on his ailing foot, he was required to walk only 200 yards to the kitchen area, where the resident nuns faithfully placed small packets of cooked food in his alms bowl. The monks ate very simple foods, mostly sticky rice, supplemented with fish, vegetables, and fruits. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho had expected the local food to be mostly unpalatable, but, apart from sometimes being too spicy or consisting too much of fish, he was surprised to find it generally plentiful and nutritious. In terms of food value, it was probably better than what he had been offered in Bangkok, and the spicy fare added character to the lumps of sticky rice. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho still struggled with fluent communication in spoken Thai. During his sojourn in London, he taught himself to read and write Thai. But after a year of living in Thailand, he still lacked proficiency in distinguishing the tonal sounds and their meanings. That shortcoming made dialogue with Ajahn Mahabua and the other monks challenging. Ajahn Mahabua remedied the problem by writing out his instructions in Thai script for his student to translate into English. It was a somewhat time-consuming process and not entirely satisfactory, but it created a close rapport between teacher and student, which would develop with time into a strong bond, grounded in trust. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho resolved from the start to believe wholeheartedly in his teacher. He never found reason to regret that trust. Bhikkhu Panyavaddho carefully saved those initial handwritten instructions from his teacher and reread them whenever he sought inspiration. One of them read, "Ban Tad Forest Monastery is a meditation community. We are meditation monks. Since its beginning, this monastery has been dedicated solely to mind development. No other type of work is allowed to disturb the peaceful environment here. If other work must be done, I've made a rule that it take up no more time than is absolutely necessary. Your primary work as a meditation monk was given to you on the day of your ordination. In that ceremony you were told to contemplate 5 things: Kesa, hair of the head; Loma, hair of the body; Naka, nails; Danta, teeth; and Tacho, the skin that encases the body. These 5 parts of the body taught during the ordination ceremony should become your meditation subjects. It's up to you to contemplate them and develop them in your meditation to the best of your ability. This is the true work for those monks who practice according to the principles of Dhamma that were taught by the Lord Buddha." In another, he spoke of monastic harmony. "It is wrong to watch other monks with an aim to find fault. This attitude will do nothing to help your practice. It is not your job to criticize other monks, even when they behave improperly. Observe the annoyance that arises in your own heart instead. Wisdom does not arise from blaming others for their faults. It arises from seeing your own faults. The monastic discipline is training in restraint of body, speech, and mind that is designed to complement the meditation practice. Treat it with respect by constantly being mindful of your own behavior." Bhikkhu Panyavaddho resolved that his first task was to adopt an appropriate monastic attitude. The second was to deport himself with proper monastic demeanor. The third was to speak purposefully, not frivolously, just chatting away about meaningless things. Thai people had a penchant for brevity, especially with names and colloquial expressions. Most monks in the Greater Thai Sangha were referred to by their given names rather than their formal Pali names. Given names were usually reduced to simple nicknames of 1 or 2 syllables. The rather long and formal name Bhikkhu Panyavaddho proved a mouthful for monks used to more casual forms of address. Ajahn Mahabua soon remedied that by shortening his name from Panyavaddho to just Panya or wisdom, a strong name and one very much in character. He preceded it with the honorific Tan, a common Thai expression of respect. From that time on, Bhikkhu Panyavaddho was known as simply Tan Panya, meaning venerable wisdom. It soon became obvious to Tan Panya that Ajahn Mahabua was very demanding of his disciples. He was on their case constantly with strictness severe enough to provoke fear and dread. He lived up to his reputation as being an uncompromisingly fierce teacher. Tan Panya, who fully believed in his teacher, knew instinctively that he would never instruct his disciples with harmful intent. He reasoned that when Ajahn Mahabua used harsh or abusive language with his students, the words were spoken with a deeper purpose. They may cut his students to the bone, but as a consequence, the words would arouse them to alertness and force a sharp inward focus. He was prying their hearts open so the Dhamma could penetrate deeply. Ajahn Mahabua always had his eye on the potential of his disciples. When he saw that a monk possessed strong, virtuous roots, he made a constant effort to prepare a fertile environment for his growth in the Dhamma. Tan Panya realized that Ajahn Mahabua believed in what he could become in the future, despite the fact that his Buddhist practice had not yet matured. Ajahn Mahabua worked compassionately with his new pupil, day in and day out, to raise the level of his meditation to a higher, more stable plane. Supported by his unflagging belief in Ajahn Mahabua, Tan Panya resolved to work things out for himself, diligently and without complaint. He felt he must strive to solve his own problems before seeking advice. Only in that way could he test the boundaries of his own wisdom. If he faltered, he knew his teacher would be there to help him expand those boundaries. Ultimately, having faith in Ajahn Mahabua and in the forest tradition was to believe in the unbounded wisdom of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Capable of solving nearly all problems by himself, Tan Panya approached Ajahn Mahabua only occasionally with questions about his practice. He also gained a deeper understanding of meditation by listening to Ajahn Mahabua's spoken expositions on Dhamma practice, and by reading printed copies of his formal discourses. Drawing from his experience, Ajahn Mahabua tended to address the problems of his students while he spoke, giving them an answer even before they asked their question. Often, there was very little need to ask explicitly. In the seclusion of his kuti at Bantard Forest Monastery, Tan Panya continued to work with breath meditation to deepen his samadhi meditation. He sensed that his calm and concentration still lacked sufficient depth. His mind inclined naturally toward thinking and reasoning, signaling a predisposition toward wisdom. His teacher encouraged him to think of samadhi as a tool that one forged to prepare the ground for investigating various aspects of Dhamma. He must avoid placing too much emphasis on forging the tool, thereby neglecting the work. Once the tool was ready, he must quickly learn its most effective use. Eventually, Tan Panya resolved to exploit his existing resources of calm and concentration to probe the Dhamma for deeper insights, a strategy which achieved satisfying results. In the tropical forests of northeastern Thailand, things grew quickly and decayed quickly. The forest paths, when left untended, soon disappeared from sight under a profusion of weeds and bushes. Even simple bamboo dwellings did not last long. Looking out his window into the jungle-like forest, the verdant flora appeared entwined with broad-leaved creepers that grew up to 6 inches a day in the humid heat. The wild vegetation had to be continually hacked back, or it could swallow up the monks' residences within 6 months. Even with vigorous hacking, Tan Panya thought that somehow wild nature would win. The secluded environment of Bantard Monastery soothed the heart and gave peace of mind. Tan Panya had no access to newspapers or radio, and so remained blissfully unaware of events happening in the world, supposing them to be the same as before: strikes, riots, wars. Those events no longer impinged on his awareness. However, when a snake found its way into his hut, which seemed to happen quite often, his awareness lit on an event of vital importance. Although the atmosphere in the monastery was tranquil, with few worldly concerns, it was not an easy-going atmosphere. The self-awareness required by the monastic discipline and the constant reminder of Ajahn Mahabua's presence and instructions brought intensity and the immediacy of the Dhamma into almost every situation. One day, quite spontaneously, the sounds of spoken Thai fell into place with the written language that Tan Panya had mastered in his translation work in England. Because of his ear's unfamiliarity with the strange tones and vowels of Thai, he had been unable to connect articulate sounds with their intended meanings. Suddenly, after living in Thailand for over a year, a gear appeared to click in his mind, allowing an effortless connection between sound and meaning. It was like discerning a language after living among only its sounds. Hearing Ajahn Mahabua speak, the meaning of his words emerged along with the voice. From that moment on, his Thai verbal language skills developed in conjunction with the spoken word, giving him the latitude he needed to converse clearly with his teacher and his fellow monks. At that time, the instructions of the Thai forest masters remained largely an oral tradition of spontaneous discourses and impromptu teachings. They were generally not written down or recorded. Ajahn Mahabua, for instance, delivered spontaneous Dhamma talks to his disciples on a regular basis. His discourses usually took place in the cool of the evening, in an open-air pavilion with candles illuminating the shrine as darkness descended on the assembled monks. The silence was broken only by the incessant sounds of cicadas droning in the surrounding jungle. Ajahn Mahabua observed a few moments of stillness as he gathered the Dhamma, and then let it flow naturally from his heart. As the theme of his talk unfolded with unrehearsed spontaneity, the pace of his voice quickened and took on increased intensity, leaving his listeners transported by the strength and depth of his teaching. Ajahn Mahabua spoke of the realization of Dharma in terms so graphic and electric that his listeners felt they were catching a glimpse of the splendor of awakening. His teachings resonated with the listener right there in the present moment. The talks were later remembered as much for their immediate emotional impact as for their clear and comprehensive specifics. A desire grew among Ajahn Mahabua's disciples to preserve his oral teachings for the benefit of other practitioners, now and in the future. Listening to his teachings would have a positive impact on their practice and on that of future generations. A lay supporter had offered the monastery a large Grundig TK reel-to-reel magnetic tape recorder, which none of the monks could operate with the required skill. Tarn Panya, with his practical knowledge of electrical engineering, volunteered to take on the responsibility of recording his teacher's spoken discourses. Thus began one of the most prolific bodies of Dhamma recordings ever compiled by one teacher. From open reels to cassette tapes to digital recorders, Tarn Panya utilized the latest sound recording techniques to capture thousands of hours of the most precious Dharma discourses over a period spanning 4 decades. Thanks to the tireless efforts of an Englishman who gave up a career in electrical engineering to become a simple Buddhist monk, the extensive range of Ajahn Mahabua's discourses on the Buddha's teaching has been expertly preserved for future generations. Tarn Panya always made a special effort to listen with open and serious attention to Ajahn Mahabua's spoken discourses, seeking to absorb at least something of the diverse levels of meaning they contained. He discovered that listening to Ajahn Mahabua expound on the Dhamma was a far more difficult practice than he had imagined. To listen truly, so that the act of listening itself becomes a meditation practice, meant emptying his mind completely of the thoughts and ideas that pervaded his mental and intellectual being. It required letting go of all the knowledge, all the views, all the concepts and prejudices filling his head. When he emptied his mind and really listened to the teaching with an open and receptive heart, he found that the power of his teacher's Dhamma penetrated slowly and steadily, clearing away the mental barriers preventing his progress. The mysterious potency of the spoken word was a revelation to him. Of course, he needed far more than the spoken truth to dissolve all his doubts. Wisdom, of the sort that can pierce through all falsehood to penetrate the mind and heart, would take time and perseverance to develop. Along with steadfast concentration, he had to bring this development to bear on a comprehensive investigation of the entire teaching until he could experience the deep coherence and harmony underlying all the diverse aspects of the Buddha's Dhamma. At the time of Tarn Panya's first retreat during the rainy season, or rains retreat, Ajahn Mahabua hinted that he would warmly welcome other Western practitioners who came to learn meditation. On one occasion, he also casually hinted that he might one day travel to England. Tarn Panya was somewhat taken aback, thinking he was either being polite or perhaps joking. But then Ajahn Mahabua started coming to him for daily English lessons. He made a habit of spending half an hour each day learning English at Tarn Panya's kuti, memorizing the short English sentences, which his student read out for him. Tarn Panya began to sense that, in dropping these hints, his teacher was foreseeing what could take place in the future. Watching Ajahn Mahabua's dynamic interaction with his disciples, many of whom were senior monks, Tarn Panya began to discern the kind of image they had of their teacher. They harbored an unspoken yet unequivocal belief that he was an arahant, a fully enlightened being. They respected his impeccable wisdom and his brilliant expository skills so highly that they gave the impression that it was beyond their power to equal him. Tarn Panya approached the view that his teacher was an arahant with characteristic caution. He knew it was unreasonable to assume that the ordinary person could distinguish the difference between the stages of higher attainment. That considered, he also felt that they could be right in their assessment, since he saw nothing in his teacher's demeanor to disprove the idea of his being an arahant. He saw in Ajahn Mahabua a man who displayed no conceit, always appearing either cheerful and happy or neutral and detached. He exhibited tireless energy, and his countenance was always bright and without blemish. At the conclusion of one of their daily English lessons, Tarn Panya took the opportunity to broach the topic of his uncertainty about his teacher's reputation as an arahant. In his reply, Ajahn Mahabua did not comment on his own attainment. Instead, he turned the subject into a Dhamma lesson for his young pupil. As Buddhists, we have no valid reason to doubt our own potential for attaining Magga, Phala, and Nibbana in this lifetime. In fact, we would not be true Buddhists if we did not believe in the potential for enlightenment. The Buddha himself stated that as long as human beings practice correctly in line with the Noble Eightfold Path, arahants will continue to emerge in the world. In the suttas, the Buddha speaks often of the rewards to be gained by those who follow the path to Nibbana. He tells of the happiness that comes from practicing generosity, the happiness that comes from living according to principles of virtue, the happiness that comes from developing loving kindness, the happiness that comes from practicing meditation and discovering the sublime tranquility of samadhi, the happiness that comes from overcoming the defilements and abandoning suffering. Those levels of happiness can be accomplished by anyone through the correct practice of Dhamma. Personally verifying the Buddha's fundamental teachings in that way makes it easier to accept the possibility that the highest of his teachings is equally true, including his teaching that the supreme happiness of Nibbana is accessible to everyone who practices the Noble Eightfold Path with unwavering diligence and insightful wisdom. Nowhere in the Pali Canon does it state that the Buddha took the path to Nibbana with him when he departed this world. On the contrary, the Buddha clearly proclaimed that the Dharma and Vinaya he left behind were to be our guides along the Noble Eightfold Path. The Dharma and Vinaya that we inherited from the Buddha are in no way deficient. They are just as complete and valid today as they were when he taught them 2,500 years ago. If Dharma and Vinaya are faithfully put into practice with utmost sincerity and determination, nothing in the realm of samsara is capable of preventing the result of ultimate happiness from arising in the mind. Today, many people are born with enough good karma to come into contact with Buddhism and to study the Buddha's teachings as they were handed down in their entirety. There is no reason why people with enough merit and intelligence cannot put what the Buddha taught into practice for their own benefit and the benefit of living beings everywhere. It is only the defilements in our hearts and minds that prevent us from undertaking that task. Removing those defilements is the purpose of the Buddha's path of practice. When the defilements are strong, the path is weak, which causes us to have faith in the ways of the world more than the ways of Dhamma. The worldly outlook says that practicing the Buddha's teaching for the sake of attaining Nibbana is too difficult, and because we want to avoid suffering and hardship in our lives, we claim that it is no longer possible. By taking that attitude, we avoid feeling guilty about not making the effort. And because of that, when we hear that someone else has aroused great effort and attained arahantship, we don't want to believe it's true. But the suffering we experience in our lives goes to the heart of the Buddha's first noble truth, a truth that we must strive to examine and understand. Instead, people feel uncomfortable when they're told about the noble truth of suffering and shy away from its profound implications. This attitude simply shows that people do not have enough knowledge of Buddhism to understand its true aims. The Buddha's teaching on suffering is completely in line with the way things really are. This is why it is called a noble truth. Suffering is a basic principle of Buddhism because it is true. The Buddha was a person who truly knew the reason for suffering, which is why he taught people not to simply avoid pain and suffering, which are effects, but to get rid of the causes, the defilements that bring them about. Those defilements make up the Buddha's second noble truth, the origin of suffering. When the causes are eliminated, the effects cease of their own accord. The Buddha starts out with suffering in order to point out the evidence that establishes the truth, so that we can search out the causes and correct them in the proper way. The third noble truth, the cessation of suffering, is the ending of pain and suffering within the heart through the power of our practice of the path, which is the fourth noble truth. The path of practice refers to the methods used to cut away the causes of suffering step by step until all have been eliminated. All of the noble truths that the Buddha taught were meant to free living beings from suffering. Not a single noble truth directs us to remain mired in a world of pain. The Buddha taught the noble truths so that people would become wise enough to entirely rid themselves of suffering and attain nibbana. He did not restrict his message to any age, race, gender, or time period, nor did he deny the attainment of the fruits of this path to anyone of any generation. Instead, he said that the Dhamma is timeless, existing beyond time and space. It is therefore just as relevant in this day and age as it ever was. When Magga, Phala, and Nibbana are viewed as being beyond the reach of modern man, it is we who are at fault for neglecting our duty as Buddhists, to strive for the highest goal. When it comes to Dhamma, we too easily settle for mere philosophical inquiry over practical action. We become opinionated bookworms vainly chewing at pages of the Tipitaka, while we insist on holding tenaciously to the Dhamma we have learned by rote. This happens because we cannot be bothered to make an effort to investigate the supreme noble truths that are an integral part of our very own being. Instead, we mistakenly appropriate the great wealth of the Lord Buddha's words as our own personal property. Simply because we have memorized his Dhamma teachings, we believe we are wise enough already, even though the defilements filling our hearts are piled as high as a mountain and have not diminished in the least. Many of us find justification for our views in the very Pali scriptures that were used to proclaim the Buddha's timeless message. Students of the Pali scriptures tend to believe that the written texts comprise the sum total of all aspects of Dharma. They self-righteously assert that scriptural doctrine and convention are the only legitimate criteria for authenticating all of the countless experiences known to Buddhist practitioners over the ages. But the true Dharma arises in the hearts and minds of those who put the living teaching into practice here and now in the present. Consider the Lord Buddha and his arahant disciples, for instance. They knew and thoroughly understood Dhamma long before the Pali texts appeared. Clearly they achieved their exalted status at a time when no scriptures existed to define the parameters of Dhamma for them. The true Dhamma is always the Dhamma of the present moment. Time and place are merely mundane, conventional concepts that are incapable of affecting the Dhamma of the Lord Buddha in any way. For that reason, those who practice the Buddha's teaching correctly are entitled to know for themselves all those aspects of Dhamma that fall within the range of their own natural abilities, regardless of what age or century they live in. The more Tanpanya observed his teacher, the more convinced he was that he could not have chosen a more competent master. Ajahn Mahabua exhibited no flaws in his approach to Dhamma. He seemed to intuit the mistakes in a student's practice with great facility and correct those faults more through the charismatic force of his presence than through conversation. Tanpanya now understood why the forest tradition placed such a sacred emphasis on the relationship between teacher and disciple. That relationship was essential to the living transmission of Dhamma, from mind to mind, from heart to heart. He realized that without Ajahn Mahabua's guidance, the possibility of him realizing the truth of the teachings would have been severely limited. The more he reflected on faith and its overall place in the teachings, the more deeply Tanpanya realized that faith is essentially a skillful means of making a person more receptive to the truth expressed in the teacher's words. Viewing his teacher as a living master enabled him to listen unreservedly to the teaching and put it into practice with the greatest possible commitment. Tanpanya's conviction in Ajahn Mahabua translated into total respect for the Dharma embodied in his teacher and conveyed through him. The greater his faith, the more open to the teachings he became. The more open he was to the teachings, the greater the opportunity for them to penetrate deeply into his heart. He now felt strongly that these same teachings could greatly benefit the people in England, whom he had spent so much time teaching, and whom he had now left behind. His attempts at teaching them had lacked a firm compass bearing in the direction of the highest good, the supreme happiness, nibbana. It was for this reason, no doubt, that his teaching had achieved such limited results. He now saw that practitioners needed to perceive how each step on the path interlocks to form the pattern of the whole teaching. Otherwise, they will meander on an eclectic journey, missing all the important way stations along the path. They need a clear-cut and unambiguous formula for advancement. He felt that Ajahn Mahabua laid out the progressive steps so persuasively as to convince even the most skeptical practitioners of their validity. Concerned with the spiritual welfare of English Buddhists, Thang Panya resolved to translate Ajahn Mahabua's basic teachings on meditation practice into English. He chose to start with a concise exposition written by Ajahn Mahabua entitled "Wisdom Develops Samadhi." The text explains how to subdue and discipline an unruly mind by first cultivating moral virtue, then focusing and strengthening the mental faculties, using various concentration techniques before investigating with wisdom to search out the reasons for the mind's misguided cravings. Thus, the meditator must make use of his own ingenuity in finding a means to train the rebellious mind until it understands in line with the truth, as proclaimed by the Lord Buddha. Thang Panya hoped to have the translation published serially by the Buddhist Publication Society in Kandy, Sri Lanka, as part of their Wheel series. But when the first draft was sent, the editor objected to what he deemed to be unorthodox passages in the text, and insisted that those passages be corrected to reflect scriptural orthodoxy. He specifically objected to the unconventional view summarized in the exposition's title. In the discourse, Ajahn Mahabua states that if the mind cannot be stilled in the traditional way by concentrating it on a meditation word, then wisdom must be used to search out the reasons for the mind's unruliness. If the unruly mind can be stilled by investigating with wisdom, then wisdom should be used for the development of concentration. Even more objectionable to the editor was a unique, perhaps but essential aspect of Ajahn Mahabua's teaching: the uncommon view that the knowing mind existed separately from the mental aggregates that comprised all transient states of mind. Thang Panya was familiar with canonical orthodoxy, and might himself have objected to those apparent heresies at one time. But through direct insight, he had come to accept their validity. With all due respect to the Buddhist Publication Society, he felt he could not possibly alter a single word of the text he had translated. To do so would be to negate the very truth that he had travelled so far and worked so hard to realize. He would simply have to find another means to publish the manuscript. Eventually, in 1967, his supporters in England printed "Wisdom Develops Samadhi" as a booklet and distributed copies as free gifts of the Dhamma. Life. Chapter 4. Barntard Forest Monastery belonged to the Dhammayut sect of the Thai monastic order. Dhammayut had its beginnings in 1833 as a reform movement that placed greater emphasis on the monastic discipline and the meditation practices found in the original Pali texts. It held monks to a strict interpretation of their monastic obligations, intending to restore proper orthodox practices in the Thai Sangha. In its push to institute strict compliance with the rules, the Dhammayut movement was eventually recognized as a separate sect, or Nikaya. The original Thai monastic order from which Dhammayut separated became known as the Mahanikaya. This was the sect under which Thang Panya had originally ordained, and to which he still belonged. Ajahn Mahabua was gladly willing to teach Mahanikaya monks like Thang Panya, but insisted that they fully observe the Vinaya while studying with him. He also strictly observed the Dhammayut directive not to include Mahanikaya monks in the Patimokkha recitation, which was a formal monastic meeting and thus was limited to the members of the same denomination. That restriction applied to Thang Panya, who was prohibited from taking part in the formal recitation of the monastic rules. Once it became apparent that Thang Panya's temporary residence would, in fact, be a long-term one, Ajahn Mahabua preferred to see him become a full member of his monastic community. Upon his teacher's request, Thang Panya decided to formally ask for a second ordination in the Dhammayut sect. Although he was not obliged to part with his monastic robes to achieve that status, he was required to relinquish the 9 years of seniority that he had accrued as a Mahanikaya monk. As a newly ordained Dhammayut monk, he would start afresh at the most junior level. Thang Panya travelled to Bangkok together with his teacher and reordained in the Dhammayut Nikaya on April 22, 1965 at Bawarniwait Monastery, the very same temple where he had first met Ajahn Mahabua 3 years earlier. Somdet Nyana Sangwara, abbot of Bornewait Monastery, presided over his ordination ceremony as preceptor. His chanting instructor was Pratap Nyana Kawi, and his teaching instructor was Ajahn Mahabua. Ordained with him in the same ceremony was a young Canadian who had lived as a novice at Bantard Forest Monastery for the past year. Tan Panya returned from Bangkok a monk of junior rank, but now a full member of his monastic community. Because he had been a member in good standing of the community for so long, his monastic routine changed little. Normally, junior monks were expected to undertake the most basic duties and perform them with energy and humility. But because of his age, at 39, Tan Panya was a decade or two older than most of the other junior monks, and his educational background, his responsibilities evolved over time to include more sophisticated tasks, dealing with the practical application of engineering principles. He soon found himself drawn into a lengthy and arduous undertaking. In recent years, the local villagers had been clear-cutting the forest closer and closer to the edges of the monastery's property. As there was no established boundary line, Ajahn Mahabua was concerned that they might inadvertently encroach upon monastery land. In order to safeguard against unwelcome intrusions, Ajahn Mahabua determined that the exact location of the boundary line should be fixed, and a perimeter fence erected along its full length. He enlisted Tan Panya's help to supervise the project. Although Tan Panya understood the principles involved in land surveying and knew the types of instruments required, he himself had never performed that type of work before. Living in the forest without access to standard technology, he would have to improvise. First, he took a few monks with him to walk the perimeter of the monastery, at least 3/4 of which was densely overgrown. With machete-wielding villagers leading the way, 4 hours were needed to trek around the 1.5-mile-long perimeter. Tan Panya remarked dryly that he felt like H.M. Stanley plunging through the impenetrable African jungles. Although his foot ached from the strain, and he felt frustrated at times with the inconvenience of the workload, he exhibited a calm acceptance of everything that came his way. From a source of inner quiet, he understood that faith in his teacher meant that he must accept without objections, that he must agree to undertake the project, no matter how difficult it might seem. Should he be told to do something he had never before attempted, he must never, under any circumstances, refuse to accept the challenge. Instead, all of his concentrated effort must be dedicated to the task, no matter how much time it took. With a firm belief in the teacher and the training, he carefully worked up a plan and executed it himself, without complacency or complaint. Many people shunned activities that aroused adversity, but Tan Panya refused to regard such work as a hardship. To properly ascertain the shape of the monastery and record those features on a map for future reference, he painstakingly constructed from his limited stock of materials a conventional surveying instrument with a rotating telescope that measured horizontal and vertical angles. Once the device was assembled to his exacting specifications, he proceeded to survey the boundary. It was a laborious undertaking that took many weeks in the dense forest and tangled vegetation. With the survey map as a guide, post holes were dug at intervals, and a sturdy fence was erected around the monastery's perimeter. With the boundary fence completed, an additional project came his way. The nuns who lived in the monastery's kitchen compound were in urgent need of a new pavilion. He was feeling exhausted, and his foot swelled menacingly from too much standing, but he patiently resolved to accept the added burden with a smile. In sincere and hearty appreciation for his teacher's liberating wisdom, he would carry every assignment through without complaint. The original pavilion in the nuns' quarters had been constructed by splitting sections of bamboo lengthwise, spreading them out flat, and securing them to a bamboo frame suspended from tall posts and covered with a thatched roof. The thatch was now so mouldy from dampness and the bamboo so weak from termite damage that it was ready to fall down under its own weight. Tan Panya employed his draftsman's skills to draw up plans for a new structure to take its place. Unlike its predecessor, The new pavilion was large and massively strong. A broad hardwood floor supported by 29 great hardwood posts mounted atop concrete blocks. The corrugated tin roof covering the entire structure looked out of place in that sylvan environment, but it would cut down mightily on future repair work. Most of the monks in the monastery also lived in simple quarters of bamboo platforms with thatched roofs. Cloth curtains hung between the posts to serve as walls. One such platform was constructed for each monk, and each platform was spaced far enough apart from the others to afford adequate privacy. The thick foliage between each platform acted as a natural screen. Local villagers helped to clear a walking meditation track alongside each platform. There the monks practiced walking meditation, often for many hours each day. Standing erect and alert with hands joined just below the waist, they would pace from one end of the path to the other in quiet contemplation. A series of foot trails connected the monks' simple dwellings to one another and to the main meeting hall or sala. The sala was a plain building, an open-walled post and beam structure that served as the main center for group activities. It was the setting for a variety of monastic functions. Every morning the monks gathered under its roof to eat their one daily meal. The monks congregated in that space to listen to the teacher's instructions, and monks and lay devotees used the room for special religious ceremonies. Built of hardwood, the sala was a rectangular building, raised above the ground on wooden posts to a height of 5 feet. The floor, also made of hardwood and highly polished, was constructed in 3 levels. The Buddha image illuminated the hall from a broad raised platform at the back of the building. The area immediately surrounding the sala was swept immaculately clean each afternoon and kept clear of vegetation. The most anticipated gatherings in the sala were Ajahn Mahabua's evening Dhamma talks, delivered spontaneously to a full assembly of monks and novices. These monastic gatherings were unscheduled and unannounced beforehand. On these occasions, Ajahn Mahabua strode from his kuti to the sala at dusk and informed the duty monk that a sangha meeting would convene before dark. What ensued then was a race against time, as the duty monk dashed through the forest, spreading the word to every corner of the monastery. All of the resident monks were expected to be formally robed and seated before their teacher ascended the sala steps at the appointed time, and took his place at the head of the assembly. By 1968, the audience included a number of Westerners who had joined the Sangha at Ban Tad Forest Monastery since Tan Panya's arrival. Because their Thai language skills were limited, Ajahn Mahabua requested that Tan Panya translate his talks into English for the group. He presented the gist of a discourse from memory immediately after his teacher finished speaking. Since the discourses often lasted well over an hour, he was usually only able to remember the highlights. Though not entirely satisfactory, he tried his best to convey the most important aspects of the night's teachings. By that time, he had been offered a new model cassette tape recorder, which was lightweight and easy to carry. With that small device in hand, he religiously recorded every Dhamma exposition received by the monks in those evening sessions, recordings which could later be reviewed for a more thorough rendering. Monks and lay people intent on the practice have always been inspired to study the words of the great teachers. Tan Panya's recordings of Ajahn Mahabua's discourses would come to be an invaluable resource. Tan Panya took on the task of making formal English translations of many of those talks, with the hope that Ajahn Mahabua's Western students could benefit from their teacher's skillful guidance and uncover the true nature of their own minds. He worked tirelessly, turning transcriptions of his teacher's talks into clear English, bringing Ajahn Mahabua's Dhamma talks to his fellow monks, as well as to a wider Western readership. Ajahn Mahabua had never been a dogmatic teacher. He always stressed that one had to discover the truth for oneself, rather than merely relying on a learned explanation. He used words, ultimately, to direct people inward toward their own minds. When listening to the Dharma, he often emphasized, one's primary focus should be on one's own mind and not on the teacher's words. If you wish to truly experience a place, you do not just read about it. You must step onto the path and travel there. In the same way, the practice of Dhamma is all about walking the noble path. Upon completion of the nuns' pavilion, and with the hot season fast approaching, Thang Panya sought to advance another step along that noble path. He paid his respects to Ajahn Mahabua and asked permission to move to another monastery for several months in order to deepen his commitment to the practice. Permission kindly granted, he set out one April morning for Khao Chin Lam Monastery, to the south in Lopburi province. He rode the slow day train to the end of the line, reaching the monastery just as dusk descended. Limestone caves dotted the hills surrounding Khao Chin Lam Monastery. The caves were silent and comfortably cool in the extreme subtropical heat. For the first 6 weeks, Thang Panya spent much of his time underground, until the start of the monsoon season, when the downpours rendered the underground grottos uncomfortably damp. Most of the caves were so dark during the daylight hours that he needed candles and torches to move about. These large, dark caverns possessed a strange and eerie quality that elicited feelings of vastness, emptiness, and deep silence. Timelessness occupied Thang Panya's mind as he contemplated amidst the ancient stones. Many of the rocks still held fossils from the epoch when that plateau lay beneath the sea, a humbling thought conducive to introspection. Reminded again that life is short and the time of death uncertain, he diligently applied himself to his meditation. The silent stillness of the caves lifted Thang Panya's whole being to a natural and dynamic state of rest, calm and concentration, freeing his mind to pose probing questions and search within for fresh discoveries. He kept probing. What forces come into play at the heart of the human condition? Simply by being born on Earth, people assume they are knowledgeable about the world around them. Human beings inhabit physical bodies composed of the same sort of stuff as rock and mud, wood and water. They share a belief that those material substances are ultimately real, that the physical realm is the world's sum total of what exists. Reflecting on common materialistic views, he reasoned that such notions are programmed into human beings by the circumstances of their upbringing. Because our earliest experiences in life consist of material things in our immediate environment, it is hardly surprising that those objects should be considered real. The Buddha called such firmly held beliefs sammuti, or supposition. Everyone supposes that their view of the world is true. They assume that the information their senses convey about the world around them represents a true picture of reality. They suppose all that, but they do not know it. Their confidence in these suppositions is largely based on the fact that everyone else supposes the same worldview, giving them no reason to seriously question that view's validity. Reflecting that knowledge of the world comes through the 5 senses, Thang Panya probed deeply into how the senses function. What occurred when he saw, heard, smelled, tasted, or touched something? What did sights, sounds, odors, flavors, and touches tell him about the objects that he perceived? If everything he knew about the external world came to him through his senses, did the world out there exist apart from those sensations? Incoming sensations were recognized and interpreted by the mind, meaning that the perception of external objects actually arose in the mind. The incoming sense data reflected the object, but the sense data were not the same as the object. The sense organs picked up light and color, waves and chemicals, heat and pressure, not the objects themselves. Color and shape were filtered through memory to seek images from the mind's database of previous experience in order to recognize and interpret incoming sense impressions, and thus place them in context. He reached the conclusion that he had no means of directly knowing an object in the world as distinguished from the colors and shapes that arose in his field of vision. Because of that, he did not really know the outside world at all. What he knew was the world inside his mind. In other words, the mind knew only the effects caused by incoming sense impressions, and the perceptions based on that knowledge composed the entire world of his experience. Tarn Panya was convinced that memory was the linchpin in the cog that maintained coherence in the process of perception. He saw that memory is a key component of thinking and imagination, and by extension, of a person's perceived place in the world. Visual and audible objects reveal their identity only when compared to impressions stored in memory. The names and shapes and forms given to things depend on the stored images accumulated in memory, which constantly bring up analogies to previous experience. Without that recognition and process of association, thought, speech, and action would be incoherent. Sense contact triggers pleasant and unpleasant feelings, but memory defines the distinctive quality of those feelings. Feelings arise based on contact with forms, sounds, odors, flavors, or tactile sensations. Memory then tests the effects against past experience, resulting in a reaction. When they compare favorably, the feeling is embraced as pleasant. When they compare unfavorably, it is rejected as unpleasant. The sense object evokes a desirable or an undesirable emotion accordingly. Liking and disliking are the two sides of craving, and craving causes the suffering that keeps living beings bound to the great cycle of repeated birth and death. Tarn Panya concluded that the interplay between the senses, memory, and feeling is an important dynamic playing out at the heart of the human condition, one that needs unraveling to reach the end of suffering. Everything in the world is seen as it is because living beings have repeatedly solidified their experience of inner and outer reality in the same way, lifetime after lifetime. That continuity of experience leads to the mistaken assumption that what they perceive is objectively real. As Tarn Panya progressed further along the Buddha's path, he learned how to work directly with such habitual perceptions. As his old concepts of the world gradually dissolved, a wholly new realm of perception started to open up. The role memory played in perception was crucial, that appeared obvious to him. He was puzzled why English translations of the Pali texts never mentioned memory. When he read Thai language translations of the same Pali texts, the mental aggregate, sanya, was clearly referred to as memory. In English translations, the same word was invariably rendered as perception. Although he saw the general reasoning behind that interpretation, he believed it overlooked the specific function of memory in the overall picture of perception. The true meaning of Sanya Kanda would be much better served by the translation aggregate of memory. In general, Tarn Panya viewed many of the widely accepted translations of Pali terms as artifacts handed down from early 20th century scholars who pioneered the translation of Pali texts into Western languages. Those early interpretations of the original Pali had gone largely unchallenged. They were supposed to be correct because they came from a venerable and authoritative source. Certainly in some cases, a revision was in order. He did not hold scholastic orthodoxy to be sacrosanct. Traditional interpretations should always be examined in the light of direct experience. Tarn Panya returned to Bantad Forest Monastery, refreshed and reinvigorated just in time for the rainy season retreat. He resumed his duties, helping the Western monks and lay people who came to train there. The number of Western monks had grown to 6, 3 English, 2 Americans, and a Canadian. Tarn Panya continued to translate Ajahn Mahabua's spoken discourses for them, at the same time working on written translations of some of his teacher's more salient Dhamma talks. When the 1972 Rains retreat ended, Ajahn Mahabua requested Tarn Panya's assistance on another project. He asked him to design and oversee the construction of a new monk's residence. He envisioned a hardwood structure of spacious proportions containing a single room with an L-shaped veranda that connected to a bathroom. Stout posts supported the entire building 4 feet above the ground. Tarn Panya drafted the design and set to work, aided by several of his fellow monks and a few carpenters from the village. As the plans were his, he had to be present the whole time to make sure everything was done properly, which meant that he had virtually no spare time. The project was already half completed when he heard a rumor that the kuti, being built with such attention to detail, was actually intended for him. Ajahn Mahabua had yet to mention it publicly, but Tan Panya was pleased by the prospect because he felt that the site was one of the best locations in the monastery. The surrounding clumps of tangled bamboo effectively screened off the kuti from the rest of the monastery, giving the occupant a satisfying sense of seclusion. As was rumoured, upon completion of the kuti, Ajahn Mahabua gave the word for Tan Panya to move in. He would reside in that kuti for the rest of his life. By the early 70s, an increasing number of Westerners, both monks and laypeople, were drawn to the Thai forest tradition, and many of them found their way to Bantard Forest Monastery. Through association with Tan Panya, Ajahn Mahabua was gaining notability among English Buddhists in particular. Some intrepid practitioners even journeyed all the way from England to do retreats at the monastery. Tan Panya felt a special responsibility to introduce them to the practices of the Thai forest tradition, which had reintroduced the ancient standards of Buddhist practice into contemporary monastic life. Accordingly, Tan Panya familiarized them with the fundamentals of forest living, moral discipline, and meditation as supporting principles in their search on the Buddha's path to enlightenment. Since the Buddha's time, monks have retreated into the depths of forests and mountains, seeking physical isolation to help them develop their meditation practices, so as to realize the truth to which the Buddha's teachings point. They lived a life of simplicity, austerity, and dedication. The forests and mountains became the practitioners' equivalent of academies of higher learning, where monks, thoroughly trained in the Dhamma, dedicated themselves to becoming a living expression of the Buddha's teachings, thus making those teachings their own. Because that period of independent study was carried out in the solitude of the forest, the Dhamma they realized in their hearts and shared with their disciples came to be known as Forest Dhamma. That ancient pathway was pristinely exemplified by forest teachers such as Ajahn Mahabua, whose mode of practice emphasized the union of discipline and wisdom to forge a powerful medium for achieving the goals of Buddhist practice. While pointing to the ineffable mysteries of the mind's pure essence, his teachings also gave his disciples down-to-earth, practical methods that guided them at every stage of the path, up to the highest goals of Buddhist meditation. To capture the unique forest spirit of Ajahn Mahabua's Dhamma and spread it throughout the English-speaking world, Tan Panya spent several years translating his teacher's recorded discourses. He put together a collection consisting of a select number of talks. When Tan Panya finished translating a talk to be included in the collection, he would send the manuscript to England, where his supporters at the Hampshire Buddhist Society published it for free distribution. At first, the talks were published serially, as individual booklets. In 1972, all 5 talks, plus his earlier translation of Wisdom Develops Samadhi, were published in a single volume entitled Forest Dhamma. Tan Panya received much encouragement and many invitations from Buddhists in England. Individuals and Buddhist organizations asked him on several occasions to return to England to establish a proper Sangha community. In attempts to persuade him, they offered all manner of huts, cabins, and rural farm retreats for his use. He received many interesting offers, and he weighed each of them with measured caution. Although he was always willing to discuss the possibilities, he was never quite satisfied with the long-term prospects of these generous proposals. He had not made a firm commitment to spending the rest of his life in Thailand, yet he felt a deep reluctance to abandon the security of his teacher for uncertain prospects back in his home country. Surely the cool climate of the English countryside was more favourable, and the living conditions more to his liking. But those were not valid reasons to forsake such favourable conditions for his training and return home. He saw no purpose in returning to England without having first completed the training and gained a rock-solid footing in the Dhamma. He saw that those who ordained in the East, training with a teacher only briefly before returning to the West, were invariably overwhelmed by the situation and came to naught as teachers. Perhaps one day his mental fortitude would be firm enough to return. Until then, he would not take the risk. Tan Panya's potential sponsors were content to have him return to England alone to spread the Dharma, but he was not confident enough in the fruits of his practice to seriously consider taking on that responsibility. He did, however, have a strong desire to bring the true Dharma to those back in his home country. He hoped, therefore, to accompany Ajahn Mahabua to England, so that the Buddhist community could benefit from the rare opportunity to meet and listen to a monk of such exalted attainment. His teacher's persistence in studying English fortified Tan Panya's belief in his teacher's willingness to make the long trip westward. By 1972, the Dhammapadippa Vihara at Haverstock Hill, also known as Hampstead Vihara, which operated under the auspices of the English Sangha Trust, was experiencing a shortage of resident monks. Since the charter of the English Sangha Trust expressly acknowledged its mission as being to support the Bhikkhu Sangha, a concerted effort began to find an English monk capable of fulfilling that role. Having had limited success at home, the directors of the English Sangha Trust decided in early 1974 to invite Ajahn Mahabua to England for a visit, along with the monk they still remembered as Bhikkhu Panyavaddho. The directors of the trust maintained the hope that Ajahn Mahabua would allow his English disciple to remain in England as the new incumbent at the Dhammapadippa Vihara. On June 8, 1974, Ajahn Mahabua stepped off the plane in London, accompanied by Tan Panya and Tan Abhichetto, the Canadian monk who had ordained with him 9 years earlier. All three accepted accommodations at Dhammapadippa Vihara. As was the custom at their monastery in Thailand, the monks ate 1 meal a day early each morning, during which time public attendance was always welcome. Having received generous offerings of food and eaten the meal simply and without ceremony, Ajahn Mahabua gave a brief talk on Dhamma practice, which was often followed by a lengthy question and answer session. Tan Panya acted as his teacher's official translator for the entire visit. Each evening, Ajahn Mahabua delivered a discourse, followed by another question and answer session with those in attendance. Prominent members of the Buddhist scene in England, such as Christmas Humphreys and Maurice Walsh, came to pay their respects to this renowned teacher from the Thai forest tradition, as did scores of Buddhist lay followers. The talks they heard were thought-provoking and inspiring. In deference to his teacher, Tan Panya refrained from giving formal Dhamma talks, but he did make himself available to answer questions on practice. For the most part, the visiting monks kept to that same schedule throughout the 2 weeks of their stay at the Dhammapadippa Vihara. As their departure for Thailand drew near, the directors of the English Sangha Trust approached Ajahn Mahabua and requested him to allow Bhikkhu Panyavaddho to remain in England as a teacher, for the purpose of establishing an English Sangha in the United Kingdom. Ajahn Mahabua replied that in order to teach others, one must first clearly know the Dhamma for oneself. For the most part, he considered that those who had yet to see the true nature of Dhamma were unqualified to speak about it in front of other people. For that reason, he felt that Tan Panya was not yet ready to assume the responsibility of a teacher. He did state, however, that it would not be long before the circumstances were ripe for the establishment of a properly qualified Bhikkhu Sangha in England. With that parting assurance, the visitors boarded a plane on June 22nd for their return to Thailand. 2 years later, still diligently attempting to establish the Sangha in England, representatives of the English Sangha Trust travelled to Thailand. They intended to beseech Ajahn Mahabua once again to sanction Tan Panya's return to England, to become a mainstay for the English Sangha. When Ajahn Mahabua refused a second time, they proceeded to Ajahn Chah's forest monastery in Ubon Ratchathani and begged for his kind assistance. The result of that request marks the beginning of the story of the English Sangha, which has continued wholeheartedly up to the present day. After returning from England, Tan Panya resumed in earnest the spiritual training that was his life's work. He was now 48 years old. In training the mind, the first requirement is to see directly and concretely how different aspects of the mind function in relation to the whole. By reflecting on the knowledge that he derived from listening to Ajahn Mahabua's teachings and combining that with his personal meditation experience, Thang Panya probed ever more deeply into the nature of the mind itself. Working skillfully with mindfulness and wisdom, the focus of his awareness sharpened and became more adaptable to the mind's ever-changing landscape. Ajahn Mahabua referred often to the one who knows, differentiating the knowing mind from the states of mind that arise and cease. Following the Thai vernacular, Thang Panya began referring to the knowing mind as the chitta. The chitta represented the very nature of mind, its innermost essence, which is absolutely and always untouched by change or death. The mind's true nature is normally hidden beneath layers of defilements and the mental confusion of thoughts and emotions. Occasionally, Thang Panya uncovered glimpses of that essential nature of mind through meditative insight, thus gaining a deeper understanding and a profound sense of freedom. Thang Panya realized intuitively the importance of that stable, unchanging essence. It was evident in his practice that mental phenomena came and went, arising and ceasing continually at almost electric speed. If our awareness of these phenomena were to arise and vanish simultaneously at the same speed, there would be no stable platform from which that mental activity could be known or perceived. The mind in its entirety would be nothing more than a chaotic sea of random mental events, with no reliable continuum of awareness to connect them into thoughts, concepts, and emotions. For the mind as a whole to function as it does, that platform must exist independently of all the changing phenomena that constitute mental activity. Transient mental states being the prerogative of the four mental aggregates, feeling, memory, thought, and consciousness, the knowing of them must take place outside of the sphere of their activity. However, Thang Panya realized that the knowing nature was not pure or unblemished. It was permeated by corruptive elements, which distorted the view of the knower and the perception of what was known. The Buddha called these corrupting influences kilesas. Because one's knowing was corrupted from within by kilesas, one's knowledge of mental activity could not be trusted or true. Thang Panya saw clearly that the real enemy was inside. The creator of trouble, the source of all suffering, the destroyer of joy and virtue existed inside of us. Kilesas had a most slippery and unsettling presence in the mind, and they possessed an air of danger which sometimes seemed more charged and intense than any external threat. The kilesas were cunning, greedy, hateful, and expert in the games of deception. Under their defiling influence, the chaotic, confused, and undisciplined mind again and again fell victim to death and rebirth. But what was it that died, and what was reborn? Thang Panya's investigations returned to the chitta, the innermost essence of mind. If the chitta was the essence of being that wandered from birth to birth, that would explain how the fruits of one's actions were carried along from life to ripen in the future. When corrupted by defilements, the chitta manipulated the body and mind to plant the seeds of wholesome and unwholesome actions. It then reaped pleasure or pain as a consequence. The chitta, in a sense, was the foundation of samsara, the round of repeated birth and death. Without the chitta to create and store karmic actions and their consequences, samsara would have no basis. It could not exist. But though samsara needed the chitta to exist, the chitta did not depend on samsara in any way. The two could be separated by eliminating the cause of samsaric existence from the chitta, freeing it to revert to its pure primordial knowing essence. That cause of continuing samsaric existence was none other than the defiling influence of the kilesas. For that reason, ridding the chitta of the kilesas was the goal of the Buddha's path of practice. Reflections on the supreme goal led Thang Panya to contemplate the truth of the term arahant. It was apparent to him that arahant referred to the chitta that had been purified of defilements. The term only applied to a human being by means of that chitta's transient association with a physical form. The mental and physical personality lived on as a result of past karma, but the true arahant, the pure chitta, had no form, no characteristics, and created no karma. In late 1975, Thang Panya commenced work on a project that would consume much of his time over the following 2 years. The perimeter fence built around the monastery 10 years earlier no longer sufficed to protect the monastery from increasing outside encroachment. For years, the locals had cultivated rice fields right up to the monastery's border. At the end of each year's harvest, they lit fires to burn off the dry stubble from their fields to prepare for ploughing and planting the following season. Those unattended fires regularly swept through the boundary fence and burned large tracts of forest inside the monastery. Resident monks were obliged to hastily form water brigades, often in the dark, as they ferried carts of water from the well in an often futile attempt to douse the flames. Beyond that, some of the more recalcitrant villagers had started trespassing on monastery grounds to hunt animals that lived within that sacred sanctuary. To prevent further damage to the monastery's tranquil environment, ardent lay supporters approached Ajahn Mahabua with an offer to fund the construction of an 8-foot-high concrete wall around the entire circumference of the compound. Ajahn Mahabua agreed, on the condition that his engineer-in-chief, Thang Panya, be put in charge of the entire project. Thang Panya accepted the responsibility without complaint, but he sometimes wished that the lay supporters would see that there was more to the practice of Dhamma than just making merit by giving offerings to the monastery. People's desire to make merit in this way was no doubt praiseworthy, but he felt it unfortunate that many lay people understood making merit exclusively in terms of offering material support, which could at times be detrimental to the proper conditions for spiritual development. Although doing good deeds is a necessary first step on the path of Buddhist practice, success at that level alone does not lead directly to the ultimate happiness that transcends old age, sickness, and death. Leading a life solely based on acting in anticipation of future good results, a person fails to see the cause of suffering concealed in their good intentions. At the time of death, they are bound to face an unavoidable obstacle and be at a loss. Far better that people make a deep inquiry through practice into the Buddha's teaching, so that they can go beyond their dependence on an existence that is forever subject to karmic consequences. Taking up his new task, Thang Panya designed a wall that took into account the materials that were locally available and the capabilities of the local volunteer labor. He proposed using reusable metal panels to hold the concrete mixture in place for each casting, and had sheet metal fashioned to his specifications. Each section of the wall would be cast on site, so materials had to be portable enough to haul through the dense jungle. Casting concrete in place was relatively straightforward. First, reinforced concrete piers were constructed to add lateral strength and assure proper alignment of the two parallel metal forms that were anchored between the piers. Once both form faces were tied together and braced, fresh concrete was poured into the forms. That completed one section of the perimeter wall. The concrete batches were mixed by hand on site. Sand, gravel, and cement were combined with water in a shallow hand-dug trough and stirred together by villagers wielding long-handled hoes. Other villagers hoisted the fresh slurry to the top of the metal forms in buckets and filled them from a height of 8 feet. Since the circumference of the monastery reached nearly 1.5 miles, a total of more than 700 sections was required to enclose the property, a tedious and exhausting project which took the better part of 2 years to complete. By mid-1977, Thang Panya had secured the entire perimeter, with double front gates spanning the final section at the monastery's entrance. He soon turned his attention to remedying the monastery's shortage of drinking water. In consultation with Ajahn Mahabua, the decision was made to construct 6 large water storage tanks, 3 on each side of the sala. Thang Panya calculated that round tanks would provide greater strength and durability. His design was simple. 2 semicircular steel forms would be butted together to cast concrete rings 3 feet tall and 7 feet in diameter, with 5 rings stacked and cast one on top of the other to a height of 15 feet. 3 of those water storage tanks flanked the east side of the sala, and 3 more the west side. For many years, those tanks stored the monastery's only source of clean, potable water. The 6 new water tanks were fully finished and ready to receive the annual monsoon rainfall in May 1978. By that time, 5 other Western disciples of Ajahn Mahabua resided with him at Ban Tad Forest Monastery. The influx of new monks, plus a steady increase in English-speaking lay practitioners, meant an increase in Tan Panya's teaching duties. He had resided continuously at the monastery for nearly 18 years, rarely leaving the compound except for an occasional trip to Bangkok for a health checkup. He was 52 years old and had long since given up the thought of returning to England. Instead, he adhered to a solemn vow, which he had made years before, to remain where he was until Ajahn Mahabua, who was nearing 64, passed away. Due to his age and the fact that his competence as a teacher was unquestioned, the junior monks began calling him Ajahn Panya, Ajahn being the Thai equivalent of teacher. During that period, his teaching responsibilities continued to expand. By then, most of the people attracted to Buddhism were people with an education, and he was seeing more and more monks who had been to college. Their minds had been trained to intellectualize and discriminate prolifically, and as Ajahn Panya well knew from his own experience, this excess of discursive clutter could be a hindrance for those new to the practice. Whether his students were beginners at meditation or monastics engaged in a lifetime of spiritual practice, Ajahn Panya stressed that the development of meditative concentration and wisdom requires adherence to certain universal principles. In essence, that process involved a progression from the external to the internal, from the coarse to the refined, from emphasis on the body to emphasis on the mind, and from a state of activity to a state of quiescence. To be successful, meditation needs to be a discipline that encompasses the whole person and all facets of one's daily life. It is a path of practice that encompasses both cause and effect, a proper foundation leading to proper results. Practitioners cannot simply choose to comply with some aspects of the path and neglect the others. Otherwise, all their efforts will ultimately prove disappointing. Even for those who follow a monastic lifestyle, it is never easy to relinquish the acquired habits that have burdened them since lay life, habits based on personal value judgments that close off avenues to Dhamma in the mind. New monks continue to discriminate on the basis of sights seen, sounds heard, odors inhaled, and tastes savored. They still form opinions about bodily contact and hold prejudiced notions in their minds. It is not easy for monks to let go of those habitual patterns of perception and simply experience things as they really are. To counter an ingrained tendency to rote learning and discursive thought among new monks, Ajahn Panya stressed that Buddhist training was not merely a matter of memorizing the words found in the suttas or in the teachings of the Ajahns. At the same time, he realized that words must be used to teach people about Buddhism. Although he knew that the true path transcended the distinctions on which language was based, he still tried to put his teachings in terms they would comprehend. His talks used language to make the Dhamma clear to his listeners, with the hope that those words would serve as motivation for them to put what they had learned into practice. The purpose of practice was not to increase knowledge, but rather to realize the true nature of Dhamma. However, before they could realize the Dhamma, they would need language as a tool to guide them to a true understanding of the meaning of the Buddha's teaching. Ajahn Panya reminded his listeners that although the Buddhist path did not exist in words, this did not mean that they should refrain from reading Dharma books or studying scriptures. Language's purpose was to point at the truth. Practitioners still had to discover the Dhamma for themselves if they wanted to realize the truth of the Buddha's teaching. Although a lot could be learned from books, they would discover that their actual experiences along the path differed from the descriptions found in books. From that standpoint, language is an obstacle to practice that is eventually overcome. In Buddhism, statements about truth are never presumed to be truth itself. When Ajahn Panya introduced Nibbana to his students, he presented it as an idea, a concept, but it was up to them to transform that concept into a transcendent realization. He conveyed to his students that they must look within themselves for the truth, not in texts or spoken words. The realization of a practitioner's higher aspirations is not so much dependent on accumulating knowledge, but on overcoming the mental hindrances and gaining insight into the truth at which the teaching points. Ajahn Panya reminded his students that the solitude offered by the forest environment in which they lived was essential for those who hoped to go beyond an intellectual understanding of the spiritual path and arrive at a true realization of what the Buddha taught. For that reason, the forest monastery was a natural environment for seekers like themselves who strived to transcend suffering. He emphasized that when they practiced Dharma, they had to be prepared for hardships. Even those born with very good karma were bound to find difficulties at every turn. In his experience, if results came easily, they usually faded easily as well. Understanding the true nature of Dhamma took a long time, and it required great determination to succeed. Those who cultivated Dhamma in the truest sense were few. Those who reached the highest realization were even fewer. Ajahn Panya impressed upon his students that the practice of wisdom covered a very broad range of mental phenomena. Because of that, they had to search for creative methods to deal with the countless possibilities that might arise in the course of their investigations. They could not expect the right methods to simply appear out of nowhere and present themselves. The right methods, the ones that were most suitable to their needs, could be quite elusive. It was not a matter of merely sitting back and observing awareness as it ebbed and flowed. They would have to search in earnest for the right method, or else they would never find it. They had to make a deliberate choice of what facets of the mind they were going to observe, selecting the most salient aspects based on their insights into the Dharma. For that to happen, they must really care about what they were doing. The investigation had to feel important to them. To be true cultivators of wisdom, they must take the time and the care to properly develop the practice of wisdom. If they did, the highest realization would not be beyond their reach. That was the gist of the general discourses Ajahn Panya gave to monks and lay practitioners alike. But he was keenly aware that people's temperaments and abilities differed widely. Just as all people are endowed with their own particular physical features, so is each person's character unique, making for a great variety of temperaments. Due to people's distinct backgrounds and the varying strength of their spiritual faculties, there can be no one-size-fits-all teaching which will suit everyone. In private interviews, Ajahn Panya intuitively tailored the depth and breadth of his teachings to fit the specific needs of each individual, knowing almost instinctively what each student needed to hear. Supervising building projects had always taken a physical toll in his younger days, leaving Ajahn Panya little time for deep and sustained periods of meditation. Now that he was older, and burdened with fewer strenuous activities, his daily routine became entirely his own, his heart unencumbered by meddlesome preoccupations. That left the Dharma as his preoccupation, and Dharma promoted only contentment. Sitting peacefully in the solitude of his kuti, Ajahn Panya enjoyed doing small repair jobs and working alone. He had a knack for cleaning and repairing mechanical watches, a talent he had developed in his youth. Fellow monks fell into the habit of bringing him their ailing watches, and he quite selflessly worked on them without complaint. In the years since arriving at Ban Tad Forest Monastery, he had accepted hundreds of requests for cleaning and oiling and occasionally for repairs, until he became somewhat of a craftsman in the art of watch mechanics. He took special care with watches because he knew that a speck of dust or a tiny strand of hair or lint could easily interfere with the precision of a watch's movement. A slow, running watch indicated that the mechanical parts needed cleaning and oiling. It was a very common ailment in the northeastern region of Thailand, where fine, sandy dust permeated the air during the hot, dry months. Over the years, Ajahn Panya had collected a set of essential watchmaker's tools. If he was going to tune and adjust the mechanisms himself, It seemed natural to him to make use of the precision instruments needed for doing a proper and thorough job. The purpose of tools was a rational one, to do as meticulous a job as possible and achieve the best results each time. So he always made sure his screwdrivers were sharp and all his tools were clean and in good working condition. Ajahn Panya viewed proper cleaning and lubrication as one of the most important parts of watch repair and spent countless hours refining his techniques. When cleaning a watch, he worked not so much to discover something new, although he was always alert for new things, but mainly to reacquaint himself with familiar things. He found it instructive to revisit old terrain. He had cleaned and oiled mechanical watches so many times that he did not have to think much about how to do it anymore. However, even if he had been through something many times, his keen eyes remained constantly alert, looking for fresh angles or for anything unusual. He checked the watch mechanism the same way he examined his own meditation practice, never becoming complacent, looking for new and subtle things even though everything might seem the same as always. When digital watches replaced mechanical ones, Ajahn Panya received fewer and fewer requests for repairs. By that time, however, cassette tape players and recorders were being used by many monks to listen to Ajahn Mahabua's recorded talks. The dampness of the jungle environment had a corrosive effect on electronic circuits, and Ajahn Panya took it upon himself to revive those tape players that needed mending. He repaired tape recorders with the same attention to detail as he had with watches. He removed the circuit boards and checked for faulty connections. In some cases, he had to trace and diagram the recorder's circuit boards to work out the correct wire connections between the various components. Occasionally, he needed to rebuild the circuit board from scratch. Once he had made the schematic diagram, he converted it into a layout that could be fabricated onto a printed circuit board. He meticulously drafted by hand the complex arrangement of wires and circuit components on sheets of paper, using different color pens to represent capacitors, inductors, resistors, and the linkages between leads. His drawings were true works of art. The whole layout was transferred to the circuit board, which was then immersed in etching solution. After the etching was completed, electric components and leads were mechanically fixed to the board with a molten metal solder. The printed circuit board was then tested for correct voltages and resistances before replacing the defunct system. Treating every undertaking as a part of his practice, Ajahn Panya was continually careful to avoid making quick assumptions about the task before him, whether it involved mental activity, watch mechanics, or electrical circuits. He approached each task with an open and receptive mind. Ajahn Panya viewed each task in a way that allowed him to do it precisely and effortlessly, as though the thing he was working on became an extension of his own body and mind. No clear separation divided the external mechanism from the person doing the work. The passing years brought an ever-increasing stream of Western visitors to the monastery. Ajahn Panya's frequent talks to the monks and lay people usually took place in an informal setting and often inspired animated question and answer sessions. He excelled at the spontaneous back and forth of an open Dhamma discussion. He liked to play the devil's advocate in response to his students' queries, taking a commonly held conventional truth, turning it around and triumphantly declaring the opposite view as being equally valid. His style of teaching was characterized by taking his students' statements or questions and recasting them into Dharma terms that resonated with the heart rather than the intellect. Often he tried to surprise students out of their mechanical modes of thinking. Bringing them back into the present moment, he thus made them see the issue from a different, more comprehensive angle. Challenging his students' conventional wisdom, Ajahn Panya forced them to look back to their own resources to find the answers.
Simply sitting in meditation did not mean a meditator was making progress.
Ajahn Panya recognized that the only way for a teacher to determine how much a student understood was to test his wisdom in action. He often discovered this by assigning to a monk a task he had never done before. One with a strong wisdom practice was not easily upset when things went wrong. One whose practice lacked depth
was consistently frustrated. He watched and listened to his students to determine how to best help them move forward. Some got the point right away, and they were rewarded with encouragement. Others seemed to take forever, and were advised to be patient. All were encouraged to carry mindfulness of the present moment into every event of daily life. Ajahn Panya rarely discussed the deeper levels of his own personal experiences in meditation. Although meditation was central to his life, he felt that he should not discuss the events of his own practice publicly with his students. He focused his teaching on helping them find the meditation method that best suited their temperament, and on inspiring them to train harder. Certain themes and methods which became more important to him over time received correspondingly more attention. He would, however, speak openly of his own search to find the truest version of the teaching. In this case, Ajahn Panya's principal motive for relating his own story was clearly instructional. He believed that this knowledge could help prevent his students from falling victim to certain contemporary teachings that he felt were misrepresenting the time-honored tradition of Theravada Buddhism. Ajahn Panya's teaching was liberating because it spoke about more than just everyday goodness. Addressing the inner workings of the mind and the transcendent paths and fruits with clarity and assurance, it featured some of the most thoughtful and illuminating expositions to be found in present-day Buddhist teachings. Always conscious of the spiritual maturity of his audience, he gave detailed advice on how to deal with mental obstacles such as anger, pain, and fear. In their totality, his teachings provided insight into the nature of the human condition, as much as they did into the virtues of the noble ones. Due to Ajahn Mahabua's overwhelming popularity in the circle of Dharma practice, Barntard Forest Monastery was soon transformed into a great centre of Buddhist meditation. Monks and laity alike gravitated to the monastery in hopes of receiving instruction from a genuine master. The many Western monks who came to learn from Ajahn Mahabua were able to share wholeheartedly in that unique religious experience. Highly revered at home and abroad, Ajahn Mahabua remained actively engaged in teaching both monastics and lay practitioners, elucidating for them the fundamental principles of Buddhism and encouraging them to practice the same bold and incisive techniques that his teacher, Ajahn Monde, had so effectively used. Throughout that period of expansion, Ajahn Panya's expertise in the practical application of engineering know-how had allowed the monastic community to keep up with the changing times. From the outset, he was involved in almost every building project carried out at Barntard Forest Monastery, often designing the projects and overseeing their implementation himself. Ajahn Mahabua had so much faith in his wisdom and his engineering skills that he rarely questioned Ajahn Panya's judgment in those matters. Whether the engineering was electrical or mechanical, structural or electronic, he had mastered them all on his own initiative and could apply them with a skill and grace that consistently amazed his fellow monks. The ease with which Barntard Forest Monastery developed from a simple forest monastery into a thriving monastic centre is a testament to Ajahn Panya's ability to manage the monastery's resources, while protecting its traditions and keeping its peaceful, meditative environment intact. Aside from his chronically swollen foot and a host of lingering aches and ailments, Ajahn Panya's health remained predictably stable over the years. The hot and humid seasons took their toll on his physical vitality, but minor operations, on his foot, appendix and prostate, did little to slow him down in old age. He appeared to be aging gracefully with unflagging vigour. Then, at the age of 77 in the monsoon days of September 2003, a routine blood test uncovered telltale traces of internal bleeding. A slow and almost imperceptible loss of blood was occurring somewhere within his body. By analysing the blood count, the doctors measured the loss, but they could not pinpoint its location. Follow-up tests pointed to the colon as the most likely culprit. When a colonoscopy exam discovered a malignant growth at the upper end of Ajahn Panya's large intestine, The doctors insisted on operating immediately to remove the tumour. Ajahn Panya was not noticeably sick. In fact, he felt and appeared quite buoyant. If the doctors had not detected it through a blood test, he would not have suspected a problem. After a period of calm reflection, Ajahn Panya gratefully dismissed their offer of surgery, saying he preferred instead to treat the malignancy with traditional herbal medicines. A disciple of his at the monastery quickly arranged for the delivery of a potent Thai herbal remedy, which Ajahn Panya began ingesting immediately. Appearing unfazed by the urgency surrounding his condition, he carried on with his daily routine as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Convinced that the medicine was working, he travelled to Bangkok several months later to get a full checkup. An MRI scan found that the tumour had shrunk from its original length of 5 centimetres down to only 1 centimetre. The news was welcome and most encouraging. Ajahn Panya took the herbal concoction scrupulously for an additional 5 months. In early May 2004, he was admitted to the hospital for another colonoscopy. The results confirmed what he suspected, that the tumour had disappeared. No graphic evidence of it could be found. The upper colon appeared blessedly free of cancer. He seemed to be out of the woods. The question then arose, should he continue with the herbal medication now that the treatment had proved successful? A specialist in traditional Thai medicine advised him against halting the therapy abruptly. Instead, he was advised to carry on with it, but at half the dosage. His attendant monks pleaded with him to play it safe and heed the doctor's advice. Ajahn Panya concluded otherwise. Contrary to the broad consensus of his supporters, he decided to discontinue the herbal remedy, reasoning that it had done its job and was no longer needed. It turned out to be a fateful decision. Within 6 weeks, Ajahn Panya's health seriously degenerated. His students could see that his former vitality and alertness were waning. As time passed, the decline became more pronounced. By mid-July, he experienced an ongoing and severe intestinal disorder. It became clear that he was having a relapse, and that this time he would not survive. The prospect of death hung like a cloud over the hearts of his disciples and permeated the monastic community with an intense awareness of its imminence. In Ajahn Panya's presence, death assumed a special significance, not as an impetus for melancholy thoughts, but as an urgent reminder that one's time on earth is fleeting. This was the final lesson that he bestowed on all of his students. Ajahn Panya's death was not an easy one. His room, filled with the odour of incipient decay, was overwhelmingly silent but for the sound of his laboured breathing. Yet despite the uncertainty surrounding his potentially prolonged infirmity, he exuded a peaceful inner confidence, a spirited manifestation of his faith in the training and his fearlessness of death. That inner refuge enabled him to face death in a way that was at once thoughtful and serene. During the final week of his life, Ajahn Panya's overriding challenge was the constant fatigue of a body that had spent its karmic energy. He succumbed to utter exhaustion. His attendants were advised that unless he was induced to eat something, his digestive system would shut down, leaving him quickly at death's doorstep. Hospital doctors suggested placing a feeding tube through the nose and into his stomach. He flatly refused. Lay supporters hastily arranged the preparation of flasks of soup and nutritious broths, which they offered in abundance each morning. But Ajahn Panya found it burdensome to force down even a few spoonfuls. Unable to eat, he gradually grew so weak that he could hardly manage even the simplest movements on his own. He continued to talk and laugh with those around him, but in a voice so faint they strained to make out what he said. Trying to force down a brew of his favourite tea, he joked with his attendants that nothing spoiled a good cup of tea like colonic cancer. When asked how he felt, he murmured softly that he felt no pain, only debilitating weakness. Several times the doctors offered to administer morphine, but his calm and quiet response was gently dismissive. Ajahn Panya remained alert and responsive to his environment until the night of August 16th, when he seemed to let go of the external world completely. His breathing the following morning was deep and measured, but he evinced no knowledge of the world around him. Throughout that day and the final night, his breath became progressively shorter and shallower. By the early morning of August 18th, his breathing was soft and smooth but very frail. Soon it was barely discernible. Eventually it became so faint that no one knew precisely when it stopped completely. The monks attending to Ajahn Panya in his final hour estimated the time to be 8:30 a.m. Ajahn Panya's passing was more than simply the death of a good monk. His death was a display of the depth of his realization and the power of the teaching that he had come to embody. In death, Ajahn Panya made his disciples aware that teachers of his caliber often concealed many exceptional qualities during their lifetime. Sometimes they showed them fully, only at the moment of their death. Ajahn Panya's earnest conviction in the simplicity of a bhikkhu's life was evident from the mere handful of belongings that he left behind. Although born at a gold mine, gold was no different to him than dust. He never fell victim to fortune, fame, or worldly ambition. He did not have the reputation of a world-renowned teacher, a famous author, or an erudite scholar. Nor did he exhibit mystical powers, claim psychic encounters with devas, or remain in seclusion for lengthy solitary periods. He simply demonstrated that the truth of the Lord Buddha's teaching was to be found at the very heart of one's being. With grace and humility, he shared his wisdom and his confidence in the power of Dhamma to help liberate the minds of his fellow human beings. On August 28th, 10 days after his death, Ajahn Panya's bodily remains were cremated at Ban-Tad Forest Monastery. A special funeral pyre, covered by an ornate Thai-style canopy, was constructed on a broad stretch of ground at the front of the monastery, near a spacious pavilion that was built for use on large and important occasions. However, the pavilion was not nearly spacious enough to contain the thousands of monks and the tens of thousands of Buddhist faithful who gathered from all over the country, as well as from abroad, to offer their last respects to the monk whose impeccable goodness had warmed the hearts of so many people. The ceremony took place on a bright, cloudless afternoon, a blessed and welcome change from the stifling heat of the ongoing monsoons. For a moment, as Ajahn Panya's casket was placed atop the funeral pyre, the whole crowd was still. Then, an extraordinary occurrence attracted everyone's attention skyward. Against the clear blue sky shone a fiery white light from a blinding, seemingly boundless source. A diamond-bright heart radiating outwards and fading to a softly diffused, circular glow. Around this white diamond was a second circle, a ring of rainbow light with an outer border of luminous white down. It was the sun, resplendent in breathtaking purity, encircled by a magnificent rainbow which suffused the translucent, wispy clouds with a prismatic glow. This sudden apparition drew the gaze of the whole congregation and transfixed it on the heavens. A soft, amazed murmur passed through the crowd as the circular rainbow slowly dissipated and faded from view. Twice more during the course of the funeral ceremony, the natural elements conspired to conjure the same amazing phenomenon. It was as though the power of Ajahn Panya's spiritual attainment had induced this image to reflect the depth and subtlety of his virtue for all to witness. That vivid testimony to Ajahn Panya's profound spiritual awakening marked a supremely graceful conclusion to the life and practice of a monk whose kindness and humility radiated softly from his being to encompass the whole sentient universe. Eulogy. The venerable monk who passed away on August 18, 2004, was beloved both in spirit and in person, an amazing teacher with an incisive, inquiring mind, wise and kind beyond measure. Such was the view of all who were fortunate enough to make Ajahn Panya's acquaintance. Those individuals met a man who moved with a focused and deliberate gait, limping slightly from an ailing right foot with steps that never faltered. His neck and broad shoulders stooped slightly, his face sloped forward, and was highlighted by a long, fleshy nose and slim, benevolent lips. His powerful hands were those of a craftsman. Shorn silver hair flanked his large, flaring ears, while his kind brown eyes glowed with good humour. But what people noticed most about Ajahn Panya was his presence. His gaze and his bearing were those of a venerable sage. At the monastery, many people approached Ajahn Panya to make or perhaps renew his acquaintance, addressing him with warm-hearted devotion and respect. He was not one to seek out such encounters, but he would accept the deference paid him in a calm and detached manner with a mildly quizzical look of surprise, as if he was not quite sure who deserved the approbation. Ajahn Panya had a soft, deep voice, as soothing as a cool forest stream. He would speak quietly to those who sought his presence, his head leaning affably to one side, inspiring respect and careful attention. Otherwise, content to remain aloof, Ajahn Panya seldom spoke except when spoken to, and never appeared to speak too much. He was unobtrusive and exuded a soothing gentleness that naturally made him the centre of every situation. Being near him, one sensed his palpable inner peace and serenity. His gaze was open, calm and benevolent, free of conflict, bias or judgment. With his warmth, his wisdom and his compassion, Ajahn Panya personified the nobility of the teachings. By his personal example, the Dharma was rendered practical and vibrant with life. His teachings inspired in others an unshakable confidence in the Dhamma and a conviction in the central importance of a trusted teacher. Those who encountered his virtuous qualities tended to become acutely aware of the greed, the aversion, and the selfish instincts clouding their own hearts. Earnest practitioners saw in his exemplary manner and freedom from attachments the special teacher whom they longed to encounter. Ajahn Panya's sacred duty to his students was to clearly describe the coarse and grasping conditions constricting the human heart, while at the same time making them aware of the pure nature of mind lying dormant and stifled within. With his words, he transported his listeners into a state of concentrated attention, fully engrossed in and open to the Dhamma and its boundless potential for liberation. The people who travelled from far and wide to meet him were often beginners on the path, still flush with worldly attitudes, concerns, and passions. When Ajahn Panya treated them kindly, they were likely to respond with emotion. But he was immune to the pull of worldly relationships. In his monk's life of discipline and renunciation, he had left behind the emotions associated with family, friends, and romance. He responded to all people with perfect equanimity, having long since abandoned the entangling relationships that inevitably lead to loss and suffering. The fires of passion and emotion had been quieted in his heart. However, many lay supporters had yet to disengage their minds from attachment to worldly ambitions of gain and fame. They admired Ajahn Panya's humility, but they also wanted him to receive the prestige and recognition that his exalted character deserved. While he himself had no use for such attentions, it frustrated them that he refused to tout his own merits and take personal credit for his achievements. In the monastic community, however, Ajahn Panya's combination of humbleness and integrity was highly valued. His fellow monks felt he was someone to whom they could entrust their lives. Ajahn Panya learned to accept the circumstances at hand without resistance. He simply allowed the present moment to be, accepting the changing nature of all things and conditions. His fluid understanding of the nature of change came from deep penetration into the truth of the Dhamma. As a teacher, this understanding allowed him to address different circumstances and situations in creative ways. He cautioned against imposing one's own prescriptive views on the world, particularly regarding those social and environmental issues that often became celebrated causes among his students. He was well aware that cycles come and cycles go, that all things pass away, but with attachment severed, he felt no fear of loss. When teaching the public, Ajahn Panya sympathized with their commitment to social goals. But he also knew that serving the social community at large did not take precedence over serving the cause of Dhamma. He fervently believed that self-realization was the greatest contribution he could make to his fellow men and women. Ajahn Panya never permitted himself to indulge in feelings of satisfaction or disappointment. When things went smoothly, he did not feel especially elated. When encountering obstacles or failure, he was not dejected. He did not struggle against the inevitable. He simply found the means to persevere. The determination to proceed resolutely, regardless of obstacles or difficulties, was a guiding principle in his life. As he approached death, he still kept his feet planted firmly on the Buddha's noble path, never taking for granted that his work was completed. What was Ajahn Panya's contribution to the world of contemporary Buddhism? His compassion led him to share the fruits of his uncommon wisdom, enabling those near him to resonate in harmony with the Lord Buddha's teaching. He tailored his teaching methods to his students' social and cultural backgrounds, as well as to their unique characters. He made Buddhism relevant to his students by breathing life into the Buddha's teaching, inspiring them to take spirited strides on the noble path to freedom. Like the Buddha's eminent disciples, Ajahn Panya taught the Dharma that was good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end, with the right meaning and expression. With his spare, clear, and simple teaching style, he laid out a roadmap for travelers along the path. For those who earnestly seek the way, his teachings reveal the path to a perfectly contented and purified heart. Studied carefully and with an open heart, Ajahn Panya's teachings can help reignite a practice that has stalled after an initial burst of heartfelt progress. For those who have grown complacent in their knowledge of the Buddhist path, the fruits of his wisdom may open the mind to new horizons of the Dhamma and new avenues of introspection. At the very least, he offers a view from the mountaintop to practitioners who otherwise might have only a vague notion of the heights attainable on the Buddha's noble path.
Good in the beginning. Purpose. Have you properly considered your purpose for doing meditation practice? It is important to get the purpose right, that is, the reason why you do it. We start off with the fundamental basis of Buddhism, the fact that we all experience dukkha or discontent, which we are trying to cure. We attempt to cure our discontent by using cause and effect methods. In other words, we initiate those causes that we believe will lead to the relief of our suffering. In doing so, we search for causes or actions that result in less dukkha and greater contentment. Dukkha can be anything from small irritations all the way up to intense suffering. This is fundamentally what we are trying to remedy. It makes no difference whether we are Buddhists or not, we are all driven by this quest to find happiness. If we're wise and we understand the situation correctly, then we might actually choose the right course of action and manage to get the happiness we are seeking. But because our minds are clouded by defilements, we tend to make the wrong decisions. Due to thinking and acting wrongly, we pile up more and more suffering. Failing to understand the correct way to get rid of suffering, we tend to make the same mistakes over and over again. This is the situation that we are in. In order to reverse that situation, it is necessary to first turn our lack of understanding into correct understanding. If we can accomplish that, then we truly will get rid of suffering. So the purpose of Buddhist practice is to comprehend within ourselves the right way to eliminate dukkha. This is really the whole of Buddhism, to learn how to think properly, how to behave properly, and how to speak properly. Only when we put those factors into practice can we cure the discontent. In order to learn how to think, behave, and speak properly, we must train ourselves. We train ourselves to have a sharp mind, to understand the reasons for the things that happen in our lives, and thus to get to know ourselves properly. By getting to know ourselves, we get to know other people. By getting to know other people, we learn how to behave rightly towards them, all because we know how to behave rightly within ourselves. The means to achieve this is the method that was taught by the Buddha, which is comprised of sila or morality, samadhi or training of the mind, and panya or wisdom. If we learn how to practice those three effectively, we can overcome the mental defilements, the kilesas, that cause the discontent we experience. As we overcome the kilesas, the discontent and suffering will lessen and eventually die away. This goal can be achieved. Many have done it already. Countless people have trained in sila, samadhi, and panya and achieved very good results, experiencing high degrees of contentment and happiness. So the way to happiness is the way of sila, samadhi, and panya. The Buddha taught that since the pain and suffering we experience is our own fault to begin with, we can therefore free ourselves from it. We can gain release from it by learning to develop wisdom and understanding. We develop this understanding by training ourselves to control our actions, to sharpen our minds, and to stop the restless waywardness of our thoughts. When we accomplish that, we can hold the mind still and penetrate deeply with wisdom. At that level, we can use the mind to probe the question of the causes of happiness and suffering. The Buddha called the quest to solve these problems and overcome our discontent the path to freedom. It begins with training ourselves in the way of morality, then developing the mind, and thirdly, developing wisdom based upon mindfulness and effort. Mindfulness means keeping the mind in the present moment and thus being aware of oneself all the time. It means restraining the mind from thinking and wandering aimlessly, in other words, not forgetting oneself. This teaching of the Buddha forms the basis of Buddhist practice. This is how we should understand the purpose and aim of meditation practice. The right understanding gives us confidence to push forward in our meditation. It also gives a method whereby we can work out what we should do and what we shouldn't do based on our purpose and what we're trying to achieve. If we know the purpose, we can figure out the best method of developing the skills we need to get to our destination. When we first take up Buddhist meditation, we're not actually seeking the truth. The first thing we need to do is develop the faculties which will enable us to search for the truth. It's rather like somebody who's in training for a boxing match. That person must do a lot of training, but the training itself isn't the prize fight. No medals are awarded for the training. But although the fighter does not achieve his objective while training, the training is, nonetheless, absolutely essential for success in the fight. In much the same way, meditators must train themselves to develop various essential skills and faculties so that the mind becomes capable of penetrating the cloud of ignorance surrounding it. As part of that basic training, every meditator should observe at least the 5 basic moral precepts. 1. Not to take life. 2. Not to steal or take what has not been properly given. 3. Not to engage in sexual misconduct. 4. Not to lie or deceive. And 5. Not to indulge in intoxicants that cloud the mind. These 5 sila are considered the minimum criteria for being a decent human being. More than that, their practice creates an environment that is most suitable for the development of samadhi and wisdom. When beginning Buddhist practice, meditators should not start out by trying to fathom the most profound truths of Buddhism. Those are way beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Because they don't know any better, beginners tend to give those truths a meaning that is false, which is purely speculation. Whereas if they start with their current situation and their immediate problems here and now, they already have a real basis to work with. People can more easily understand the teaching at that level. When you talk about suffering and discontent, everyone can relate to that. They have plenty of experience. When you talk about how we so often misunderstand our situation, thinking our actions are going to bring a good result, only to find that the opposite usually happens, people understand that. This gives them a good basis for practical development. As mentioned above, the Buddhist path of practice is organized according to 3 basic disciplines: moral virtue, samadhi, and wisdom. The 2 factors of samadhi and wisdom are developed mostly through formal meditation practice, with morality serving as a preparatory basis. The whole of Buddhism is practical. The Buddha said that Dhamma is like a stepping stone to get us across the stream, in other words, a practical teaching. As for the higher stages of practice, there is time enough to go on to those privately with your teacher when you reach that level. First, you must learn to calm your restless mind and bring it under control. Only then can you harness its true power. The training in samadhi consists of learning the art of stopping thoughts and holding the mind still. Thinking is the factor that prevents us from becoming calm. When we can stop our thoughts and hold them still, the results of samadhi will come automatically. Samadhi is quite a natural state. When we stop the restlessness of the mind and keep it still, it will either go into sleep or into samadhi. If we prevent it from going to sleep, it will then drop into samadhi. It's a natural principle. It's not something strange. Were it something strange, the Buddha would not have taught it. In fact, samadhi is inherent to the mind. If we learn to stay clear of the defilements and the thoughts and restlessness they bring up, samadhi will happen of its own accord. If we could stop the mind from thinking and hold it still for long enough, we would automatically drop into a state of samadhi. But as soon as the mind starts moving in that direction, the defilements immediately jump in to begin creating doubt and anxiety, causing that calm mental state to break up. Defilements are constantly disturbing the mind and preventing it from settling down. They act like the wind that blows up waves on the surface of the ocean. When the wind stops, the waves calm down and quietly recede back into the ocean. The defilements can also be compared to muddy water. If the water remains still long enough, the mud will settle to the bottom, allowing the water to become clean and clear. For most people in the West, samadhi is their weakest faculty. Generally speaking, those people need samadhi more because they live in a very restless and noisy social environment. One of the advantages of gaining a basis in samadhi is a profound change in our social values. The calm and concentration of samadhi will clearly show up the false values of the society around us, while also pointing out what its essential values should be. This change in perspective also highlights the negative side of many things that we tend to cherish and value. It is as though our whole outlook experiences a shift of emphasis. Samadhi also gives an appreciation of the value of just sitting back, taking it easy, and not thinking about anything in particular, an attitude which is so foreign to people in the West. It is almost as if we must learn to do nothing, because in doing nothing, we are freeing the mind to go its own way. If we do that in the right way, the mind will tend to lead us in a very positive direction. This is valuable because we are learning to listen to Dhamma, rather than listening to our own opinions or the opinions of others. But it can be a hard lesson for people in the West to learn. One of the primary advantages of samadhi is that when the mind is still, we can see just how harmful our restless thoughts are, which motivates us with a sense of urgency to try to solve that problem. Samadhi brings a state of calm. When we experience that state often, the calm penetrates deeply until it becomes part of our nature. When it reaches that level, we tend to be calm the whole time. Then the defilements don't come up easily, and when they do arise, they are seen for what they are. In the end, when that calm state becomes continuous, we feel repulsed by behavior that's driven by defilements and don't even want to be associated with it. That attitude is a sign that samadhi is firm and reliable inside. Samadhi must be firm enough to focus our undivided attention on a meditation object, like the breath or the body. When we establish our mental focus on the body, for instance, we must be able to keep it solely on the body. The practice of samadhi is extremely valuable in its ability to wake us up and sharpen the mind, because samadhi pulls the mind together and concentrates it. But although it fosters a very clear mental awareness, Samadhi on its own will not turn into wisdom. Wisdom must be deliberately cultivated. When concentration is firm, the time is right to start cultivating wisdom. If you have trained yourself to keep your mind on a single object, like the breath, that training can then come into play when you are investigating with wisdom. You can use the same basic principles in the wisdom practice that you developed in the samadhi practice. Even though you may find it very difficult to attain samadhi, you should, nonetheless, try to do so. And you should then use the fruits of your samadhi practice to develop wisdom. Wisdom, when practiced properly, can be an aid in developing samadhi as well. When you see your own faults internally through direct experience and realize that they bring you nothing but suffering, you automatically turn away from them. It is not as though you make a mental note to refrain from acting in those ways again, but rather, those faults are like a hot iron that you won't touch with a barge pole. That internal effect occurs straight away as soon as you see your faults with penetrating wisdom. Withdrawing from samadhi is an ideal time to turn your focus to wisdom practice and direct that heightened attention to investigating the body. That calm mental state allows wisdom to penetrate without difficulty so that the body's true nature can be seen more easily. You'll notice a significant difference from your earlier attempts at wisdom practice, which were much more academic and intellectual, and which the mind resisted doing because the defilements kept interfering to pull your attention away. Samadhi frees you from all that. It's a very valuable state if you can achieve it, but it's not easy. There are many barriers to overcome. There are two main advantages of attaining a deep state of samadhi. Firstly, it provides an unshakable refuge. You know clearly that when you are in that state, nothing can harm you. Secondly, when the mind becomes tired from investigating a lot with wisdom, you can use that state to give the mental faculties a rest. In fact, you can use samadhi to refresh the mind at any time. Samadhi always leaves a very strong aftertaste of calm. The mind is no longer stubborn or difficult. Instead, it is completely pliable. That's the point where wisdom takes over. The wisdom practice uses the calm and concentration of samadhi as an aid to wisdom penetrating deeply, but you must develop that calm basis first, otherwise the mind remains constantly scattered. It has no strength. It's like a wide-open water nozzle that sprays water out in all directions. The water has no power behind it. However, when you focus the water into one jet, one concentrated stream, it becomes quite strong. The mind is like that. You need to bring the mind into a very focused state. Then you can deal directly and forcefully with any problems that arise. Problems arise in meditation practice because our minds are full of defilements. It's as though the mind is pure water mixed with a lot of mud. Because of the mud, the water is not fit for our use. Because of that, we cannot find a refuge in the pure water of the mind, so we find something else to take refuge in. We seek refuge in our physical bodies or in other people or in places or in other worldly attachments. We try to grasp and hold tight to these things. The trouble is, when we cling to them, they never last, because they are always changing. In truth, we cannot really grasp anything properly, because as soon as we catch hold of it, it's gone. We want to somehow make things belong to us and become part of us. But our attempt to grasp these things is based on a false premise. Say we buy an object and call it ours. What in that object has changed by the mere act of purchasing it? Nothing. It is the same after we bought it as it was before. Only our idea of it has changed. It now belongs to us. Because this grasping is based on a false premise, we can never find satisfaction in what we grasp. And because of their unsatisfactory nature, we cannot find a refuge for the mind in external things. People are always searching for a safe and certain refuge, but they never find one. They start by looking inside themselves. But, although the primary refuge does exist inside them, They can't reach it because it's concealed by the defiling presence of greed, hatred, and delusion. Due to defilements, when people focus inside themselves, all they see is a cluttered mind. They find nothing there that they want, nothing to serve as a refuge. What do people do then? They search in the world outside themselves instead. Consequently, people become interested in all sorts of mundane things that lead them on and on in a fruitless search for the contentment of a secure personal refuge. Because they grasp at things that have no real substance, like grasping a handful of air, they only end up with more discontent and more suffering. Yet they keep on grasping, hoping to find contentment, but inevitably experiencing the opposite. The Buddha taught methods that can be used to cure our discontent from within the mind, not from out in the world. In other words, we must try to counter those defilements that cause us to suffer all the time. As we begin eliminating the mental defilements, we catch a glimpse of the mind's true essence, what we call the citta, and we begin to see how valuable that essential nature is. When we begin to understand the true value of the citta, an attachment to that essence of mind begins to manifest. As attachment to the citta grows stronger, attachment to the external world dies away. The more we eliminate the defilements, the more we see the value of the citta, until, finally, when we realize the nature of the citta completely, the attachment to the world entirely disappears. There is no need to make an effort to give up things, because at that stage, giving up is automatic. This is the true aim of the Buddha's teaching. In his teachings, the Buddha used the normal conventions of language, similes, and metaphors, and so on. He spoke about relative truths in the world. The Buddha did not teach absolute truth, because absolute truth cannot be described. What the Buddha taught was the skillful means by which we can reach the point where that absolute truth is known. The whole of the teaching is a method to take us from our present deluded mental state to a state where the mind is clear enough and knows enough to make the jump to nibbana, so to speak. We have to raise the mind's level up to that point first. Only then can we cross over. When we try to accomplish it without raising the level of the mind, there is no hope of success. When beginning the training, we start off where we are, as ordinary people with ordinary understanding. Initially, we have to work with that way of seeing things and make the best use of it. As we go on, we'll see that ordinary knowledge isn't sufficient. So we have to find new methods, new and more subtle ways of looking at things. It's not that the ordinary understanding is wrong, but rather that it's inadequate. It doesn't explain subtler conditions properly. In other words, it can't explain various anomalies that arise in meditation, experiences which don't fit with our ordinary understanding. For that reason, we need to discover a new way of making sense of these things. After we've used that new method for a while, we'll find that it is no longer adequate, so we develop another, more refined way of understanding. By that means, we keep on adjusting our methods as we gradually progress in meditation. The way of Buddhism leads towards absolute truth. The only way to reach that truth is to adapt our mental state accordingly. If we adapt the mind's level to that of absolute truth, then we can experience absolute truth. The purpose of Buddhist training is to reach that attainment. The absolute truth is, of course, nibbana, so we have to adjust the mind to the conditions that lead to nibbana. When we have incorporated those conditions into the mind, we will eventually reach the goal. Otherwise, we won't succeed. The whole training points the way to nibbana. Please understand as well that Buddhism does not teach a hard and fast system. The recommendations coming directly from the Buddha are the best because he takes the nature of human beings into account, but they are not set in stone. The whole of Buddhism is a method, and you are allowed to adapt that method to your own needs. You needn't practice exactly according to what the books say. Being simply a method, the Buddha's teaching is not itself an absolute truth. It is true as far as the world goes, but absolute truth is something utterly beyond conceptual thinking. To begin with, you must start off by using the traditional methods because you don't yet have experience. But once you've gained experience in the training methods, then you can start experimenting with alternatives. You eventually find out what works best for you. You should always test the validity of new methods by the results they give. Do the results lead to more calm, more understanding, or do they lead to less calm and less understanding? If the methods lead to more calm and greater awareness, they are probably worth pursuing. So, experiment for yourself to find out the best practice for you. That's the way of kammatthana. The word kammatthana means basis of action or field of action. The field of action is the whole of what we do in the scope of meditation practice. In practicing kammatthana, the idea is to be innovative. You have to think for yourself quite a lot. You must search for and find your own methods. When you come up against a problem in your meditation, you should figure out the best way to overcome that problem. Often people who practice kammatthana have their own unique meditation methods, which are quite different from those other people use. You must learn to find tricks that help you to overcome the problems you encounter in the practice. Then you can work out the solutions for yourself. The defilements of the mind do not behave in a predictable and orderly fashion. Instead, they create havoc in your thoughts and emotions, and in the process cause numerous problems. Because of that, there are times when you have to use morality to overcome a problem, times when you have to use samadhi, and times when you have to use wisdom. Normally, it's recommended that samadhi be practiced first to control the mind before developing wisdom. But when a problem arises where it's appropriate to employ wisdom first, then that's the right choice for that situation and you should use it. The way of developing meditation is not a straightforward, cut-and-dried process. Each person must find their own way, which means being resourceful, and even, to some extent, inventive in choosing meditation techniques. If you encounter a hindrance with no prescribed method to circumvent it, you will have to rely on wisdom to devise a method on the spot. You can't depend only on what the books say. The books are the bare bones of the teachings. It's your job to put the flesh on them. The things you do wrong and the problems those actions create are all concerned with the mind's awareness flowing out into the world. It is as though awareness leaks into the world, causing all of its energy to escape. When you keep your attention inside to stop that leakage, you are always in the present moment and everything is just right. When you have established a true refuge internally, attachment to everything else naturally disappears. It is also important to realize that inside your mind there is something that will tell you what is right and what is wrong, and also tell you the right way to act. That something inside is Dhamma. Once you recognize the Dhamma there, you must learn to listen to it. It never forces you, but there is something that will tell you what is correct in every situation. You should learn to know that one very well, because it is an excellent guide. The more you can get to know the Dhamma, the more you have an internal teacher to guide you. You probably have an external teacher, and that is also necessary, but in the end, you must replace the external teacher with the internal one. When that has been accomplished, you no longer need to stay with a teacher. You can then practice on your own. For that reason, you have to learn to recognize the internal teacher and listen carefully to that teaching of the Dhamma. By recognizing the internal teacher and listening carefully, you learn to distinguish between the defilements and the Dhamma. In the end, you find that the defilements are, in fact, yourself. They are the ones in charge of everything you do, all of your thoughts, speech, and actions. At first, the Dhamma seems to be something separate from you, something which points the way. You must learn to recognize that the Dhamma is actually an aspect of your own awareness. You must come to realize that while everything else is false, the Dhamma is real. Your task is to get rid of the false manifestations of the defilements so that only the pure Dhamma remains. The Buddha said that he taught only two things, dukkha and the cessation of dukkha. Only those two. In this regard, the Buddha once picked up a handful of leaves from the forest floor and asked his disciples which were more, the leaves in his hand or those in the forest. His disciples said that the leaves in his hand were few, while the leaves in the forest were many. The Buddha said that what he taught them was like the leaves in his hand, compared to everything that he knew, which was like the leaves in the forest. Then he asked, "Why don't I teach you all those other things?" Because they do not lead to the cessation of dukkha, they do not lead to nibbana. In other words, the Buddha was saying, I am giving you the method by which you should train and develop your mind. When you follow that method correctly, you will come to nibbana. Then you will see the truth for yourself, and all questions will be answered. Presence. The middle way is much misunderstood in the West. People think it means the easy and convenient way of practice. But that idea of the path is merely the way of mental defilements like laziness and complacency. Putting forth effort is difficult because it goes directly against the pull of the defilements. There is an innate desire to just relax, or to go into some pursuit that you feel comfortable with, some habitual activity that is second nature to you and is therefore easy and undemanding. Because of habit, the mind finds it very easy to think about such matters. No real effort is involved. Training the mind to go in new directions, however, is much more demanding and difficult. Going against habitual tendencies is going against the grain, which requires a purposeful effort of mind that must be intentionally brought up and applied. For example, if a person investigates himself and finds he has a lot of greed for food, he might deliberately take food that's unsavory in order to halt the momentum of greed and bring his mental state back into balance. If attachment to the taste of food is a problem, he may eat only rough, unappetizing food, considering only what is necessary for nutrition. Because the greed for good, tasty food is pulling his mind in the wrong direction, he needs to find a suitable practice to pull it back to the middle again. In a similar way, when we find that a particular state of mind disturbs our meditation practice, we must search for the correct antidote. That is the middle way. The middle way consists of practices that arouse energy, aimed at correcting any habitual imbalances that the defilements produce. When the defilements are biasing the mind in one direction, we must place a counterweight on the other side to bring the mind back to the middle. Only by keeping our mindfulness in the present moment will we be able to see clearly where those imbalances lie. The present moment is the mind's balance point. The mind rests on just this moment, here and now. Past and future are concepts that the defilements use to deceive us. They are shadows that we grasp and become attached to, only to suffer the consequences. The past is fiction, it has no reality, and the future is speculation, it also has no reality. The only reality is Dhamma, arising at this very moment. I once talked with an acquaintance about past, future, and present time. He made the comment that the present is going past very quickly. I thought to myself, no, it isn't. The present does not change. There's no movement in the present. The present is just the present, and that's all. The present moment is a personal perception inside oneself. The changes are all taking place externally. Changes occur in the events and external phenomena that arise and die away, but those perceptions are more or less an illusion. The present doesn't change. Everything round about is changing, but the present is a deeply rooted state of mind that remains constant. Observing the present moment will give us some idea of our internal situation. We learn how much work we have left to do, and thus what direction we should take. In seeing the way forward, we realize the scope of our task and where the effort should be placed in meditation. In essence, by being present, we are cultivating right mindfulness. We become acutely aware of anicca or impermanence. When seeing sights with mindfulness, we realize that their appearance is constantly changing. We hear sounds with mindfulness, and we realize that they are coming and going continuously. In this way, we begin to comprehend the all-encompassing nature of impermanence. At other times, we may reflect on how the breath changes every moment. The beginning of the breath isn't the same as the middle of the breath or its ending. At each moment, it's changing. The moment that passed has disappeared completely into the past. It's simply gone. It is as though it occurred 1,000 years ago. It no longer matters. We can no longer find that moment of the breath anywhere. The in and out breaths remain in constant motion. The moment of the immediate present leaves a succession of past moments behind it. The future is always a projection. It never really exists. In truth, impermanence exists because the mind is moving from the present to a past that is merely a memory. When we see an object now, we recall an image of its previous state, and mentally comparing the two, feel that it has changed. In that way, we experience the changing nature of phenomena all the time. If we could remain thoroughly in the present, we would find no change at all. So, we could say that the present is permanent. It's not changing. What changes is the mind that whirls around going from past to future and back again. Change becomes a problem for the mind because of the mental outflows that drag the mind out into the swirling mess of thoughts and emotions, causing us to get caught up in the confusion. We become so carried away by the changing nature of the world that we forget about the present reality, causing us to deal with an unreal situation all the time. We become so involved with perceptions of past and future that we neglect the present moment entirely. So always keeping the mind in the present, firmly established in the here and now, is an excellent way of developing mindfulness. When we keep to the present, our minds are anchored in reality. We know our situation. When we are unaware of our situation, we're not in the present. For that reason, keeping the mind grounded in the present moment is a valuable training. One advantage of being anchored to the present is that we begin to see mental states more clearly and thus understand for ourselves how they work. Once we see how our minds work, we start questioning the whole nature of who we are. It is a good practice to frequently remind ourselves that what is here right now at this moment is all that really exists. This is everything. Future and past are not here. We cannot find them. The past is gone, and the future has not yet come. Only this very moment is present. We should keep reminding ourselves of that truth. When we experience states of pining for a past long gone or looking forward to a future yet to come, we can remind ourselves that neither of them exists right now. Craving for past and future experiences is just a delusion. Being mindful of that will bring you back to the present moment. Because problems are based in the past and the future, in the present, there are no real problems. Of course, we can still plan for the future as long as we are fully aware that we are doing it quite deliberately, here and now in the present. But due to old mental habits, we usually forget. We all have habitual ways of doing things. We rely on habitual modes of thinking, behaving, and understanding. So often these habits determine our mental state, making it difficult to realize what the truth really is, making it difficult to be present. Even when we are focused in the present, our habitual tendencies are hovering in the background. If our attention lapses a bit, they take control straight away. The only way to overcome that tendency is to continue practicing the modes of training in Dhamma until the situation is seen more and more clearly. Eventually, we begin to realize how delusory those concepts of past and future are, how they are not at all real. You might say that when the mind is in the present, it is as near to reality as it can possibly get. Whereas, when the mind wanders into the past or the future, it misses out on reality altogether. The past and the future are not real. The past is always something remembered, so we can never actually be in the past. We can access our memory of past events, but when we connect with those memories, we do it in the present. We do not revert to a previous moment in time. Nobody can step into the past, nor can anyone proceed into the future. The mind's projections into the future are just predictions of what may happen based on our experience of the past. Because of that, we can never directly access the future or the past. We're always tied to the present. This is where reality resides. It cannot be otherwise. The more we remain mindful, the more we keep to the present and stay with what's real. The key to it all is mindfulness. The worldly mind doesn't even experience the present moment well. A mind that is very scattered and unable to focus for any length of time ends up in a state of half-sleep, a dreamlike state. In that state, the delusion is almost complete. In that state, we have so much delusion that we are inextricably attached to the normal worldview, which is rooted in accepted conventions. Being locked in to that one-dimensional perspective brings us back to birth again and again. The conventions and the habits that we are so accustomed to are the things that bring us back all the time. For that reason, it's important to break up the delusion which promotes that attachment, but we can't do it too quickly. Like everything else in nature, the more quickly something changes, the more violent the reaction is. So we must patiently develop and sharpen the tools we need to bring lasting change to our whole perspective. And here again, mindfulness is the passport to success. When training to develop mindfulness, we try to be aware of what is coming in through the 5 senses, including our actions, our speech, and our thoughts. But that is merely the training for mindfulness. It's not the real thing. The real mindfulness is almost automatic. It is mindful awareness at the door to the mind. Everything enters the mind through that door, so when mindfulness is focused there, we know whatever comes in. There is no effort involved, it is simply automatic. But reaching the level of automatic mindfulness depends on the prior sustained effort we made to practice mindfulness in all of our daily activities. Only after much concerted effort can we reach the stage where mindfulness is automatic. Only then do we begin to realize that the whole world exists inside the mind, that actually our entire experience is internal. In addition, because everything comes in through the mind door, there is no need to send the mind out to contact external objects. Imagine you are guarding a fortress surrounded by a wall with several doors leading in. When people come in, you must run from door to door and back again to check on them. It soon becomes hectic and confusing. But if you remain in the center of the fortress and observe activities from that central vantage point, you are aware of everything that comes and goes. Similarly, if when seeing you put your mindfulness on the sights, and then when hearing you put it on the sounds, mindfulness must constantly jump back and forth. When mindfulness is centered in the mind, however, it knows whatever sensations come in, whether from seeing or hearing or whatever. The whole lot is known easily without any trouble at all. You know what comes and goes there all the time. You don't need to focus outward to the object. When it's like that, you are aware of everything. Nothing can escape your attention. When you gain skill in mindfulness, the problems that come up in practice usually sort themselves out in a way that allows you to progress unhindered. When you feel stuck and can't find a way forward, mindfulness is usually the faculty that is lacking. Mindfulness provides the data that you need to investigate with wisdom. By being constantly aware of what is happening in the present moment, mindfulness is the awareness that gathers the data that you need to work with. It delineates the parameters of whatever you want to focus on. Once you have the raw data in the form of details, you can begin building up a clear picture as a basis for understanding. In a sense, mindfulness supervises the investigation, but in a passive, not an active, way. If you can remain truly mindful, then that mindfulness will gradually overcome the delusion. Once you scrutinize a difficult situation to see what it really means, your mindful attention cuts to the heart of that problem. Turning to look directly at a problematic mental state tends to diminish the problem. Diverting attention from it by thinking about something else or finding some external distraction merely allows that mental state to remain entrenched. Such diversions don't solve the problem. They merely postpone dealing with it. At best, they provide a temporary pause. Say a person feels bored. What is boredom? Boredom really means you can't fix the mind on anything. Concentration naturally brings happiness. Boredom means that the mind is so dispersed it can't focus on anything long enough to bring up interest and feel contentment. When the mind feels like that, it's bored. When you turn to examine that boredom, you are bringing up something to concentrate your attention on. That concentration itself tends to get rid of the boredom. Concentration practices entail learning to bring the mind more and more into the present. They accomplish that by using non-analytical methods of controlling the mind. In other words, wisdom is not active, so there's no clear comprehension of what's happening. But because samadhi concentration is a present moment experience that is real, a strong sense of contentment arises. All discontent stems from clinging to either the past or the future. You are attached to what has already happened, or you are worried about what will happen in the future. The present is here, now, and it is just right as it is. Being in the present fosters an internal state of equilibrium and well-being. Training to strengthen concentration requires persistent effort on the part of the meditator. When you train yourself to put persistent effort into everything you do, that positive tendency constantly enhances your mindful focus. But mental effort needs a clear direction, so it is important that you direct it towards positive goals. The direction of our effort will reflect the quality of our intentions, so it should always be accompanied by a certain amount of wisdom. We must overcome the status quo, that is, our habitual state of unawareness, which has the tendency to think and act while being completely unaware of what we are doing. The mind is simply not present. When it's like that, thinking and acting are quite automatic, taking place without the underlying knowingness of the mind being really engaged. That is why mindfulness is so important. It keeps the mind focused on the present moment so that we can clearly comprehend what we are thinking and doing. When we are fully aware of what we think and do, we must then put that knowledge into a well-defined frame of reference to figure out how our thoughts and actions relate to everything else that is going on around us. From that, we can make a sound judgment, deciding whether what we think and do is good or bad, right or wrong. We can then determine what the consequences of our actions are likely to be. This is where mindfulness and wisdom come into play. Wise effort is the willpower needed to prevent the arising of evil or unwholesome thoughts, and to abandon any unwholesome thoughts that have already arisen. It is also the willpower needed to produce and develop good and wholesome mental states, as well as to maintain and increase those good states already present. That is the way willpower should be used. It empowers our intentions to go in the right direction. Unfortunately, willpower often has the power of the defilements behind it. When that's the case, it will always push in the wrong direction. When people follow the wrong way until it becomes habitual, it is extremely difficult to turn around and go in the right way. They can reach a point where it's almost impossible to reverse course. It is not absolutely impossible because there is no fundamental impossibility for anyone, but such people simply have no interest in the things that will turn them around. Because they are only interested in unwholesome matters, they do not want to hear about wholesome alternatives. When it's like that, nobody can make them reverse course. Only traumatic or catastrophic events can have a sobering effect. On the other hand, for those people whose willpower habitually goes in the right direction, it becomes increasingly more unlikely that they will slip back into unwholesome ways. Their positive direction allows them to see the dangers of wrong behavior, which leads them to develop a healthy respect for the consequences of their actions. People who understand the potential for their actions to bring results are fearful of making bad karma. They know that unfortunate consequences will rebound back on them. Right effort is the effort that brings you into alignment with the middle way. It is the effort that actively works against the defilements by undermining their ability to manipulate the mind. This is the true meaning of the much talked about and much misunderstood middle way. There is a lot of muddle concerning the middle way. Many Buddhists have the idea that the middle way means taking the path of least resistance, but it doesn't. The middle way is uncompromising. When the defilements pull us away from the middle, instead of giving in to them, we must use a practice that restores the proper balance and brings us back to the center. The Buddha taught that when your mind is biased in one way, you have to counterbalance that bias to bring yourself back to the middle. He taught 3 factors that are fundamental to success in meditation: mindfulness, wisdom, and effort. Mindfulness keeps you attentive and aware. Wisdom directs your attention in the right way, and effort makes you progress further and further along the path. Following the middle path means that you use whichever one of those 3 factors that is appropriate for a particular situation. The defilements do not come up in a nice, orderly fashion. They come up randomly in their own time. Their arising is unpredictable, so you must be prepared to use whatever means necessary to counter them and bring your mind back into balance. Most people think that the middle way is like a good old English compromise, but that isn't true. The middle way indicates the path required to counter the defilements. Because of the nature of their defilements, some people have to practice the strictest austerities to counter them. For such people, those strict austerities are the middle way. Other people, because their defilements are weaker, can afford to practice with more ease and comfort. For them, that will be the middle way. When you go in the direction of the defilements, you are always moving away from the center. Countering the defilements means bringing your mind and your practice back to the center, that is, back into balance. The middle way is a matter of balancing the practice against the strength of the defilements. Rebirth. I've always felt that karma played a big part in my decision to become a Buddhist monk. When you think about it, tens of millions of people live in England, but how many of them have become Buddhist monks? Hardly any. So I think that karma must have played a significant role. Besides that, as a young man I chanced to read a book on Buddhism which so interested me that I began reading other books as well. I read not only books on Buddhism, but books about Hinduism and Christianity as well. In the end, I reached the conclusion that Buddhism suited me the best. I did consider converting to Catholicism at one time, but the problems that I came up against were the issues of karma and cause and effect, which seemed to be lacking in Catholicism. I just could not accept a religion that did not include these principles. It just didn't ring true. It is important to realize that most of the pleasant and unpleasant things that we experience in this life represent the ripening of actions performed in the past, usually in past lives. Those consequences of karma are programmed into us from birth, causing us to constantly reap the fruits of our previous deeds. Be they good or bad, they are the fruits that we deserve. And because karma is an immutable law of cause and effect, we cannot avoid the consequences by looking for scapegoats. We must accept them as our just rewards. However, although most experiences in life are the results of previous actions, our responses to those experiences are not predetermined. Instead, they represent new actions, which will bear their own fruits in the future. What happens to us now may have resulted from past causes, but it's how we respond to what occurs in the present that will determine what we experience in the future. The underlying intention behind our actions is what determines the nature of their results. In other words, we have a choice. We are the masters of our own future. So whatever action you may do, even though no one else ever knows about it, you yourself always know because the trace is there within you. That knowledge gets buried within your heart, and when the time comes for that trace to ripen, it will suddenly appear as a consequence of your previous action. When the consequence is misfortune, people may lament, "Why does this happen to me?" They do not see the seeds that their previous actions sowed. Because they cannot see the truth, they feel that they are at the mercy of blind justice, or God's will, or something like that. They don't realize that they themselves have sown the seeds of their own misfortune. Such people may even be inclined to deny that rebirth follows death, or they may hold to the nihilistic view that rejects the possibility of life after death. But such views do not alter the truth. The truth is not governed by speculation, nor is it influenced by people's views and opinions. At the time of death, the supreme authority of karma and its consequences overrides all such speculative beliefs. Buddhism asks us to reflect on the truth of our own mortality. It's actually an obvious truth that we are bound to grow old, become ill, and die, but one that we tend to accept only grudgingly. The Buddha was not being insensitive or morbid in calling our attention to human life's inevitable march towards death. In asking us to focus careful attention on matters of birth and death, the Buddha sought to arouse in us a strong determination to turn away from unwholesome states of mind and replace them with wholesome states of mind. The reason for this is the fact that our actions of body, speech, and mind have consequences, both now and for our long-term future. In other words, the consequences of our actions rebound back to us either later in the same life in which the actions are done or in some future life. Thus, the reason why a being is reborn into a particular realm is because in a previous life that being made the kind of karma that predisposes one to rebirth in that realm. These two principles, karma and rebirth, are fundamental to understanding the Buddha's teaching. Karma means action. When we act, speak, or think, those actions leave traces in the mind that are bound to bring results in the future. When we do good actions, good results follow. When we do bad actions, the consequences are correspondingly bad. The traces that are left are not left anywhere outside of oneself. They are internal traces left within the heart. In Buddhism, we say that causes have effects. In that sense, the actions that we do are causes that will have effects sometime in the future. If not in this lifetime, then sometime after we die. An action and its cause create a force which must find an outlet. The outlet that it finds will depend upon the nature of the action that was done and the nature of the intention motivating that action. Thus, depending on the nature of the action and the volition behind it, a karmic consequence can arise anywhere at any time, in any realm of existence and in any future birth. Buddhists have a firm belief in many realms of existence, both above and below the human realm. This range extends from the highest heavenly realms down to the lowest hell realms. It is this hierarchy of existence that constitutes the Buddhist universe. Living beings are being born, dying, and being reborn continually. This process is the round of rebirth, known as samsara, which implies wandering from life to life with no particular direction or purpose. Beings wander through this vast and endless universe, attempting to find a permanent home, a place where they can feel at ease and secure. In the realms of the devas, they find great happiness. In the realms of hell, great suffering. But their stay in these spiritual dimensions is always temporary. No place in the whole universe is permanently secure. Sooner or later, whatever the realm of rebirth, a being will die, only to be reborn somewhere else. So, the search for happiness and security within the round of rebirth never ends. Direct knowledge of the all-encompassing nature of karma and rebirth was an essential aspect of the Buddha's enlightenment. As part of his enlightenment experience, his mind traveled back through all his uncountable past lives. Though his search stretched back incalculable eons, he never saw a beginning to his past existence. He found no beginning and no end. Later, he witnessed all the beings in the universe being born, living, dying, and being reborn over and over again without end, all being trapped in a web spun by their past actions. As a result of that knowledge, the universal laws of karma and rebirth became central tenets of the Buddha's teachings. In fact, an understanding and acceptance of the principle of karma and its fruit is an essential aspect of right view. The quality of future births depends on the moral quality of our actions right now. Relatively speaking, we create ourselves. Karma means that what we do, we become. We become that because we have acted in a certain way to set up the conditions for it. So, our actions create our own future. If we want our future to be good, we must look very carefully at the karma we make now. The quality of karma is where mindfulness comes in, the awareness of what is right and what is wrong, what is good and what is bad. By practicing in the right way and doing the right actions, we can develop a pretty good future for ourselves. If bad karma prevails, the future could be quite disastrous. So, karma is very important. Where there is karma, there must be rebirth. We call it rebirth, but actually it is future birth dependent on preceding conditions. Rebirth is just a convenient way of speaking, but it is not strictly correct. No rebirth takes place because there is nothing to be reborn. To give an example, suppose you have a box of candles. You light the first one, and then using the flame from the first candle, you light a second one and blow out the first. Is the second flame part of the first one, or not? Does the second flame come from the first? You can't say that it does, because the first one was blown out and has disappeared completely. On the other hand, you cannot say that they are completely separate, because the existence of the second flame depended upon the flame from the first one. What happens is this: we make karma, both good karma and bad karma. One of the most powerful mental defilements is the desire for existence, the desire for life. That desire causes us to do actions which promote future existence. By existence, we mean existence in the form of life, whether it is experienced in terms of sensation or some form of intelligence. When we promote certain actions, those actions must have their results. So the actions themselves produce the next life. When we die, that craving for existence remains. It is karma born of craving that passes the flame from one life to the next. That karma of craving existence creates the relinking consciousness. We are then pitched into a situation that originates from something we have done in the past. In this way, the grasping for life combines with karma, which determines the precise destination of our next birth. Once karma is attached to the new state, then that karma keeps the ball rolling. At that point, we are at the mercy of our accumulated store of morally good and bad actions. Many people are hampered in their quest for happiness by the nature of their previous karma. For example, the consequences of killing another living being means experiencing a lot of suffering. Karmic consequences usually alter the character of the actor. When people do bad karma, it alters their character for the worse. They may think, "When the time comes, I'll make up for it by doing some good deeds." The problem is, they're morally slipping down all the time. So when the time comes, they forget about doing good deeds. They simply ignore those actions. That's the way it tends to go. When one slips down, climbing back up is hard work. It's easy to drift down, but difficult to pull back up. That's why it is best to avoid even small instances of bad karma, because they easily develop into habits that become a part of one's character. When that happens, one's character becomes altered, sometimes irreparably. There is a case on record in the suttas of a man who was a pig butcher. When he reached the age of 60, he stopped speaking and wouldn't take his food normally. He had to eat kneeling on the ground. He wouldn't use his hands. He just stretched his neck out and ate from the ground. I heard there was a similar case in northern India much more recently. A man who had been a pig butcher did the same thing within the last 40 years. By killing an animal, a person incurs a debt, which can lead to him taking on the characteristics of that animal. So, one of the consequences of killing animals is that a person tends to assume animal-like tendencies. People are always creating their own futures. They create now what they will later become. Usually the future they create is something they don't want. By not wanting it, they actually create it. People worry constantly about things that they don't want to happen. And that very thinking brings about unwanted results. The ghost realm, for instance, is created in this way. People's mindsets create that realm of existence, and then they are reborn there. The coarsest actions, which are bodily actions, bring the most obvious karmic results. Speech has a more subtle effect, and thought is the most subtle. So karma comes up in different degrees, depending on how it is created. Take anger. If you give way to thoughts of anger, those thoughts are karma, backed by craving. That craving is the desire to get rid of unpleasant feelings, which in turn arouses anger. The tendency is to try to rid oneself of those unpleasant feelings by blaming or criticizing someone or something. Those angry thoughts are a type of mental karma that will come back on you in the form of more unwholesome thoughts. The craving creates attachment. In the case of anger, it is attachment to the situation that caused the angry reaction. Because the attachment is still there, the anger can easily arise again. When the trigger is pulled, which allows that sort of situation to reoccur, perhaps you see a person somewhere on the street and suddenly the anger resurfaces, then you re-experience the same thought patterns, which creates a tendency to make similar karma by way of speech and action. When we understand that everything we experience in the present results from past causes, we begin to reorder our priorities. It is obviously not possible to change the past. Consequently, the way we respond to what happens to us now becomes the important matter, because present actions will shape our future. We begin to take responsibility for our situation once we realize that what we experience in this lifetime results from causes we ourselves created in the past. Instead of feeling like helpless victims of an unfair system, we break the habit of blaming others for everything that goes wrong in our lives. In other words, we take full control of our life and our destiny. The Buddha said that we should use wisdom in everything we do. That means looking at and examining the intentions behind our behavior. Are our actions based on defilements or on Dhamma? We should be very careful of the actions we do in everyday life to make sure that we do not perform bad actions that will cause us suffering in the future. Before initiating any course of action, we must make sure that it is leading in the right direction. We should pay attention to what we are involved in, what we are involving other people in, and how that will affect us down the road. Because in the end, everything we do creates karma. We should take care lest we accumulate a store of unpleasant results. Thus, we must be wise and careful in the choices we make. The important point here is how we respond to situations as they arise. By reacting skillfully, we can change our response from negative to positive. Choice is the constructive side of karma. As human beings, we can make choices based on our innate intelligence. That is one of the reasons why a human birth is so valuable. Animals are basically creatures of instinct, making it difficult for them to broaden their choices. They lack the means to develop a wider view of their situation. People, on the other hand, have a broad range of choices. They don't have to follow their base instincts and react negatively when confronted with the inevitable unpleasantness of life. Rebirth as a human being is a result of predominantly good karma from the past. The karma may have been done many lifetimes before, but more likely it was done in the previous life. A person's state of mind at the time of death is the critical factor in the process of rebirth. At the moment of death, significant good or bad actions performed during that life will tend to arise in the dying person's mind. Or else, habitual tendencies or actions performed near the time of death will tend to come to mind. The state of mind at that crucial moment will largely determine the mind's direction as it grasps at future birth. It is worth contemplating death from time to time. The interesting thing about death is that, after death, nothing of what you call yourself is left. The body breaks up and disintegrates. No essence remains there. Feelings, thoughts, and memories break up as well. All that's left is your karma. After all, what is death? Firstly, it's the breakup of one's body. If one views the body as an integral part of one's self-identity, it's the breakup of one's self. Then one's karma fashions an environment based on one's past actions, which is grasped as a ground for rebirth. But the one that is then born is not the same one that died. The two are on the same continuum, but they are not the same person. Then again, we cannot say that they're different either, because they both share the same karmic legacy. When you reach the time of death, what's going to happen? Try to visualize it. Think of the body. What happens when the body dies? When the body dies, all sensation goes with it. Sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch all vanish. So, your normal perception of the world disappears. Your possessions all go completely. You won't have control over the slightest part of them. You are totally on your own. You should consider this carefully and think about what it means. Why do you place so much importance on your possessions? Why are you so concerned about what other people think about you? Why are you so concerned about your social status or your position at work? If you are constantly aware of death, if you contemplate death a lot until you feel it and see it clearly, the importance of these things tends to drop away. Because of that, when they eventually change or disappear, you are no longer affected. The only possession you keep at death is your karma, and the best way to make sure that it is good karma is to do Buddhist practice. This is right karma. Because it is the direct training for the sake of nibbana, the karma made while doing Buddhist practice is the best kind you can make. Even though we are bound by our past karma to wander endlessly from life to life through samsara, this does not mean that the search for true happiness and security is futile. The Buddha himself found the true path and followed it until he reached the end of all suffering, thus transcending the world and going beyond the round of rebirth. Because the karmic destiny of beings is not inevitable, anyone can enter the Buddha's noble path and follow in his footsteps to attain nibbana, which means that all of us have the potential to become noble disciples of the Buddha. Just like the Buddha prior to his enlightenment, we have all lived through countless different lifetimes before reaching this point. Fundamentally, we all share the same potential for enlightenment that the Buddha had. We too can walk the Buddha's path to the end of all suffering. That attainment is entirely feasible, because it was taught by somebody who had accomplished it himself, someone who understood the way to overcome the hindrances we all must face. Right now, the problem we face is that our potential remains dormant and undeveloped. It is our job to awaken it and act on it. According to the Buddha's teaching, we are responsible both for what happens to us and for how we respond to what happens. What happens to us is a result of causes we ourselves have set in motion. How we react to those experiences will determine our future. All that's left is for us to take up the challenge and assume full responsibility for our potential. Basics. Now I'll present a short overview of Dhamma, perhaps from a slightly unusual angle. One of the experiences that we constantly have in life is the unsettling feeling of discontent gnawing away inside our hearts. We know it, it's always there, but we don't know what it wants or why it wants it. And yet, we know it's there. We can say that everybody experiences a similar underlying discontent. It's a problem that people are always seeking to cure. They usually focus outside themselves, looking for some relief. They search for money, they search for goods, they search for power, they search for anything they think will bring them contentment. But no matter how hard they try or how successful they become, the discontent is still there. In the end, they mostly just give up hope of finding a cure. This is what happens so often in life. It is reasonable that people should want to cure their chronic discontent. They are justified in their desire to remedy the situation. It is the right way. But invariably, people misunderstand the fundamental causes of their dissatisfaction. Because of that, they search for contentment in all the wrong places and behave in all the wrong ways. Discontent is a consequence of unprincipled actions of body, speech, and mind. But people fail to realize that those actions are inherently misguided. Nor do they see the connection between those wrong deeds and their own discontent. Looking at the world we live in, we can see that almost everyone is trying to cure discontentment in the wrong way. Instead of looking inside themselves to find a solution, they are searching for happiness outside themselves. Yet they remain completely blind to their mistake. The Buddha taught that this fundamental problem is caused by a lack of understanding. They simply don't know. They are blinded to the nature of the problem by the fog of their own ignorance. Being unaware of that ignorance, they don't recognize the fundamental delusion there. Part of the problem can be traced back to the things they learned when they were very young. At a young age, we learned our view of the world from the people around us, from parents, from classmates, from school teachers, and so on. At that age, we were not in a good position to differentiate between what was right and what was wrong. We just assumed that what we were told was true. We accepted the normal, worldly perspective without questioning it. Naturally, parents teach their children the best way they can. If they are good parents, they focus on thoroughly educating them in the ways of the world, teaching them what they themselves learned from their mentors. But a lot of the knowledge that has been handed down from generation to generation is just views and suppositions. There isn't much proven truth in it. Not to blame the parents, but from the standpoint of Dhamma, those views are misconceived because they are not based in fundamental truths. That misunderstanding occurs because people are convinced that the external world is what really matters. They believe that it's very important to follow the mundane ways of society. This happens because the defilements are strong, which causes people to have more faith in the ways of the world than they do in the ways of Dhamma. Young children naturally begin to adopt this worldly outlook, which then forms the background of their thoughts and perceptions. Our background informs our worldview, and that view is related to memory. This is where the tendencies of the defilements enter the picture. When the defiling factors of greed, hatred, and delusion are present, our tendency is to have wrong views and to act in wrong ways. The defilements are driving those bad habits. Something will trigger a memory, some perception related to our past experience, which is part of the continuity of our self-identity. Thinking of that memory, we reflect on ourselves in that past situation, which rebounds our thinking into the present and pushes our thoughts forward into the future. In that way, our thoughts are always revolving around the notion of self and its relation to time, which means that we think of ourselves in relationship to memories. Whatever perception comes up is immediately tested against similar previous experiences and questioned, do I like that? Is it good for me? Is it pleasant or not? And we then react according to our likes and dislikes. Quite often, we react in unwholesome ways, which means that our reactions are governed by greed, hatred, and delusion. Those unwholesome actions are, moreover, reinforced by the continuity of memory, strengthening the position of the defilements. Only gradually, after practicing Dhamma for a long time, do mundane thought patterns begin changing as the Dhamma starts displacing the defilements as the motivating force behind our actions. But before the Dhamma takes control, the background of the world and its values is still firmly entrenched in our hearts, meaning discontentment is never far away. We are always searching for a way to get rid of our dissatisfaction. Due to our fundamental ignorance, we normally use the methods suggested by the defilements, and they don't work. At best, those methods may alleviate one form of displeasure, only to create another one in its place. In the end, we find ourselves worse off than before. If, however, we can reach a state of mental calm, we find that the discontentment dies away, at least temporarily. We have not rid ourselves of the defilements, but they are put to rest for a while because a calm mind enjoys a happy state of contentment. As long as the mind rests in samadhi, the defilements remain quiet. That calm state can be taken to an even deeper level, where the mind enters into a state of oneness. Knowing is present, but there are no objects to know. That state is one of great contentment. This contrast between the effects of suffering and those of happiness shows up in the first two verses of the Dhammapada, which begin by stating that mind is the forerunner of all conditions. Mind is their chief. All conditions originate from mind. The second verse states that when a person acts with evil intent, pain follows him like the wheels of the ox cart follow the hooves of the ox. The implication here is that pain and suffering are hard and crushing experiences. It further states that when a person acts with virtuous intent, happiness follows him like a shadow, which never leaves. You can see the contrast there. The wheels of the ox cart are crude, the shadow is subtle. It must be like that because dukkha is going in the wrong direction, and the wrong direction becomes heavier all the time, whereas happiness is a result of moving in the right direction, which is bound to be experienced as progressive levels of lightness. That subtle feeling of lightness pervades throughout the mind, making it hard for us to pinpoint exactly where it is. However, if, for any reason, that happiness disappears, even for a short while, we notice that something valuable is missing. To be truly successful, meditation practice must include our whole person and all aspects of our daily life. The path of practice will then have a proper foundation leading to good results. We can't afford to choose which aspects of the path we want to practice and simply neglect the others. If we do, all our efforts will ultimately end up in disappointment. For that reason, it's extremely important to address the question of our daily habits and patterns of behavior when practicing meditation. Attitudes and behaviors which lead to stressful relationships with others or nagging feelings of regret and remorse invariably have a harmful effect on our peace of mind, which makes it very difficult to develop meditation properly. That being the case, adherence to the moral precepts is strongly emphasized as a means to harmonize our relations with people in the world. In other words, when we have a firm moral basis, we feel no inclination to misbehave. We do not harbor feelings of guilt in our relationships with other people, which allows our minds to quickly settle down and remain calm. If we have good morality, we can relax easily into the meditation practice and forget the world outside. In that way, the more we meditate, the less our minds tend to go out into worldly matters, and the more effective our meditation can be. The right way to develop our mind is to follow the well-established, traditional practices that have been passed down through successive generations from the time of the Buddha to the present day, beginning with moral virtue, which leads to meditative calm and wisdom. In the practice of moral discipline, the 5 precepts are the training rules we observe. Together, they constitute an excellent field of training. The 5 moral precepts are: not to kill, including not only human beings but animals as well; not to steal; not to indulge in sexual misconduct; not to use false speech, lies, slander, gossip, and so on; and not to take drinks and drugs. These 5 rules of training form the basis for a decent human being. If we fail to adhere to these, we become less and less human. And the end result? Well, I'll leave it to you to guess. Unfortunately, very few people have any real understanding of the way morality works. When people misunderstand the principles of moral virtue, they do all the wrong things, thinking they're actually doing the right ones. In the West, this tendency is very prevalent now. Unprincipled moral virtue is a problem that's causing a great deal of trouble these days, and that comes down to a complete misunderstanding of the way morality functions. People may say, why should we be moral anyway? Many of them do not believe in any kind of higher moral authority. They think that no repercussions will follow from their actions. Therefore, if they choose to commit immoral actions, they will get away with them. They fail to understand that they change themselves every time they do an immoral act. They alter their characters in a manner that inevitably steers them into a situation where they will inevitably receive the consequences of those actions. When it comes to the practice of Buddhism, it's like the Buddha said. Only a few people have little dust in their eyes. Only a few. We can't expect the majority of people to be in a position to progress quickly and easily along the path. The best we can expect of most people is that practicing the basic teaching on morality will remove a little bit of the dust from their eyes. In that way, more people will be in a position to gain understanding. As it is, ordinary people in the world are not capable of much understanding. They simply go the way of their karma and its consequences. They behave badly when they feel inclined to, and they are dragged down by it. They've been carrying on that way for an extremely long time, and the momentum of their accumulated karma will keep it going like that indefinitely. Those people who have enough understanding to see the nature of the world clearly realize instinctively that this is not a good situation. They know they should try to rid their minds of immoral attitudes. For them, keeping the moral precepts strictly is very important. They will not compromise on their moral principles at all. In truth, morality is a practice that maintains our status as decent human beings. It maintains that status by keeping our actions within the bounds of behavior that will bring us beneficial results in the future. If we choose to do actions that bring unfortunate consequences, we'll just sink lower and lower down. And the more we sink down, the duller and more stupid we become, and the less we are able to see the rut we're in. Continuing to act blindly, we do more harmful actions, causing us to drop further into misfortune, until the end result is very unfortunate indeed. Most people are unaware of the direct relationship between actions and their consequences. If you would like to witness some of those consequences firsthand, just visit any mental hospital and have a look around. Look at the really burned-out cases and see what they're like. Realize that this is the sort of grief that can befall the wrongdoer. Recognize that one reason why people should be virtuous is just to keep themselves sane. Virtue is a form of mental hygiene. Normally, people don't eat dirty food or go without bathing until they become filthy. Being fearful of disease, they maintain good standards of cleanliness. They worry constantly about diseases of the body, but they don't care a damn about diseases of the mind. And most people have diseases lurking within their minds all the time. More than anything else, these diseases of the mind come from unhealthy states of morality. Because bad morality originates from defiled states of mind, it is necessary to study the mental defilements to learn how they operate. After all, those defilements have always been the enemies of peace and contentment. Reflect on the mental defilements often and try to recognize their influence within yourself. Notice how deep and how subtle they can be. Learn what actions are needed to counter the defiling influences in your mind. It's not always a matter of sitting formally in meditation. It is more often a matter of observing your mind in the course of everyday life. This is where many people fail in Buddhism. They want very much to practice meditation, but they neglect to practice virtue to clean up their daily lives. And without a strong sense of morality, meditation will not progress. For example, people tend to think that taking a drink doesn't matter. And it's true. The consumption of alcohol is not the main issue. The Buddha said that the real issue is what you do when you're under the influence of alcohol. When you're under the influence, you are no longer in full control of yourself. Because of that, you are more likely to speak and act in ways that you would never otherwise do. When looking at it from a psychological point of view, you can ask, why do I want to drink? What's the purpose? The answer you'll find is that drink is really an anesthetic. People want to anesthetize themselves to some extent. They want to dull their minds so they don't notice their suffering. Inebriation is not, of course, the correct way to alleviate suffering. Substances like alcohol do not take the mind to a higher level, but rather drag it to a lower level. They actually distort the mind's perceptions and thus create conditions that are hindrances to progress on the path of Buddhist practice. When treading the path, meditators need to always be sharp-minded and clear-headed, so they can penetrate directly to the truth of the Buddha's teachings. Dulling the mind has the opposite effect. Usually, people who take drugs are trying to find a shortcut. They're trying to enter an elevated mental state through the back door. What they don't realize is that the attainment of a meditative state can only be correct if there's hard work behind it. You must go about achieving that elevated state in the right way. Even if you gain a heightened state of awareness by cutting corners, you'll lose it just as quickly. It's not a mental state that you have developed until it is truly a part of your nature. When you penetrate the mind's domain in the traditional way, by means of meditation practice, then you experience something truly genuine. The nature of moral behavior is rather interesting. Morality in general is relative, but it's not relative in the way they thought of it in America in the 1960s. It's not relative to the individual. It's relative to the human being as a human being. It is the set of conditions that relates directly to the human status, which means it comprises the virtues of human existence. So, to break the moral precepts is to go against one's own human nature. An animal, like a tiger, has a different set of precepts. It has its own kind of ethics, the precepts of its animal nature. Its nature is that of a wild beast. If it acts within those bounds, it remains true to its nature. It's that way with most animals. The nature of a tiger, or the nature of a human being, or the nature of a dog, these abide by different natural principles. The human being is a very high form of nature, so we should try to honor our status by, at least, keeping the 5 precepts. It is important to understand, however, that morality does not encompass only the 5 precepts. It also includes right behavior and good manners in general. It means being careful in how you express yourself in speech and action by doing things in a seemly and proper way. All of this comes under the heading of moral virtue. The pillars of moral virtue are, of course, the 5 precepts. These 5 are the most important ones to get right. But there is a lot more than that to the practice of morality. You can see the general aspects of morality in people's behavior. Some people behave in a very coarse way, and it shows. When a person behaves coarsely, we refer to them as a crude person. On the other hand, someone who behaves in a refined way, we call a cultured person. Because their behavior initiates from their minds, these 2 types of people will tend to think and act quite differently. When the intentions flowing out from the mind are good, then the resulting actions will also be good. Those actions produce the type of karma that will always redound to our benefit. So, we should pay attention to our casual behavior as well as the specific actions covered by the 5 precepts. Actions of body, speech, and mind are forms of karma. Karma literally means action. But more specifically, it is volitional action initiated from deep within the human heart. That volition may initiate purely mental acts, such as thoughts, or it may express its intentions outwardly through bodily and verbal actions. The resulting karma creates a potential to bring forth results that correspond to the nature of those actions. Later, when internal and external conditions are suitable, karma gives rise to the appropriate consequences. There are 3 types of karma: acts of thought, speech, and body. Thought is the most subtle of these. Speech is more gross. Bodily acts are the grossest. The Buddhist position on morality is that it concerns only physical acts of speech and body, but not thought, because thoughts are too subtle and elusive for ordinary people to rein in. Because they are so difficult to control, the Buddha said that our first duty is to get everything right outside. And outside means physical actions. Even though your mind is turbulent inside, get it right outside first, so that you don't upset the world around you. When you upset the world reacts negatively. Then your situation is not peaceful, so you can't focus properly on any of the other moral practices. You must first get your responsibility to the world right so as to eliminate lingering feelings of regret or remorse. Being at peace with the world, you are free to forget worldly concerns and focus inside. Because actions and speech are on public display, they directly impact the world around you, defining your relations with other people by the reactions they cause. Thoughts, even when they concern other people, arise in such a way that those people are unaware of their content, so they have no cause to react. Because of that, the level of thought is higher than the levels of speech and action, so it doesn't come under the heading of morality. If you look at the 5 precepts, they are all concerned with speech and actions. None of them concern the mind itself. Nonetheless, training the mind is very important because if you think wrongly, that harmful mental attitude tends to go out into speech and action. In those circumstances, you can very easily engage in misconduct. Those who constantly do immoral deeds tend to slide down below the level of a human being. This is very unfortunate because it's easy to go down, but very difficult to climb back up. Thus, you should remain vigilant in maintaining the precepts. When practicing the way of Dhamma, one must start from the level of moral virtue. One needn't be a recluse to practice meditation, but moral integrity is needed. For a householder, practicing regularly at home can be very valuable. Although the meditation may not go very deep, it still has significant potential. But first, one has to overcome all the difficulties that living in the world presents by using mindfulness and self-restraint. All day long, a householder is either driving or catching buses, shopping or working a job. Through all that activity, the mind is constantly jumping about, dealing with all sorts of issues. When one sits down to practice meditation, those trains of thought continue unabated. For that reason, it's very difficult for a person living in the world to slow down long enough to do serious meditation practice. Those who have done sufficient training to achieve some control of the mind can practice more effectively in the workaday world, but it usually requires exerting a lot of concerted effort. Chiefly, one must learn to control one's thoughts, and thoughts means words in the mind. Cutting off the inner dialogue allows one to gain a lot of control over the mind. But that is not so easy, because when a thought arises, that thought seems terribly important at that moment. There's a voice inside the mind which says, "Oh, you should think that out first before continuing with the meditation." But this is just the defilements whispering inside. That's the way they are, always putting up a resistance to peace and tranquility. We must come to know the defilements because they are adversaries of the Dhamma. When we study the enemy, we gain a clear understanding of what we're up against and how powerful its resistance is. Both the Dhamma and the defilements are located in the heart. The two mingle together, both vying for center stage. At one moment, the Dhamma may gain the upper hand. At another moment, the defilements retake control. But for the ordinary person, it is inevitable that the defilements will win the battle more often. For that reason, practically everything we do is infused with defilements. We're never free from their influence. This truth is reflected in our own practical experience. Our general outlook on the world tends to remain constant over time. Because that outlook is infused with defilements, it's as though we're always seeing the world through a pair of tinted glasses. Our whole outlook is colored by them, which distorts our perceptions. Because we are unable to remove the glasses, we never have a chance to see things clearly. If we had enough mental clarity, the defilements would stand out sharply in our minds. But because that clarity is lacking, It appears as though the defilements are not even there. We can catch them only when they become more obvious, as when anger flares up or greed grasps a hold. When the defilements become active, then we can catch a glimpse of them. We may not see them at the time they arise, but afterwards, on reflection, we realize that the defilements came up. When that happens, we should question ourselves. What brought that up? How can I catch it more quickly next time? When we analyze this process until we see clearly how the defilements arise in our minds, we can then watch them much more closely. It's still a very long task to overcome them. Even gaining some control over the simpler ones is hard. So we must use all the methods of Dhamma at our disposal to rein them in. The more we can subdue the defilements, the more happiness we experience and the more freedom we feel. We can see that we are achieving something that matters, which gives us the feeling that we're people of importance. I don't mean important in the sense of an exaggerated sense of one's value, but rather a sense of something inside which has real value. Previously, we seem to be just like everyone else, but as the defilements diminish, it becomes more and more apparent that, mentally, we feel a bit different from other people. We find that this inner freedom is far more worthwhile than anything else, simply because it's real and it lasts. It isn't something that just comes and goes. It remains vibrant in the heart. That inner stability is what we are aiming for. Most people have very little understanding about what happens inside their own minds. This is something that we should try to remedy. Otherwise, life will pass us by, and we will have lost the opportunity to do something about it. It is very important that we have a mind that is well trained in mindfulness and knows its situation at all times. Mindfulness is essential. As long as we have mindfulness keeping a close watch on our mental state, we can be pretty confident in the quality of our speech and actions. The only way we can prevent negligence in our actions is to be mindful. When mindfulness is present, we are aware and remain watchful to make sure that a harmful negative reaction does not occur. By careful observation, we learn to recognize what is harmful and so stop the reaction before it can arise as speech or bodily action. When we do that, we bring more and more of the Dhamma into our lives. The more the Dhamma comes into our lives, the more our minds incline to Dhamma, which leads to feelings of harmony and peace. That state of harmony and peace then increases the amount of happiness and contentment that we experience. Conversely, when we act contrary to the Dhamma, we encourage negative reactions, which clash inside the heart. While these internal battles are going on, there's a feeling of constant dissatisfaction. This is a way the defilements cause suffering. When examining our minds, we'll probably find that they are whirling about much of the time. Stray thoughts pop up in a rather random fashion. Thoughts, ideas, images, and so on. The mind is just spinning aimlessly. It's out of control. Very few people have proper control of their minds. In order to stop the restless whirling of the mind and establish some control over it, we must develop a good meditation practice. When we can control the mind and bring it to a state where mindfulness is in charge, such that the internal situation is clearly understood, we can then be more or less confident of the future. In that way, we start to change the haphazard way in which the future seems to just overtake us, as we begin to develop control over circumstances as they occur. You should begin meditation practice by focusing your attention on one object, like the breath. Mindfulness of the breath has long been considered one of the most effective means of helping beginners to develop mental calm and concentration. Seated comfortably in meditation, preferably in a quiet and calm environment, simply remain aware of the normal cycle of breathing, the in-breath followed by the out-breath, focusing on each breath as it passes the tip of the nose, breathing in, then out, then in again. While doing that practice, you'll find initially that the mind has a strong tendency to jump away. When you focus your mind on breathing, the mind stays there for a short while. Then, oops, it's gone. It veers away. This is the mind's natural tendency. You can never really get the mind to stay still. It just won't stop. The mind is always moving, but its movement has different qualities. If it is moving in just a haphazard way, it becomes very weak. So, to strengthen the mind, you must bring it into a single channel. Then it becomes strong and capable of thinking properly. Also, you find that the mind has become calmer and experiences a sense of contentment that it has never known before. This contentment is very important because when it comes, there is no opening for the defilements of greed, hatred, and delusion to arise. Normally, they are the forces agitating the mind and causing feelings of discontentment. When you gain good results from your practice, the resultant happiness will bring up more energy to continue with the meditation. At first, meditation is hard work, but when the happiness arises, that positive feedback supports the practice. Generally, when you fail to attain good results, the fault is that there are too many thoughts going on in the mind. And even when you do manage to stop the thinking for a moment, the mind quickly reverts to its discursive ways. This means that mindfulness is not strong enough, so it requires an even more sustained effort to keep the mind on the meditation object. Otherwise, you'll experience the mind being pulled away often. When your focus is firmly on the breathing, then only the breath is known. When perceptions come up, trying to distract your attention, tugging at your mind until you lose the breath, that's the defilements interfering. They keep trying to wiggle free by bringing up all sorts of distractions to drag the mind from the discipline of the meditation object. Be aware that this distraction is just defilements interfering, and quickly pull the mind back to the practice and use concentrated effort to hold it there. Mindfulness is the key. Mindfulness means attention, as in keep your attention on the breath. Once you have learned to discipline the mind, try to train your focus to be more precise. When you have your attention fixed on the breathing, you should know not only precisely when the breath goes out and comes in, but also every moment of its coming in and every moment of its going out. When you do this, your attention is more and more absorbed in the breathing itself. When your attention has followed the out-breath until it stops, you must be vigilant at that point, because that's exactly where the mind tends to jump away. To prevent that lapse in mindfulness, watch that point and hold your attention there until the in-breath comes. At the end of the in-breath, there is a similar tendency for the mind to jump away, but it's not so pronounced. The point is, you want to train yourself to make your concentration more precise and continuous. When you reach a stage of sufficient calm and strength of mind, you should then turn your attention to developing wisdom. First of all, this means contemplating the physical body, observing it, thinking about its characteristics and questioning your assumptions about it. Examine the body closely. It's very important to understand its true nature. People often use their bodies as a means to satisfy their desires and find gratification. But what they desire is usually quite harmful to them. Using the body in that way only causes more trouble. It is harmful for the body, and it is not good for the mind either. So, we have to look closely at the physical body and see what it's actually made of. Viewing the physical body in the light of wisdom, we realize that it is not really so attractive or desirable. It is made of material substances that are very perishable. Its continued existence is uncertain. Being susceptible to disease and old age, it is always fragile and unstable. In the end, it cannot be relied upon. When we die, the latent desire for bodily existence leads us to grasp another body to take its place. That's the way the round of rebirth continues. We have gone through living and dying in past lives. We don't know how many times, perhaps millions. Having passed the threshold of a new birth, we live that life, suffering sickness, old age, and finally, death, only to be reborn to start the cycle all over again. Birth, life, sickness, old age, and death, just continuing indefinitely. And, throughout that endless journey, suffering and discontent are our constant companions. The only way to halt this vicious cycle is to sever the attachments that cause it. The attachments can be severed only by means of wisdom. In the beginning, we investigate the body to convince ourselves that this body is not me, it's not mine. The physical body comes from the earth. It is made up of earthly substances. It relies on the earth for its sustenance, and in the end, it decays and returns to the earth. So really, the earth is the owner of the body, not me. I've just temporarily taken up residence in it, that's all. By seeing that truth in a profound way, we lose our fear of death at the moment we realize, this body isn't me, so I don't die. The body breaks apart, but I continue on. The body inevitably dies. And with the body, the faculties of feeling, memory, thought, and consciousness will also die. That which survives we call the chitta, the essence of mind that knows. That knowingness does not depend on material substance for its existence. It exists entirely beyond the physical realm. Traces of all the good and bad karmic consequences of our actions reside within the chitta, as do the various mental defilements that motivated those actions. The chitta is also the repository of Dhamma and its potential for enlightenment. A tug-of-war-like tension exists in the chitta between the liberating Dhamma and the enslaving defilements. It just depends on circumstances which one is on top at any given time. Mostly, though, the defilements come out on top. They have been the boss from time immemorial. It is only when wisdom begins to see things as they really are that the Dhamma starts showing its true strength. As the Dhamma gains the upper hand, the defilements have fewer chances to interfere. By persisting diligently in the cultivation of Dhamma, one can eventually break through to a natural state of total freedom. The Buddha called that total freedom Nibbana. Nibbana is what we really should be. It's there within us all the time, but we just don't recognize it. Once we clear away all traces of ignorance and its cohort of defilements, what's left will be Nibbana. In Buddhism, we are not aiming to become saints or to attach labels like arahant to ourselves. We are simply endeavoring to become normal people who have straightened out the crookedness in their hearts. People who have tamed those inner demons we call the defilements. This supreme attainment will allow us to lead ordinary lives freely, instead of at the dictates of the mass of emotions, sensations, and other influences that were tangled up inside our hearts. Surely this is our birthright, so to speak, rather than some special exalted status such as the word saint brings to mind. It is a state of unencumbered normality. But to reach that state, we will have to fight and defeat the demon properly. At present, we have an ideal opportunity to do just that. We are now face to face with the demon. We have the weapons of the Buddha's teaching, the protection and help of our Dhamma teachers, and the goodwill of all our Dhamma friends. All that's left is to clench our teeth and set up the determination to carry on, however difficult the struggle may be, and however long victory may take. Good in the middle. Body. Of all the meditation subjects that the Buddha recommended, body contemplation is probably the most unpopular with Western practitioners. Although body contemplation is very worthwhile, for some strange reason it's not encouraged much in the West. Very few teachers even mention it. Why is that? They must not realize how valuable it is. Contemplation of the body is an essential component of the Buddha's teaching. This may seem strange in an age when people know all about the world, but know very little about themselves. They've studied science, so when you ask them the reason for doing this or that, or how something works, they can go into great detail. Even if they themselves don't know, they can easily find out by asking someone who does know, or by looking it up in books or online. But when it comes to the human body, what do they know? Even if they know physiology, in the medical sense, all they've done is study someone else's body or pictures of the human body in a textbook, not their own body. But surely our bodies are extremely important. If we didn't have a human body, how would we experience the world? The human body allows us to access the world around us. It is our outlet into the world, so to speak. Surely knowledge about the body's true nature is essential to our well-being. In order to comprehend its nature, we should ask ourselves, what actually is the human body? What's it composed of? Is it a pleasant thing or not? We can put aside our preconceived ideas about it and just ask objectively, is the human body attractive or not? Most people in the world seem to think that the body is very attractive, that it's a most desirable thing. Let's have a look. What happens if we don't wash it for a few days? We've got to keep washing the thing, otherwise it stinks before long and becomes unbearable. Let a few strands of hair fall into a plate of food, and we quickly lose our appetite. Why? Head hair and body hair are inherently filthy, which is the reason that we have to continuously wash them. In fact, nothing that comes in contact with any part of the human body remains clean for long. Due to the dirt and the smell that accumulate on our bodies, our clothing and bed linen must be constantly laundered. Even the food we eat, once it's ground between the teeth and mixed with saliva, becomes filthy as well. There are many such aspects of the body that we must look at to determine whether it's a pleasant thing or not, whether it's beautiful or not. You should be determined to search for the truth of the matter. After all, most people think that they are their bodies. If that is the case, surely you should want to know more about yourself. When you are so interested to know everything about the world, why do you leave out the one thing that is the most important of all, yourself? Why not try to get to know yourself? The first step in trying to get to know yourself is to question the nature of the body, because the body is the grossest part of who you are or who you think you are. However, as you probe more deeply into body contemplation, you begin to realize that the body, in fact, is not you. It comes from the world, and it returns to the world. It's simply a part of this earth. It consists entirely of atomic structures, atoms, molecules, chemicals, and so on. And it's nothing apart from these things. It doesn't go beyond the state of physical matter. When you look at it properly, you can see that it isn't really you. It doesn't belong to you. You can't even control its destiny. The body at birth is derived from the world. At death, it returns to the world. There's no way to stop it from rejoining the earth as organic matter. When you cling tightly to the body, it's almost as if you are confining yourself to a prison cell. The human body resembles a prison because it restricts you to certain conditions from which you cannot free yourself. So you must understand the body's true nature in order to realize that the physical body is not what you really are, and that clinging to it creates undesirable consequences. Search to find the truth of the matter. After all, why not examine the body? It's such an obvious thing to look at. When you do, you begin to see that your whole outlook on the world depends on the body. Consider any aspect of life and you'll find that nearly every one of them is related to the human body. Houses are built according to the needs of the human body. Cars and towns are based on the shape and size of the human body. All the things you use are designed to accommodate bodily dimensions. Because human beings are attached to their bodies, they have to put up with the vicissitudes of bodily existence, most of which are quite unpleasant. The body has its own momentum, which you can't control. It gets sick, and you can't prevent it. It grows old, and you can't prevent that. Eventually, in its own time, the body dies, and you can't prevent that either. The body belongs to the earth. It originates from earthly substances and then returns to the earth as physical matter. In fact, the body can only live in a physical environment that is suited to bodily existence. The body requires earth to stand on, air to breathe, water to drink, food to eat, energy and heat to function, and so on. All these things come from the earth. Because of that, this body is just a part of the earth beneath our feet. But nonetheless, we insist on grasping at it and claiming ownership of it. Once we own it, we also own all the difficulties that come along with bodily existence, which we find we don't like. We don't like being sick. We don't like growing old. We don't like dying. The body is something that we are familiar enough with that we can imagine parts of it in our mind and keep our attention on the images, contemplating them to see their attributes, their associations, and their cause and effect relationships. Because we already know so much about the body, it's a very good subject for meditation. Body contemplation can go in two basic directions. One is the way of samatha, using calm and concentration as a basis. The other is the way of vipassana, using insight and wisdom as a basis. To practice the way of samatha, you keep your attention fixed on one aspect of the body, like the skin, without thinking much about it. Just keep skin fixed in your mind as much as you can. One advantage of using this method is that the mind becomes calm and focused. And because the focus of your attention has been concentrated on a part of the body, it's easy to later turn and investigate that body part to develop a deeper understanding of its true nature. The Vipassana way of practicing body contemplation begins by questioning the body's nature. What is the nature of skin? Where does skin come from? What is it composed of? What happens if I don't wash it? Suppose I cut off a piece. What lies underneath it? What internal organs is the skin covering up, and what are they like? Consider all aspects of the parts that make up the human body. This is the way of developing wisdom, always questioning, searching to discover what's really there. To begin with, take the body as the body. That is, take it in the same way you normally experience your body. You are not attempting to superimpose a radically new view on the body. Rather, you want to go more deeply into what is right there in front of you and expose some obvious truths about it. You are trying to see your body in what might be called the light of truth, trying to see what bodily existence means in such a deep and profound way that you realize the body is not you. It is not yours. This is the important point. Later on, you can begin to examine the body as a mental image. At the beginning stage of body contemplation, however, you must look at the body in the way you normally do. Otherwise, the investigation becomes too nebulous, and the practice doesn't progress properly. The first aim of the practice is to see for yourself the body's inherently repulsive nature, repulsive in the sense that it doesn't reflect the pleasing image you have of yourself. This discovery counters the normal view that the body is an attractive and desirable part of who you are, a part that deserves your constant attention. On the other hand, you also understand that the body is a necessary and valuable instrument, because without it, you do not have a physical basis for your mental faculties. Without a physical body, you would not have access to the faculties of thinking and recollection. There would be just bare knowing, and that's all. Therefore, you must have a physical body to function. So, although the body is seen as undesirable, you are also aware of its necessity. As long as you maintain that balanced view of the body in your practice, you can avoid negative states like alienation and aversion. Although it's up to each individual to decide the best method to use for body contemplation, starting with hair of the head, hair of the body, nails, teeth, and skin usually provides a very good basis. If you feel you would rather investigate the body as arms, legs, head, organs, and so on, that's quite a legitimate practice too. Reflect on how the human body is merely a combination of various parts. It is not a completely homogeneous entity at all. Apart from the head, most bodily parts can be cut off and the body will continue to function. An enormous amount can be removed from the body without death occurring. From that, you can reflect, if I refer to this as my body, what about this arm? Is it mine? If it's cut off, is it still mine? In whichever case, you begin body contemplation by focusing on the parts that make up the body: head hair, body hair, nails, teeth, skin, bones, and so on. You can either mentally visualize each one or focus your attention on the location in the body of each part, whichever you prefer. This exercise is the training for wisdom, not the wisdom itself. As you keep practicing in this manner, probing and questioning continuously over a long time, you will suddenly see one of the body parts from a totally different angle. It's as though you see the full implications of it in relation to the realms of mind and matter. Take skin, for example. You know its characteristics and its basic functions. Skin is a thin layer of surface tissue that is necessary to protect the internal organs from outside exposure, helping maintain the life of the body. You are aware of all that, but what are the implications of skin as far as your notions of self are concerned? This is what the training for wisdom is trying to uncover. In the end, you realize that skin is just part of nature. It comes from nature and it goes back to nature. It isn't you. There is nothing of you in it. How could it be you? That skin you cling to as an integral part of your self-identity is merely a perishable physical substance. When you see these implications clearly, it feels almost as though you are giving up a cherished part of yourself. Seeing the truth of the matter and letting go of the attachment is the work of wisdom. It means knowing directly that the skin is not self, not merely speculating about it. Skin cannot be self. It has no connection to self. That is one method used to overcome attachment to the body. Without developing your faculty of wisdom, you are unaware of how much attachment you feel for it. You don't realize how much your self-identity is bound up with the body. For your own physical and mental welfare, it's very important to overcome that attachment. Another effective method for overcoming bodily attachment is the asubha contemplation. The asubha contemplation entails focusing on the human body's inherently impure and loathsome nature. Much of our discontentment stems from clinging to the body as the basis of who we are. It is a central feature of our personal identity. Because of this deep-seated notion, we project a definite sense of self into all our actions. We deliberately plan our whole lives around desires related to the body. When we comprehend the body's impure nature, we can experience it as inherently unstable, impermanent, and repulsive. In that way, we can reduce the craving built up around the body until eventually we are able to free ourselves from the strong sense of self associated with it. Because the skin so easily fools us with its deceptive appearance, it deserves a very careful examination. This thin layer of tissue covers the flesh and internal organs of the body. Although at a glance it may appear clean and attractive, closer inspection shows a scaly, wrinkled layer that exudes sweat and grease. Only constant washing and cleaning make it bearable to live with. After thoroughly investigating that outer layer, mentally strip off the skin and investigate the internal organs, following whatever method best suits your natural temperament. As you contemplate the body, certain parts or characteristics should begin to stand out and catch your attention. You should focus specifically on those parts that interest you. When you investigate deeply into just one body part until seeing its true nature clearly with wisdom, you will be able to extend that understanding to include the entire body. Because all bodily substance has the same nature, it's filthy, disgusting, and repulsive through and through. No desirable and satisfactory personal identity can be found there. But you must understand very clearly that the objective of this contemplation is not to stir up aversion for the body. That would be wrong. You only want to recognize its loathsome nature. It's rather like opening your refrigerator and seeing a rotten piece of meat that has been there the last 5 weeks. You'd feel it was repulsive, but you wouldn't feel hatred for it. You'd just take it out and drop it in the garbage. That's all. Likewise, with the body, it isn't hatred you want to evoke. That's wrong. You want the experience of revulsion, a feeling of dismay that you've grasped this body at birth, that you're tightly bound to this body now, and that you must live with it until it dies. Even so, as long as you remain with the body, you still have an opportunity to practice meditation to see the Dhamma. In that sense, it's quite valuable. But you must use it in the right way in order to overcome your delusion. This is the true purpose of body contemplation. After you have practiced Asubha contemplations intensively, you may feel irritable or even angry for no apparent reason. This is a reaction to the body contemplation itself. When your deeply ingrained views of physical identity are probed and questioned, the internal forces of delusion fight back with feelings of irritation or annoyance. You may feel like a bear with a sore on its head, as they say. To quell those negative emotions, you should combine body contemplation with another practice, like mindfulness of breathing or loving kindness, to calm the mind down. These techniques are consistent with what the Buddha taught. He said that when one does body practice, one should do breath meditation as well. The body is an interesting object to investigate because you can analyze the body in many different ways. Another way is to investigate the body in terms of the physical elements of earth, water, fire, and air. The natural world around us appears to be very real and solid, but it appears that way only because our bodies are also composed of the same material elements. Fundamentally, there is no difference between the makeup of the human body and the makeup of the physical world. In modern terms, they both consist of atoms and molecules. It will benefit your practice to look at the body from that angle and reflect on it. You should also investigate the body from the viewpoint that the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and air are actually abstract or symbolic interpretations of physical matter. In examining matter, scientists have never found an earth element, nor have they found air, water, or fire elements. They do not exist as concrete physical properties. In fact, contemplation of the 4 physical elements is a psychological method of analyzing matter. And mind is the main requirement for making the analysis, meaning that you contemplate those characteristics subjectively. The mind uses concepts about earth, water, fire, and air to represent material qualities such as solidity, fluidity, heat, and motion, so as to understand the body on a more subtle level. Another interesting approach to body contemplation is to ask, how is the body known? How is it experienced? The answer is that we know the body through feeling. It's bodily feeling that informs us about our bodies. It's actually difficult to experience the body in any other way. Of course, we can analyze the body in terms of its constituent parts and so on. These are aspects of the body we are familiar with because we can see them. But from the perspective of an internal experience, however, we really know the body through feelings and sensations. Because of that, the body we experience is a feeling body. That feeling body is a subtle energy body that mirrors our physical form. Our minds contact the physical body through that spiritual projection, so we never actually know the physical body directly. For this reason, when we investigate our bodies in meditation, we must pay attention to bodily sensations to guide the way. The internal makeup of the physical body is known only by means of conceptual images that come from seeing pictures depicting what the various parts look like. All those internal parts combine to make up the physical body, but that is not the way we experience the body internally. When we contemplate the body by examining those bits and pieces that comprise it, we are working with a mental picture of the body. When we contemplate the corresponding feeling body, we may find that the sensations paint quite a different picture of the body, and quite a different understanding of what makes up the body as well. That's why it's important to realize that feeling is the most important aspect of our knowledge of the body. For example, when you feel a pain in your foot, the source of the pain appears to be located in the foot. In actual fact, sensory impulses are transmitted from the foot to some mechanism in the brain, which then projects the experience of pain onto the image of the foot located in the feeling body. In other words, the experience of pain takes place in the mind's image of the body, which is mentally superimposed on the physical form. We feel the painful sensation in the foot only because our instincts tell us it must be there. In the same manner, the whole body is mirrored in an extensive network of sensations. For that reason, the feeling body is very important. It is the one we know. It is the source of our perceptions of physical existence. In the same manner, the whole body is mirrored in an extensive network of sensations. For that reason, the feeling body is very important. It is the one we know. It is the source of our perceptions of physical existence. If the above method of investigating the body works, then use it. By analyzing the body in this way, we are seeking to see this body for what it is, and thus drop our attachment to it. In doing so, we realize that our physical body is not really essential to who we are. It's just a conglomeration of material substances that will one day be absorbed back into the physical universe. The question then is, why do we grasp at it? People grasp at physical existence because they imagine that the human body is a secure refuge, which it isn't. It is always subject to the uncertainty of disease, old age, and death. At the same time, the body is a very sensitive organism. Its life relies upon a suitable environment, which means it must have air to breathe, temperatures that are reasonable for human life, and protection from dangers in its environment. All these factors are necessary. If they are not available, or if they change, the body will perish. Because all physical bodies are inherently vulnerable, we should be looking for security in other ways instead. When we realize that the body does not offer us the security we desire, we should examine the reasons for that insecurity to see if there isn't a better way to find a secure refuge than grasping at the human body. When people identify with their bodies, they become concerned about them. Because the body forms the basis of their lives as human beings, they're afraid of losing that base. The body acts like a home they can come back to. When their minds go whizzing off somewhere, they can always return to home base. It anchors them, so they feel more safe and secure. If the base was no longer there, where could they come back to? There'd be nowhere to return. When people feel they are drifting, they need to find a foothold, an anchor to hold them steady. Because every part of the body is constantly changing, it is not reliable enough to provide such a secure refuge. Our personal stake in bodily existence puts us under its unstable influence. Whatever happens to the body is then experienced as something that happens to us. When it falls sick, we become worried and depressed. If the body gets injured, we feel distraught. We're distraught because of our attachment to the body, believing it to be an integral part of who we are. When it dies, we find ourselves suddenly homeless. Because of our attachment, whatever happens to it happens to us. Once we realize what the body's true nature is, we are freed from our attachment to it. Then what happens to the body is experienced as something that happens separately and externally. It seems as though somebody else's body is injured or sick. When pain is experienced in the body, there is no concern about the pain because it isn't me, it isn't mine. Being neither me nor mine, pain never again has the same sway over our emotions. It no longer pulls us along with it. The mind remains separate and free. Being separate and free, it also feels secure. We know that delusion has been at least partially eliminated. We know that whatever happens, we won't go in the wrong way. We won't fall back. This is the kind of result we are working towards in body contemplation. The purpose of body contemplation is the realization that the body is not you, nor does it belong to you. The body belongs to the natural world. You have grasped the body at birth, and continue to cling to it by maintaining it in good condition. But the time will come when that body must return to the world of atoms and molecules. When you truly realize within yourself that the body is just a temporary home, something you have on loan, as it were, then concerns for the body drop away. Fear of death also drops away because you realize that death is merely the breakup of the physical form. This understanding does not cause alienation from physical existence. Rather, it is clear comprehension of the truth about its natural state. Many different forms of body contemplation exist, but regardless of which method you use, the basic purpose of this meditation practice is to learn to see the human body in the light of Dhamma, and thus understand its true nature. This is the crux of the matter. By seeing it for what it is, you realize that the body shouldn't be associated with your self-identity. That fundamental realization transforms your whole perspective on who you are. Having realized that the body is not self, you simply let it go its own way. Eventually, you see that all physical forms are just shadows, like images flickering on a cinema screen. The knowledge you gain from seeing that truth is very powerful. When the body eventually dies, you know that it's not you that's dying. By bringing your mind to this realization, body contemplation gives it a great deal of spiritual and emotional strength and relieves it of an enormous burden, both now and in the future. Memory. When we were very young and still trying to make sense of the world around us, our minds struggled to absorb all the diverse information that they received through the 5 senses, and to organize it in such a way that we could retain it for future use. We gradually learned to lump similar sorts of things into categories under headings for easy access. Eventually, these general categories began to represent an array of variations on a common theme, referred to by a certain name or word. Take trees, for example. Very early on, we began to recognize shapes formed of light and color, which we could distinguish from other visual forms. We perceived them, but we didn't know how to tell them apart. Finally, someone pointed out a long brown stem with a green bushy top and called it a tree. They made us repeat the word over and over until the sound stuck in our mind. Pretty soon, the sound of the word tree became a symbol in our mind for all visual images that had a similar shape and color. As we discovered more and more trees in our world, they were all placed under the same iconic symbol, that is, tree. In the same way, we soon learned to distinguish and then recognize all the visual objects in our environment. They, in turn, were all given words to symbolize their unique characteristics. Symbolizing is a way of simplifying. For the most part, it's necessary for the mind to simplify the great variety of incoming sense data. Mental symbols are nature's way of storing an enormous amount of information, knowledge, and understanding within a very limited mind capacity. In other words, creating symbols facilitates the task of dealing with a lot of complex information. When we group a large amount of information under one symbol, like tree, we can then deal with just that symbol, without the need to consider the totality or the complexity of what it represents. We have a name for it, and that's enough. The complexity can be devilish, but if we can name the devil, we have defeated him. In other words, we have been able to grab a hold of him in some meaningful way. Any object of consciousness is made up of bits and pieces, called sankharas, that act like pixels on a screen. We don't see the individual pixels. Instead, what we see is a mental object that is distinct from its background. But the object that we distinguish in this way is, in fact, just a symbol representing the complexity of all the bits and pieces that comprise it. We use such symbols all the time. Our minds are absolutely riddled with them. They are part of the fundamental way we think. We need to use symbols for thinking because the complexity of phenomena is so vast that the mind just isn't capable of holding it in mind all at once. So we focus on certain prominent aspects of every experience and turn those aspects into symbols representing the whole. But these objects are more than just visual images in our lives. They also have a certain emotional impact on us, often associated with previous experiences we had in relation to them. Sometimes that experience was positive, sometimes negative, and sometimes neutral. In whichever case, our future perceptions were then colored by a corresponding emotional overlay. With more time and more experience, the complexity of our perceptions increases. Depending on our emotional state and other conditions, seeing a tree might make us feel happy or frustrated or indifferent. The symbol is still the same, but it has multiple shades of meaning, and because no two individuals are exactly alike in the way they perceive things, the words and symbols that represent those objects may have significantly different meanings from one person to the next. When we are first introduced to a new place, much of what we perceive is unfamiliar. So we begin to look around and observe the general nature of that environment until we can mentally consign the whole of it to a concise symbol for convenient future reference. It's like putting all our observations under one heading in a directory. Then we only need to access the heading when we want to refer to that place. There will be a word symbol, but there will also be an emotional context recalled within the mind. Utilizing symbols is essential because it frees memory to be used in all sorts of other ways. Otherwise, if we had to remember everything, our brains would have to be enormous to hold it all. But there is also a fundamental disadvantage to mental symbolizing because in the end we tend to deal only with the symbols and not with the reality that the symbols represent. More than that, we begin to give the symbols a reality that they don't possess. This can very easily be a cause for more delusion. For instance, we take something very complex, like a person, and give that person a name. Our perception of that person revolves around the emotional reaction his name tends to evoke. That perception is a very static view of another human being. In truth, the reality of human beings involves many different but connected parts that constantly change. We have a general idea of the people we know, but that idea doesn't take into account the changes that are constantly taking place inside them. We have mental symbols for everything, including our emotional states. When a particular emotional state arises, we recognize it because it comes under a certain symbolic heading. It's hard to define these internal symbols. Often they are just feelings, but we know their meaning quite distinctly. That is, we know what the feelings symbolize to us. But that doesn't mean that we know their reality. We often think we understand what's happening, when, in truth, instead of catching hold of what's really occurring, we instead settle for a symbolic representation of it. What actually happens is invariably quite involved. It is more like a whirlpool of constant change. If we insist on resisting change and remain static, we will miss the truth every time. If we just watch it closely, we will see that everything is part of this whirlpool of changing phenomena. So, we simply let it follow its natural tendency. We should try to be aware that there is a vortex of activity occurring in and around us all the time. We experience this as a whirling mass of sense data. But, because our minds are not quick enough to catch up with the constant arising and ceasing of phenomena, we settle for reducing the whole lot to something simple enough for our minds to quickly comprehend. Thus we create a symbol that sums up our overall understanding. Take a motor car, for example. The word motor car is just a symbol. What is a car? It's an assemblage of 100,000 different parts. Nonetheless, it is represented by that one symbol. Similarly, a house is composed of countless bits and pieces. We refer to it as a house because our minds just aren't capable of handling the complexity of what's really there. We just can't hold it all in our minds at the same time, so we must simplify. The symbols in our minds change and adapt according to circumstances. We have developed a range of symbols that can adapt to fit different situations. Part of the symbol is the form, part of it is the use, and part of it is the location. Symbols go even further by isolating an object and separating it from the whole of its background. For instance, we can identify one tree out of a whole forest. Why do we identify that one particular object as the tree and the rest as the forest? It's just our way of grasping the situation in terms of cause and effect. The same principle applies to internal objects, like emotions. We try to get a handle on them by giving them a name. By that token, we think we understand them. But it is important to realize that the naming and labeling of such things does not truly represent their reality. Internal phenomena, like emotional states, must be carefully observed. We should always be willing to question them within ourselves. We mustn't simply dismiss them by assuming, that's hatred, that's greed. We must look at them as they occur inside. Look at those mental states just the way they appear, regardless of what we call them. Try to understand their real nature apart from the name. We should consider the symbols in our minds and try to understand how they distort reality. Being merely symbols, they do not represent the truth. Therefore, they are, in a sense, false. By investigating the symbols, we come to realize that we have views about those mental constructs which we are very attached to. This attachment sets up a tension in the mind based on the possibility that they may, at some point, fade from memory. Recalling people and events from the past is a way of refreshing the memory. We do this because we don't want to let go of our memories, because we have a lot of attachment to them. I am growing old now, and my memory is not as good as it used to be. I find some advantages in this condition because the past now seems to be rather vague. Consequently, I don't think about it much. Due to that disinterest, the attachments are dropping away. Having a declining memory is a disadvantage in some ways, but it also has its good points. The symbols we accumulate to structure the world around us are bound up with the faculty of memory. Memory is a database of all our previous experiences that runs like a continuous thread through the pattern of our mental activity. The data for memory comes in through the 5 senses. It is the senses that tell us what to remember. An enormous amount of our thinking is based on memory. When we see or hear something, we identify it by comparing it to remembered impressions. Our present experience may be associated with external sensations, but those sensations have to be identified and interpreted in the light of past sensations. Once we recognize a particular sensation, we think about it. That thought, likewise, relies on the faculty of memory. For that reason, memory is an essential part of all our perceptions. We can observe how some symbols in our minds tend to fade over time. They may be little used or outdated. But as soon as they start to disappear, up comes our self-identity saying, "I mustn't let that one go." So we begin to reflect on it, in the process strengthening and re-establishing it in the mind. We refresh our memories by thinking. Quite a lot of our discursive thought is directed towards that aim. We build up our view of the world from the internal sensations we experience. The impressions we receive are stored in memory. We've accumulated an enormous amount of data dating back to when we were children. As we grew up, we became very intent on learning everything we could about our environment, mainly for the sake of our own security in the shifting landscape of life. When we can put a name to the things that we know, we find reassurance in that knowledge. If any changes occur in our world, we immediately recognize them and make note of them, because changes may signal imminent danger. We instinctively want to be on top of every deviation from the norm that takes place. In the process, we are constantly updating our memories with fresh information. As changes occur, old information immediately becomes part of the past, and memory references the past. For that reason, memory is the basis of our concept of time. The time that we know is in the past. We don't know the future. We predict that instead. But we can only predict the future on the basis of what's happened in the past, and we can access the remembered past only by reflecting on it in the present. In that way, we can say that memory is at the center of our views about time. We rely on the past memories for a sense of security in a changing world. We become very attached to what we remember because it gives a sense of continuity to our lives. It's as though if we can remember something, it still somehow exists. Although we can't actually go back in time, there is comfort in recalling the memory of it. Memories easily become a refuge from the uncertainty of impermanence. But such a refuge is based on neither truth nor stability. We must accept that nothing is permanent, that everything is constantly changing from one moment to the next. Therefore, we should not be deceived into thinking that our memories contain anything in which we can put our trust. Instead of getting caught up in the content of our memories, we should examine the nature of the faculty of memory itself to understand how the process works. Memory is made up of an alphabet soup of images, concepts, and symbols that link incoming sense data with past experience in an attempt to recognize where it belongs in the mental sphere of known perceptions. In other words, memory matches present moment perceptions to past experiences and labels them accordingly. We recognize a tree because we have the characteristics of a generic tree stored in our memory. This recollection is based on a commonly shared interpretation of what that particular form represents. But the designation tree is merely a symbolic substitute for reality, not the reality itself. We suppose that by naming it, we understand what it is. But the reality is quite different from the name. When it comes to discussing a topic like meditation, difficulties in communication are bound to arise because we all have our own ideas and our own unique inner experiences. In using language to convey our meaning, we must turn those concepts into spoken words. Words are sounds that others pick up and turn into meaningful concepts inside their minds. They take the spoken sound, the word, and relate it to memory to determine their personal understanding of it. That perception depends largely on the listener's background. But even then, people with a similar background in Buddhist practice can never be sure that they will understand a word in the same way. One of the difficulties in explaining meditation to people in the West is the fact that they don't have the advantage of a Buddhist background to help them grasp a basic understanding of common Buddhist terms and concepts. The English language lacks the words needed to properly explain the teaching to them. That is, the words and the concepts for what's being discussed just aren't stored in their memory. Language is necessary for communication, but it is also a minefield for misunderstanding. It's useful to study how language works, how it conveys meaning. Basically, language is a symbolic process. When someone talks about an object, they use the word for that object, which the speaker attaches specific connotations to. But the connotations for the same word may differ between the speaker and the listener, which easily causes misunderstandings of the meaning to arise. The same word, the same symbol, conveys different shades of meaning to different people. When speaking about physical objects in the world, like trees, these differences are unlikely to be a problem. We can simply point to a tree. But when it comes to concepts like virtue, concentration, and wisdom, there's nothing concrete that we can point to. Because of that, it is very easy for people with limited genuine experience in these matters to misunderstand the meaning of these concepts. Because they've never seen virtue, concentration, or wisdom as objects, most people are bound to develop wrong views about them. When the student is unfamiliar with Buddhist terminology, a teacher must carefully explain the path of practice, step by step, while gradually building up an understanding of the basic concepts involved. However, only someone who has really mastered the practice and knows what he's talking about can teach like that. Barring that mastery, the teacher will have no recourse but to explain the practice according to what has been handed down in the Buddhist texts. Because he lacks a profound personal insight into the Dhamma, that teacher uses concepts that he does not fully understand himself, which easily causes a similar misunderstanding to arise in his students. For people practicing on their own without a teacher, the Buddhist texts can provide meaningful guidance, but we should not depend on them too much. Following only the texts as a guide to meditation has its drawbacks because our inexperienced minds are not equipped to unravel the text's deeper meaning. So we should use the Pali technical terms we read about with caution, as it is very easy to misinterpret their intended meaning. Like any technical subject, say engineering, for example, we cannot make proper use of the technical terms unless we understand their meaning relative to the whole subject. The definitions given to Buddhist terms passed down from ancient times are not the precise types of definitions that we encounter in scientific subjects. Clear comprehension developed in meditation, by contrast, relies much more on a comprehensive view of the practical aspects of mental training. The understanding arises in the form of descriptions that rely on the student's practical knowledge to understand their significance within the context of training and self-transformation. They are not concepts that most of us have ready equivalents for in our memory. The only way we can find the full meaning is by experiencing it directly and seeing how it fits in with everything else, like a central piece in a jigsaw puzzle. When that piece fits in snugly all around, then we know what it means in relation to everything else. Similarly, the true meaning of the Buddha's teachings found in the suttas can be very difficult to understand simply by reading and reflecting on the translations that are available to us. There is no harm in reading the suttas, they are quite inspiring. But we must be careful of the language used in the English translations because the words chosen can be misleading. In most cases, the translations are made by people who do not have a proper understanding grounded in the practice. Because of that, the translations are not necessarily very accurate. Many aspects of the teachings cannot be understood properly until we have developed an understanding of Dhamma in our own practice. Only then can we realize the various subtleties of meaning implicit in the texts. In such cases, we may clearly comprehend a profound experience in the present moment, but the experience may be of such a nature that it does not correspond to any conceptual symbol we have stored in memory. For this reason, we often cannot satisfactorily explain our experiences of profound insight. The language simply is not there. In the Thai forest tradition, a distinction is made between sanya and panya. Sanya is commonly translated as perception. Although that is not entirely incorrect, the best translation of sanya is memory. Panya is best translated as wisdom. The difference between the two is similar to the difference between appearance and reality, or that between supposition and truth, or intellectual understanding and direct insight. In other words, sanya is analogous to the intellectual understanding arrived at by thinking, whereas panya is the direct knowing of essential truths. To give you an example, thoughts are usually formed in words, which are symbols stored in memory. A thought that comes up in words originates from a nucleus or a seed of that thought located deep inside. When you trace the thought process back to that original seed, you will find that the entire idea expressed in that thought is contained in the seed. Thinking attempts to express that idea in a dialogue, but on a fundamental level, the idea behind that thought is complete within the seed. Realizing that, you also realize that you know the fully formed idea already, so there's no need to think about it. In fact, thinking about it at length merely dilutes the essence of it and distorts the meaning. Discursive thinking takes appearances, thinks about them, comes to an intellectual understanding, and then supposes that that understanding represents the truth. When we sit down to meditate, our tendency is to try to verify our understanding by searching for evidence of it in our experiences. In other words, our search for the truth is already prejudiced by our suppositions. We expect to find what we suppose to be there. We then interpret our meditation experiences in the light of that expectation. Consequently, our minds are constantly referring present moment experiences to the past, our memory of what should be there, thus overlooking the true nature of what arises here and now. Because we have decided in advance the nature of what should take place along the path, we want to check the validity of present moment experience by comparing it to a conceptual understanding already formed in our minds. This is the nature of sanya, recognition, interpretation, and supposition, and it's a major cause of deception. Panya, or wisdom, means knowing and understanding, but in an active sense, as in the act of knowing or the act of understanding. Although that knowing is usually grounded in the Buddha's teaching, understanding the meaning of meditation experiences does not rely solely on conceptual interpretations learned beforehand. A thorough conceptual understanding of the teaching is useful as groundwork for the wisdom practice, but it should not assert itself as the main player when wisdom's direct non-conceptual insight is active. As a spiritual training, wisdom shines a light on the nature of present moment reality in an intensely focused way, which allows no time gaps for fact-checking with our intellectual viewpoint. This is the nature of panya, cause and effect understanding focused on the constant interaction between present moment conditions. When you begin practicing meditation, your mind will be out in the world 90% of the time. By then, you have already accumulated a storehouse of knowledge about the world around you. You start out with extensive knowledge about external things, but you know nothing about what goes on inside your own mind. As you learn how to investigate the nature of your mind to discover how it works, you come to the conclusion that your customary view of the world is fundamentally wrong. You realize that the symbols you have accumulated to structure the world around you are based on false premises. That realization comes not from remembered concepts, but from the insights that gradually change your understanding. By using wisdom to analyze and investigate, you will begin to illuminate the true nature of things. The insights that arise from that effort increase your overall understanding of Dhamma. As you progress in the practice, you should repeatedly investigate with wisdom until you become skilled in its use. Avoid speculation or conjecture. Don't allow thoughts of what you should be doing or what the results might mean to interfere with your present moment focus. Just concentrate on the truth of what wisdom reveals and let that truth speak for itself. In this way, you can maintain a proper balance between memory and wisdom as you advance, stage by stage, to the attainment of purity of mind and freedom from suffering. Feeling. Craving is the root cause of attachment. Because of that, to free your mind of attachment, you must focus on tanha, or craving, and eliminate it. If you overcome craving, you'll overcome attachments. But you cannot deal with the attachments directly. Trying to overcome attachments by sheer willpower won't work. The only way to overcome attachments is to get rid of their cause, which is craving. This is stated clearly in Paticcasamuppada, or dependent origination. Dependent on feeling, craving arises. Dependent on craving, attachment arises. Craving being the causal condition for attachment, when craving is destroyed, attachments cannot manifest. Because craving is dependent on feeling, when you aim to destroy craving, you must first focus your attention on feeling. This is a critical point, because exactly at the juncture between feeling and craving a preventative barrier can be placed. Feeling is just pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral feelings. Those feelings arise as a consequence of past karma. Tanha, on the other hand, generates new karma. So, by allowing feeling and craving to link up, you are creating more karma. If you can turn away at that juncture and prevent the new karma from occurring, the situation gradually improves. But the description of Paticcasamuppada does not give practical guidance on how to accomplish that. It reveals how the process unfolds, but it does not indicate the way to unravel the entanglement. To unravel it, you must concentrate on feelings. Examine feelings to see how they give rise to tanha. Paticcasamuppada is an account of the sequence of causes that condition the arising of suffering and, in reverse order, the cessation of suffering. The Buddha's purpose in teaching dependent origination was to point out the general pattern of conditions that causes beings to wander endlessly in samsara, and to show how that causal sequence can be brought to an end in the mind. The Buddha emphasized that his ability to bring dependent origination to an end within his own mind enabled him to attain enlightenment. Because Paticcasamuppada was a realization that the Buddha reached on the night he attained enlightenment, it was an achievement of profound knowledge and insight. As a guide for meditators, however, it can be difficult to clearly comprehend. For that reason, the conditional factors of Paticcasamuppada should be used as meditation subjects with considerable caution. The Buddha laid out dependent origination in the form of a brief statement of the main points that explain how suffering arises and ceases. But it does not teach a specific method for achieving that cessation. To discover the right method for curing dukkha, one must practice the Noble Eightfold Path until the Four Noble Truths are fully understood. That caution notwithstanding, a basic understanding of the process laid out by Paticca can be an important aid to meditation practice, because it describes a mental process that can be understood on many different levels of subtlety. Due to those subtleties, however, the factors of Paticca are difficult to interpret using conventional language. My understanding of them goes something like this. Avijja Pachaya Sankhara means avidya is the fundamental ignorance within oneself, a web of delusion that is extremely deep and all-pervasive. That fundamental ignorance produces the karma that leads to all the conditions for birth and suffering. Dependent on the existence of those conditions, or sankharas, vijnana arises. Those first three factors, avijja, sankhara, and vijnana, are not dependent on physical human existence. They are entirely mental states. The vijnana factor in Paticca is always referred to as patisandhi vijnana. This is not the standard type of vijnana that we refer to as consciousness. Rather, it is the relinking consciousness that connects one birth to the next. That relinking consciousness forms the connection between past and future, which leads to grasping a new life at the moment of conception. Patisandhi vijnana is said to be free of sense doors. That is, it does not respond to sense contact. To properly understand Patisandhi vijnana, it is best to put aside the word consciousness, which can be quite a misleading translation. My understanding of the word vijnana in this context is that the prefix vi, meaning divided, is combined with jnana, which means knowing. In other words, divided knowing. The one mind splits into two, subject and object. Thus, instead of being pure knowing, the mind is driven by avijja plus karma to discriminate, so that it becomes this knowing that, or the knower and the known. A duality is thus established in which the this becomes nama and the that becomes rupa. Thus, vijnana is a condition for the arising of nama-rupa. Although avijja, sankhara, and vijnana are all conditioning factors, all those factors arise simultaneous to the division into knower and known. No time interval is involved. It's like the railway engine pulling a train. The engine is the driving force, so none of the cars move independently. Similarly, vijnana is a causal condition for namarupa to arise. Namarupa is a difficult factor to interpret. Nama literally means name, in other words, putting names to things, designating and defining them. And rupa is the form, that is, the thing that we make concrete with a name. When we make forms concrete with names, we divide them out from the whole. Looking at the forest, we see leaves, trees, and flowers. We call them leaves, trees, and flowers merely to define certain aspects of what we see. But they are only our aspects. They do not exist as such there in the forest. The forest itself is one whole. It is we who differentiate the various aspects. In reality, our perceptions do not exist as separate entities at all. We separate the forest into various parts so that we can bring some order to our perceptions. This is how Namarupa works. It is the dividing out of certain aspects of our perceptions which accord with previous recollections. In other words, we are defining our worldview according to our own past tendencies. In that way, we create a world in the present, based on data from the past. This loops back to avijja pachaya sankhara, with sankharas being the karmic conditions from the past that determine rebirth. Namarupa, in turn, conditions salayat ana, which signals the emergence of the sense fields. The senses include the fields of sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, with the mind as the field of cognition. It is not so much that the senses are faculties we acquire, but rather that the senses are productive faculties. The sense fields are very actively involved in producing sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and tactile sensations, which are then experienced internally as mental phenomena. In the Paticca formula, Salayat Anna conditions phassa, or sense contact, which takes place in the mind. The sense fields enable contact between sense objects and their corresponding sense bases, making the sense bases a precondition for contact to occur between the mind and its perceptions. Phassa gives rise to Vedana, that is, sense contact conditions the arising of feeling. The feeling may be pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. In the context of Paticca, the arising of feeling is a resultant process that is caused by the consequences of actions done in the past, coming up in the present. Feeling is a condition for tanha, or craving, to arise. Based on the feeling experienced, a personal, emotional judgment is made as to whether that feeling is pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, which in turn leads directly to a desire for the pleasant, an aversion for the unpleasant, or an indifference toward the neutral. In other words, there is a tendency to react with either greed, aversion, or delusion. These reactions are all aspects of the mental defilements, with feeling as their condition. Feelings occur first, and then the defilements arise in response. Say, you hear a sound you don't like. Based on that sensation, an unpleasant feeling arises in the mind. That unpleasant feeling triggers aversion. Thus, aversion arises due to experiencing something disagreeable. The sensation is experienced first, and if you don't like what you hear, that feeling then brings up aversion. Because that feeling is unwanted, a desire to suppress it arises. The usual tendency then is to search for a scapegoat. You straightaway blame something, like the source of the sound, for your negative reaction. Angry thoughts and emotions then follow, which are directed at that source. But the feeling of aversion isn't the emotion of aversion. There's no aversion present in feeling. It becomes aversion when you start thinking, criticizing, blaming, and so on. In the thoughts is where the trouble comes. Feeling is a result of past actions, but the reaction takes place in the present. So it's the thoughts that keep the anger going. It's stated clearly in Paticca, dependent on phassa, the sense contact. Feeling arises. Dependent on the presence of feeling, craving arises. So the craving occurs dependent on feeling. But the feeling is a consequence of your own past karma, which cannot be changed. So it's something you just have to put up with. Whereas the thoughts are motivated by tanha, the craving to get rid of that unpleasant feeling, which is the making of new karma. Tanha has two aspects: craving to have pleasant feelings and craving not to have unpleasant feelings. Craving, in turn, gives rise to either an attachment to pleasant experiences or a distaste for unpleasant ones, which is the reverse side of attachment. Because of habitual emotional patterns, our attention is usually attracted to feelings when they arise, causing craving to immediately come up. The only way to overcome that tendency is to learn the method of going inward to investigate feelings. Suppose that in the past you were angry for some reason, and the experience of a similar situation in the present triggers a comparable angry response. The anger creates a feeling of imbalance in your mind. Feeling out of balance, the mind tries to restore its equilibrium by criticizing or blaming something or someone deemed to be the culprit. If the cause is greed, on the other hand, the response is to focus outward in search of sense gratification. These are the normal ways that the defilements seek mental balance. Instead of restoring equilibrium, however, the defilements become the causes of more defiled actions. When those actions bring results, their consequences, in turn, act as fertile ground for more defilements. In other words, seeking balance in defiled actions creates more unwholesome karma, which only makes the imbalance worse when the consequences rebound back to you later on. In this way, the cycle of rebirth continues to revolve without end. As long as ignorance and defilements are calling the shots, unwholesome karma will continue to bring unfortunate results, and suffering will continue to accumulate. Only when ignorance and craving are destroyed will the chain of dependent origination be broken, and the end of suffering be reached. To summarize in reverse order, attachment depends on craving. Craving depends on feeling. Feeling depends on sense contact. Sense contact depends on the sense bases, which in turn depends on having mind and body. Mind and body depend on vijnana, the consciousness without doors, which arises due to the fundamental ignorance that produced the karma that leads to all the conditions for birth, aging, sickness, and death. The point where we can have the greatest impact in breaking this cycle of birth and death is at the nexus between feeling, craving, and attachment. It is there that we can start unlinking the chain of paticca-samuppada. Feeling is a critical link in the chain of dependent origination because it is between feeling and craving that you can erect a barrier that will prevent the process from evolving. It's at the juncture joining feeling and craving that we have an option to either accept or reject the defilements. Craving's reaction to the arising of feeling is not predetermined. The arising of feeling simply means that the conditions are present for activating the defilements. Whether they spring into action at that point or not depends on our state of mind. The defilements don't have to become active. We have the option of accepting or rejecting them. That's where our freedom of will comes in. It comes into play at the interval where feeling conditions craving. When we reject the defilements, we start to dismantle paticca-samuppada, which sets us on the course to reach the cessation of all suffering. So let's examine feeling. Feelings occurring now are connected to past karma. The feelings we experience are based largely on how we reacted to something that we saw, heard, smelled, tasted, touched, or thought in the past. Because of memory, we associate an experience happening now with a similar past experience. If that experience was pleasant, we liked it. If unpleasant, we didn't. When a similar experience occurs in the present, we connect it, through memory, with that comparable past experience and react in the same manner. That is, we want it if it's pleasant, or we don't want it if it's unpleasant. So when a sense object that we either like or dislike is presented to us via any of the sense fields, we should try to notice the accompanying feeling, the feeling of either attraction or repulsion, and how the tendency is to react automatically with either greed or aversion. It is the reaction that's important. The feeling arises down in the heart region, and the reaction arises down there too. But the reaction is often supported by a lot of thinking, which is up in the head. Feelings are results of karma from the past, which are felt as pleasant or unpleasant, good or bad. When pleasant karma comes up, it brings a feeling of, I want that, which is triggered by greed. Pleasant karma triggers an adverse response of, I don't want this feeling, I want to reject it. For example, feelings occur based on sense contact. We hear a sound, or we see or smell something, which brings up the memory of a similar situation from the past. We then react to the new situation in the same way we did then, thus making more of the same type of karma that set up the feeling in the first place. Thus, the wheel of karma and its consequences rolls on, spinning round and round without end. Usually, the contact and the feeling arise so quickly that we have great difficulty in distinguishing them. Contact initiating feeling takes place so fast that it is nearly impossible to separate them and see the distinction. But, in any case, feeling is the important factor to observe. We know that feeling follows from contact. Normally the contact is automatic. It takes place without any intention. Following that contact, feeling arises. It's a resultant process that is caused by consequences of actions done in the past coming up in the present. When that happens, mindfulness should be focused on watching the feeling to make sure that a negative reaction does not take place. In other words, when it's an unpleasant feeling, we tell ourselves, "This unpleasantness is my own doing. It's a result of my own past actions. I must just put up with it and not react angrily." We must always avoid blaming someone else. The feeling of aversion is an unpleasant feeling. We must learn to turn inwards to examine that feeling. If we examine it carefully, we won't let it leak out into bad thoughts or actions. It's at that point that we can defeat the defilements. Mind you, we can only defeat them a little bit at a time. To get rid of aversion completely, we'll have to defeat that defilement time and time again until it gradually loses its power to deceive. To accomplish that, we must look within ourselves to find out where these feelings are, and we must discover what sort of feelings give rise to what sort of mental states. It is very important in meditation practice to look for feeling, to get to know it, particularly feeling in the solar plexus region. When we're upset in one way or another, the effects are usually felt down there. Thoughts, speech, or actions that follow the lead of the defilements create unwholesome karmic consequences. Those consequences will come back to haunt us in the future as unpleasant feelings, thus extending the cycle of our suffering. When we continually short-circuit the process at the link between feeling and craving, the momentum built up by the defilements will gradually be reduced, and the offending defilements will slowly lose their strength. Because old bad habits don't die easily, the benefits of our efforts won't appear suddenly. But with persistence, over time, old habits can be reformed. What's important here is developing the good habit of being mindful of feelings as they arise and assessing their potential danger for our well-being. It's almost like seeing a red flag come up, warning us to be vigilant. We should respond immediately by turning inward, thinking, "I must not let this get out of hand." This is a fundamental part of the training in sense restraint. So the proper way to deal with feelings is not so much a matter of deliberately not reacting to them, but rather one of being mindfully aware of them. When we are mindful, not reacting will take place automatically. Mindfulness is a kind of monitor that checks what's going on without interfering with it. When focusing mindfully, it sometimes feels like we are simply standing back and watching the feelings come and go, as though from a back seat inside the mind. Observing from that inner perspective, we can see clearly what's happening, but we don't intervene in any way. Pleasant and painful feelings just occur, and that's all. That is the sort of attention that's required to examine feelings. So, pay close attention to feelings. When unpleasant feelings arise, examine them at the point where they occur. Don't let those feelings turn into thoughts and recriminations. Think only about the feeling itself, not about its relationship to other people. In other words, if you keep the mind inside, no harm is done. The potential for trouble exists only when you let it escape out into thought, speech, or action. By allowing the mind to focus outward to blame external things for your unpleasant feelings, you make karma, and that karma has repercussions for you in the future when you will experience the same sort of unpleasant feeling again. Thus, the wheel just keeps spinning. If you don't learn to correct this recurring cycle, you will never break free from it. To correct it, you must focus with the right intention and not let the mind go out. You must focus inward every time to observe the unpleasant feelings. Accept those feelings as they are and accept responsibility for them as the deserved consequences of your own past actions. Because you previously did unwholesome acts, unpleasant feelings arise as a result. When you accept responsibility and refuse to let your attention go outward, the debt your actions incurred is then repaid, making your burden a little lighter. Each time you do this, the weight of past karma is reduced. Through persistent practice, you find feelings of joy and contentment arising within. You feel happy. That happiness is a result of the work you've done in figuring out how to eliminate the middleman, that is, the defilements. The more you continue along this path, the lighter and more buoyant you feel. This effect tells you you're heading in the right direction. It shows that you have taken the correct path. The more you experience happiness, the more you know that you're advancing on the Buddha's noble path. The defilements spring into action because of feeling. Feeling is the goad that arouses them. For this reason, if you can put a barrier between feelings and craving, you prevent the defilements from becoming active. By being mindfully aware of the defilements and their reactions, you can catch them when they appear and cut them right off. Because they arise in connection with certain feelings, you learn to recognize that particular feelings are the conditions for the arising of particular defilements. When that same feeling comes up next time, you know that certain defilements are bound to be lurking in the background. So, keep a watch out. Keep the mindfulness strong. If you watch that process unfold with dispassion, the defilements cannot gain a foothold, and the mind naturally calms down and becomes peaceful. Senses. Our life situation is one that is constantly ruled by the fundamental ignorance we call avidya. Avidya is a deep-rooted lack of true understanding which is so all-encompassing that it deceives the mind into believing that its perceptions are always valid. Due to this ignorance, we believe we know what our senses tell us, when, really speaking, we don't. Our understanding is hampered by a veil of ignorance that prevents us from seeing the true nature of things. This state of delusion makes us believe that there is nothing more to the universe than what our senses can perceive, nothing beyond the physical world we live in. In truth, there is a great deal more. Due to ignorance of the truth, the mind's attention is drawn to perceptions based in the external world. In focusing out in the direction that the senses lead, the mind becomes attached to sensory experience, and in the process builds up so many attachments in the outside world that it becomes completely entangled in worldly ways. It becomes so trapped in its own delusion that it can't see anything else. People easily get caught up in their desire for worldly experiences that come in through the sense doors. When that happens, there is no hope of reaching true happiness unless they can learn to overcome the wanting that pervades their minds. Only when wanting is subdued can attachments be overcome. Once attachments drop away, there is nothing to stop the mind from going in the direction that leads to freedom from suffering. The question is, how can we subdue our craving for sense experience? The mind is constantly confronted with sense objects that contact it in the form of sights, sounds, odors, flavors, and touches. That contact causes the mind to whirl around these objects all the time, chasing after sense gratification. So, what are the senses, and how do they work, and why do we give them so much credence? The story of the senses goes something like this. Our senses display information related to the world around us, which the mind receives and interprets in its own fashion. In other words, impressions that come in through the senses are subject to individual interpretation. Our experiences of sights, sounds, odors, flavors, and tactile sensations are based on the mind's interpretations of incoming sense data. We could say that everything is filtered through the black box of the mind. This means that everything we know via our senses is filtered through the mind, which recognizes and interprets all that data in its own particular way. Our interpretations of the incoming sense data are what we know. We don't actually know the reality of the things we perceive out there. We have our way of interpreting them, and that's as far as our understanding goes. We know the information that is stored in the black box, but we don't know the true nature of what's on the other side of the black box. Because we have to use the black box as an intermediary to access the world, we don't know what the truth of things out there really is. Everything that reaches us has already been filtered through the black box of the mind. Because of that, we can never directly access our external environment in an unfiltered way. The mind's interpretation of incoming sense data is all we truly know. When we reflect on that truth, we realize that the world is a very mysterious place. It's not quite what we think it is. People assume the world functions in a certain manner because they have learned which effects come from which causes. Seeing something happen there, they notice certain results appear here. Having worked out a theory to explain why that occurs, they then calculate that if they do this, they should get that. Because it seems to work most of the time, they feel confident that their theory is correct. But that isn't necessarily the case. All they know is that by applying that theory, they can get certain results from certain causes. Because the hypothesis appears to be reliable, people feel that it must always be correct. In fact, it's only correct within the scope of the method that was followed. Because people nowadays have faith in modern scientific explanations, they are convinced they know how the world works. One of the fundamental assumptions in science is that the senses tell us real things, that our senses give us a true representation of what we perceive. But in fact, it is not possible to comprehend the world outside, because our senses have no means of contacting it directly. After all, how do we know the world outside? We know it through seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching, all of which are experienced internally. We assume that physical matter is made up of atoms because that theory seems to work well. But even then, we don't really know for sure what that means. The whole of science is based on the scientist's interpretation of experience. Scientists are quite successful at working things out according to cause and effect relationships. But, truly speaking, all the scientists can say is that when they do something, it works. They don't know exactly why. They fail to take into account that everything we know happens inside us, that the whole of it depends on the mind. From physiological evidence alone, science is aware that the mind works like the simile of the black box, which mentally brings together all types of sense data along with their mental interpretations. For example, people perceive colors in different ways. Not everybody interprets colors identically. In other words, a specific color is experienced differently from one person to the next. That innate bias is known to science. But the scientific picture is much more complicated because scientists are seeking only impersonal, objective information that can be measured and arranged into general theories. Buddhist practice, on the other hand, seeks direct insight into the nature of specific phenomena as they arise in the mind of the individual. That is, insight into how the mind itself affects the interpretation of sensory input. Since science cannot measure the interpretations that the mind places on incoming sensations, it has no means of analyzing them. But those subjective suppositions we make about sensations are crucial factors in how we perceive the world. Simply by using our basic powers of reasoning, we can go a long way toward developing a clearer understanding of how our minds work. This is possible provided we are ready to accept, or at least seriously consider, whatever conclusions our reasoning points to. If we have fixed and rigid views, opinions, or beliefs, it may be nearly impossible for us to question that world of supposition. the most effective way to analyze our situation is to start with our understanding of the external world, which we are convinced we have a firm grip on. So how do we know the world? The only means available to us is via our senses: sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and tactile sensations. This suggests where our investigation should begin. All 5 senses work in much the same way, in that they are sensitive receptors that react to stimulation caused by contact with external objects. That contact, in turn, sets up a train of electrochemical pulses that travels through the sensory nerves, terminating in the brain. This, in brief, is the regular scientific view. So, it is convenient for us to accept it as a suitable starting point. Let us analyze one sense faculty, sight, as typical of them all. Say an object, such as a tree, is seen. Light reflects off all the relevant parts of the tree, and a small part of this light enters our eyes. Due to the geometry of optics, this light forms a small image of the tree upside down on the retina, much as a camera does when taking a photo. The image selectively excites the retinal cells, which transmit nerve impulses through the optic nerve to the brain. What then happens in the brain is still poorly understood. The significant point is that from all of this, we experience the image of a tree. But where exactly does the experience of seeing a tree take place? Is the tree we perceive somewhere out there, or is it the image of the tree reflected on the retina that we see? Or is it a coded image occurring in the brain that we see? In fact, our perceptions of visual shapes, colors, and locations can be defined only in terms of the confluence of visual objects, eye contact, and eye consciousness. Therefore, the best we can say is that the tree is seen in the realm of seeing, and there's little point in asking where the realm of seeing is located. The act of seeing has 3 components: the visual object, the physical eye, and eye consciousness, with seeing being the coming together of the 3. Those 3 factors do not occur consecutively, but rather they represent one visual moment, which means that all 3 of them operate simultaneously at the moment of sense contact. When they function in unison, visual perceptions occur. You might say that a moment of eye consciousness is like a single pixel on a computer screen, of which there must be hundreds or thousands to build up an image. That gives you an idea of how rapidly eye consciousness works. The whole process culminates in the brain, which converts nervous impulses into visual imagery, though we don't quite know how. From that process, seeing takes place. However, because seeing is an internal process based on the mind's interpretation of sense data, we never truly know the intrinsic nature of the objects we see. That internalizing principle is hard for us to grasp, because we have such a long history of considering people and things in the world to exist out there. In truth, the world we know and everything in it all arise internally. In that sense, the whole world is a mental perception. This truth becomes clearer when we realize that the external stimuli that contact the eyes are not what we actually see. For instance, the lens of the eye is sensitive to electromagnetic radiation. Although the eye picks up electromagnetic radiation, it does not transmit that radiation back to the brain. It sends a nervous current that initiates a biochemical process, which is then converted by the brain into what we interpret as light and color. From that process, visual imagery arises inside of us. Those mental images are what we see. For that reason, all seeing is composed exclusively of internal imagery. Thus we see sights internally, not externally. In the world outside, there is actually no light and no color, there's only radiation. We refer to light and color, but those references are just analogies used to explain our experiences. In reality, light and color are both internal phenomena, not external ones. We don't actually know what's outside. All we know is what appears internally. The other senses work in much the same manner, each in its specific mode. Take hearing. The experience of sound takes place inside the mind. In the world outside, there are only vibrations of various frequencies. When those vibrations contact the ear, that stimulation excites the auditory nerves of the inner ear, which transform the stimuli into nervous impulses. Those nervous impulses are transmitted to the brain, which processes that data in some mysterious way that causes sound to arise within us. So all sound takes place inside our minds. It does not occur outside at all. What occurs out there isn't really sound. It's merely vibrations. It turns into sound only when it contacts the auditory nerve. The same principle applies to smell. Out there in nature are only chemicals, not odors. When chemicals in the air contact the nose, nervous impulses are sent to the brain. Only when the sensation gets inside of us does the experience of smell occur. So our sensory experience represents an interpretation of input from the external environment, not the external environment itself. All we know is an internalized version based on our personal viewpoint, the perspective of the knower. The knower inside can never directly contact the world outside, because contact takes place between material substances, like chemicals and bodily tissues. The internalized sensory imprint we perceive is as close as we ever get to the physical world. Our sense of taste is similar. Say you eat roast beef with chili sauce. There is no flavor in the beef or the chili. They are composed of chemicals, not flavors. When those chemicals contact your tongue, they cause a reaction. From that reaction, you experience the flavor. So, tastes arise only after the resultant chemical reactions are processed within you. You believe that the taste exists in the food, but it doesn't. The taste exists in you. The sense of touch is just physical contact caused by pressure or variations of temperature, which turns into feeling only after it is processed within us. Touch works by sending information to the spinal cord, which forwards messages to the brain, where the feeling is recognized and interpreted. But feeling is not present in the objects themselves. To summarize, we know the world we live in by means of the sense fields: seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. We then incorporate that sensory information into our perceptions, which is organized in such a way that we experience the object as external to us. In other words, we see the world as being out there in relation to us, because that's the way it appears. And we, the ones who know the world, appear to be inside and separate. But if we investigate the senses closely, we'll see that the entire world actually arises inside the mind. Although it's not difficult to understand this principle intellectually, in practical, everyday terms, I am not sure the intellectual understanding makes much difference, because most people will still act as though the world outside is something real. It appears like that to people because they instinctively think that way. But from the point of view of meditation and mental development, this knowledge is important. We learn that the way we think and the ways other people think are not the same. We interpret sense objects in our own way, but somebody else may see them in a completely different way. It's not necessarily the case that either one is wrong. Both may be right. It's just that the experiences we base our interpretations on are different. If we want to understand the senses on a deeper, more personal level, we need to carefully analyze the whole process. But keep in mind that contemplating the senses is a challenging practice. The problem is that we are strongly conditioned to see the world as existing outside ourselves and having a reality of its own. When we start investigating the senses, we can understand intellectually that the outside reality is an illusion, that actually everything is internal. However, this understanding is merely academic. Although it is quite valid on that level, we must go beyond that theoretical understanding to realize it directly for ourselves. We must realize with total certainty that the realms of the senses exist solely within our own minds. Perceiving sense objects in this way makes us aware that the outside world is not quite the place we thought it was. When that awareness strikes home, our interest in the world of the senses starts to wane. We begin to see that the world we perceive out there is merely a kind of magic show, lacking any real substance. The value of that realization is that it lessens our attachment to external things. We no longer view them as worthy of desire. Having understood with insight the true nature of sensory experience, we know that everything we perceive in the world arises internally. Because perceptions always arise inside us, they are already a part of us. So why should we want to possess them? That kind of understanding begins to break down our attachment to external objects. This insight is valuable because we see with a very clear mind what the world is. We no longer perceive sensations in the usual familiar way. Normally, we are so familiar with the world around us that we don't think much about it. Only in a moment of insight do we see it clearly and learn an important lesson. The true value lies in the lessons we learn about the world, because those lessons encourage us to let go of the world. We realize that attachment to external objects is a major cause of suffering. This detachment is the aim of the practice of wisdom. We realize the true nature of the world mainly for the purpose of uprooting our attachment to worldly things. When we fully comprehend the nature of the world, we know, oh, it's all inside my mind. Because of that knowledge, our attachment to the world loosens its grip. When that happens, events that occur in the world don't affect us so much. Since they have less impact, we tend to shrug them off and say, that's just the way of the world. So, we let go of them. As the mind detaches from external things, the focus turns more and more inside, more toward comprehending how sense consciousness influences our perceptions of the world. Obviously, this is a complicated process. For example, consider this. Wisdom entails understanding the past and the future from the perspective of the present moment. We cannot be aware of a visual object until after the visual data have contacted the sense base. And between the moment of vision and the moment of recognition, there is a time lag. A momentary time gap exists between the arising and ceasing of one and the arising of the other. Due to that momentary delay, the past moment of vision exists only in memory. The sights, sounds, etc. that we experience have already elapsed, and our perception of them is always filtered through memory. The mind seeks images and symbols from the database of previous experience to recognize and interpret incoming sense impressions, and thus identify them. Practiced in this way, wisdom unravels the entire process of sensory experience. There is also another way to investigate this process. When we sense things, there is the one that senses and the thing that is sensed. In seeing, there is the thing that is seen and the one who sees it. From that, we get the notion that I see that. So, immediately a self, the viewer, is assumed. This self-perspective exists in relationship to all the senses in the same way, but in each case it represents a different self. The self that relates to seeing is not the same self that relates to hearing. The one that relates to the external senses is not the same one that relates to thinking or memory. Each time, it's a different self. Ultimately, When we follow the way of Dhamma to the end of all suffering, we must totally relinquish all notions of self. This dilemma of self-identity arises because we have a fixed idea of our own reality. Being attached to this fixed idea of a personal reality, we cannot see the relativity of the world. We do not understand how relative to the world around us our existence is, and how changeable. We dislike that uncertainty, so we create a self-image to act as a refuge and make that image appear very real and important. That attachment precipitates clinging to the fixed idea of self. Added to that is an unwillingness to let go, lest that self be swept away in the whirlwind of changing phenomena. But, in the final analysis, the purpose of Dhamma practice is to see all perceptions as mere phantoms of your mind. That means that you know another person only in your mind. Therefore, that person is essentially a part of your mind. Consequently, when you're angry at that person, you're really angry at your own mind. The things that person says are heard internally. Because you hear them internally, they belong to you. The belief that they come from another person is just a delusion. The practice of Dhamma leads to the unequivocal realization that the fault lies entirely within you, that you are at fault for perceiving things wrongly. It's not that other people don't cause trouble. In the ordinary worldly sense, they do. But you are at fault when you believe that they are causing you trouble and then reciprocate accordingly. You deserve the blame because your mind has been deceived by its interpretation of sense perceptions, deceived because it knows falsely. All we really know are sights, sounds, odors, flavors, feelings, and thoughts. When we understand this principle, we realize that what we know as sight is just a combination of form, light, and color. Sound is merely vibrations. Odors and flavors are just chemicals, and touch is only physical feeling. That's the entirety of what we experience of the external world. Those sensory experiences vary over a certain cognitive range, and that's all we can say. Our whole world is composed of that sensory input. When we know all that, we know everything. People think the universe is immeasurably large, but it isn't. In truth, it is no bigger than our sense fields. The immeasurably large universe exists within us, but most people are completely unaware of it. When you persevere in investigating everything, sooner or later you'll come back to the mind, because that's the center. You should question every sensation that arises through the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, and manifests as feeling, memory, thought, or consciousness. Is there anything you don't need the mind for? You need the mind for everything. Because of that, the mind is the true essential. Everything you work on in your wisdom practice will eventually come back to that one fundamental truth. Good at the end. Self. We have all been building up a worldview in our minds since the day we were born, a set of concepts that help us make sense of the world around us. From birth onwards, we've accumulated views and concepts in the mind, mental formations that we use to create a picture of the world. Like a traveler consulting a map, we orient ourselves using these mental references, seeking always to know our position and how we ought to conduct ourselves in it. At the heart of this mental construct lies our deep-seated belief in its reality. And at the very center stands the most cherished illusion, our sense of self. Not content merely with views about the present moment, we construct elaborate stories about how things came to be, and we project our assumptions into what is yet to come. But these views we hold so dear, they are all false, every one of them. They must be false because they spring from the fundamental delusion of self. This delusion acts like a veil, preventing us from seeing things as they truly are. Yet we persist in our habitual way of seeing, clinging to these false views as though they were truth itself. It's the fundamental ignorance we call avijja that constructs this elaborate worldview, filling our memories with beliefs and opinions about everything under the sun. We store up these memories because we're seeking security. Much like when visiting a new place, we look about, noting where everything is, constantly checking and updating our mental map. We're desperately trying to establish a secure sense of permanence in our experience. This endless quest for stability is really quite strange. We use memory to convince ourselves that things remain unchanged, only to become disappointed when circumstances suddenly shift, and everything we'd relied on is turned on its head. But the truth is that change has been occurring ceaselessly all along. It was only our deluded minds that painted an illusion of permanence over life's constant flux. The point is, we persist in this delusion because we crave security. Without that false sense of comfort, we would feel compelled to remain vigilant concerning everything around us, and that heightened feeling of concern would make life very stressful. So we try to fix everything in place, to create a known and therefore safe living environment. We fool ourselves into believing that our world stands still, when, in truth, everything, absolutely everything, is in constant motion. Whether we perceive these changes or not makes no difference. They continue unabated, following the law of impermanence that governs all conditioned things. Seeing through these delusions to understand the true nature of existence is the very heart of Dhamma practice. Only then can genuine peace be found, not in the false security of our mental constructions, but in letting go of all views and allowing things to simply be as they are. When you look at something today and then look at it again tomorrow, naturally you say it's changed. But what's really changed? You have changed. Your mind has changed. In the meantime, you've had new experiences, learned new things. So, when you look again, you're looking with different eyes, different understanding. The thing itself may have changed a bit, but the important change is in the one who's looking. There's a lot of misunderstanding about self and not self. Some people hear not self and jump to the conclusion that there's no self at all, which is nonsense. Of course, there's a self. You're experiencing it right now. But, and this is the crucial point, that self is not permanent. Not for one moment. It's flowing, changing, like the water in a river. Because it's always moving, you can't step into the same river twice, and you can't experience the same self twice either. When people hear the Buddha's teaching on anatta, they often jump to a wrong conclusion. Ah, they say, there is no self at all. But look carefully. We can't deny that something we call self appears in our experience. Each time we say I am, I want, I think, there it is. The very act of referring to it gives it a kind of existence. Consider this. When you're seeing, a seer is present at that moment. When hearing, a hearer is there listening. When thinking, a thinker is actively engaged. But notice how each of these is different. The one who sees is not the same as the one who hears. The one who thinks is not the same as the one who remembers. Each arises anew, depending on conditions. Contrary to what many people believe, the Buddha never actually said, "There is no self." In fact, when someone asked him directly, "Does the self not exist?" he remained silent. When the same person asked, "Is there a self?" again, he wouldn't answer. What he did teach, time and time again, was that nothing we can find in our experiences, not in the physical body, not in feelings, not in memories, not in thoughts, not in perceptions. None of those experiences qualifies as a true self. The Buddha's teaching is quite subtle. He wasn't interested in speculation about whether there is or isn't a self. He was concerned with what causes suffering and what leads to the end of suffering. And he saw clearly that identifying anything as self eventually produces suffering, while letting go of everything leads to contentment. When you probe deeply into what the Lord Buddha taught about self and not self, you find something quite remarkable. He showed that trying to base your practice on any idea of self, whether believing in it or denying it, is like trying to build a house on a sandy foundation. Even if you maintain that your true self is some form of awareness, you're still caught up in a tangle of views that leads nowhere. In all cases, none of these ideas about self will point you the way to freedom from dukkha. The Lord Buddha was very precise about this. He never said there's no self. What he said was that there's nothing unchanging that you can point to and say, that's my real self. Look at what the Buddha actually taught. All things are anicca. What's anicca is dukkha. What's anicca and dukkha is anatta. In the Buddha's time, people automatically connected the idea of self with permanent happiness. If something wasn't permanently happy, it couldn't be self. That was a common view at that time. So, when the Buddha taught anatta, he was directly countering this commonly held belief. Think about it practically. Everything that changes brings dukkha. That's obvious when examined closely. And if everything's always changing, and changes bring dukkha, how can there possibly be permanent happiness anywhere? It's not possible. Because your experience of self keeps shifting. One moment it's in the body, next in feelings, then in thoughts. Your mind is like a monkey in the jungle, swinging endlessly from branch to branch. The real problem isn't that we experience things from a personal perspective. That's natural enough. The problem is, we refuse to see how that personal perspective is forever changing. We latch on to that sense of self as if it were solid and reliable. That's the delusion. As long as we keep denying change, we'll never understand anatta. These two delusions, one about permanence and the other about self, are tied together like two strands of the same rope. Our fundamental delusion of self is deeply ingrained, and therefore critical to the way in which we interact with the world. The Buddha called this delusion manaditi, the notion of I am. I have views, I have ideas, I have thoughts, and so on. In our ordinary interactions with the world, the idea of self is quite necessary because we need a reference point to compare ourselves to other people and to objects in our surroundings. We must have some reference point to function in the world. So, our minds devise a self-perspective. That's all right. It's necessary. But then we cling to a very firm belief in the reality of that self-image and assume it to be a fixed entity. The delusion really starts when we believe in the permanent reality of that self and react to everything from a self-centered viewpoint. We then harbor opinions of ourselves as being more or less right, or good, or entitled. What are those ideas attached to? They're attached to our views of self, a self which is a virtual imposter. At best, we can say this imposter is the necessary evil of interacting with the world. But there's no essential truth in it, which makes the whole basis of our thinking delusional. Ignorance and craving are the factors that create the delusion of self-identity. They create the delusion that we exist in relationship to something else, meaning a self must exist in relation to what's not self. The defilements convince us that what matters is the advantage to self, and they do whatever they can to promote a strong self-image. Ultimately, the troubles we experience are all caused by believing in that self. When there is self, there is also that which is not self, and there's the relationship between the two. In the relationship, that which is not self defines self, and that which is self defines not self. The two sides work together. Without not self, the self just evaporates. It means nothing. Not self must always be there, always pointing to self, to I am. The belief in an immutable entity is the background to the notion of self, the idea that the self has a fixed, independent existence. The self does exist. Everybody has a self-identity. But that self is an endless series of changing phenomena that whirls about continuously forever changing appearance like a chameleon. It's not that self doesn't exist, but that it's a bundle of dynamic change. So we cannot pin down the self and say it is this or it is that, because no sooner do we pinpoint it than it immediately becomes different. Because of that, the eternalist's belief in an immutable entity is quite wrong. If something is entirely unchangeable, that must be Nibbana. Nibbana is certainly not an entity. Where we have entities, we have comparisons between those entities. When we have comparisons between entities, then those entities must be impermanent in order to exist. The nature of existence can be expressed as a paradox. We can say that the fundamental characteristic of existence is constant change. Existence depends on change. At the same time, anything that changes is not real, because it does not last. The fundamental characteristic of reality is permanence. Thus, the paradox, what exists is not real, and what is real does not exist. Reality and existence cannot therefore be coincident. The world of our sensual experiences is an aspect of existence because nothing remains the same from one moment to the next. Nothing we experience is fixed and immutable. All are flowing and changing. Nibbana is the one permanent reality that does not change. What we call self rather resembles a spinning top. When you watch the top spin, it appears solid and stable. But this appearance comes purely from the continuity of its motion. Stop the spinning, and what remains? Just a bit of wood or metal, nothing more. In this regard, the Lord Buddha gave us a practical teaching to work with, the Four Noble Truths. It's like shining a bright torch into a dark room. You can see exactly where the problem is, dukkha, what's causing it, craving, what it looks like when the problem is solved, nibbana, and the way to solve it, the Noble Eightfold Path. The Lord Buddha was remarkably practical in his teaching. He wasn't interested in abstract philosophical questions about the nature of self. Instead, he wanted us to investigate how we create suffering through our own actions of identifying and clinging, how we are doing this to ourselves. We are the ones who keep picking things up and saying, "This is me, this is mine." This is why the Four Noble Truths are so precious. They show us exactly how we create our own suffering through this habit of identification and clinging. Even when we cling to lofty spiritual ideas, even ideas about permanence or the unconditioned, that very clinging is itself impermanent, as are those very ideas themselves. The clinging comes and goes, the ideas come and go, and we're left still searching, still unsatisfied. It's rather like watching clouds form and dissolve in the sky. Each cloud appears substantial while it lasts. But try to grab hold of one. Your hand passes right through, finding nothing solid at all. Just so with this self. It appears real enough to the untrained eye, but look closely and you'll find only changing conditions. And what drives all this changing? The defilements, greed, hatred, and delusion. They act like the wind that shapes the clouds. But we're so immersed in these defilements that we hardly notice their activities. These defilements create the story of me and mine, moment after moment. They're the reason why we're always trying to prove this self exists, always thinking about who we are, what others think of us. We build up views. I'm this sort of person, or I'm that sort of person. Then we act out these beliefs, often making ourselves quite miserable in the process. It's all rather foolish when you see it clearly. But understanding this principle intellectually isn't enough. We must see it directly through meditation. Only then can we begin to loosen the grip of this persistent illusion. So, this is the way forward. The way of meditation practice. Nothing more, nothing less. We must diligently develop sila, samadhi, and panya. When the wisdom factor ripens naturally through practice, the letting go of self happens by itself, just as a ripe mango falls from a tree without any intervention. Some people worry that letting go of self will leave them with a constant craving, like a smoker who's given up cigarettes but still yearns for them. But that's not correct at all. When something is truly given up through wisdom, there's no residue of wanting left. On the contrary, one day you might suddenly realize, oh, those old patterns of mind simply don't arise anymore. It's rather like finding that an old wound has healed on its own. You don't even think about it. Other people believe that if they could only find the right thing to identify with, something permanent and unchanging, then they would find true happiness. But this notion misses the point entirely. The very act of identifying with anything at all, is itself a cause for suffering. It's like trying to grab hold of a handful of water. The tighter you grasp, the more the water slips away. Many people approach meditation thinking they need to fix themselves or find their true self. They feel something's wrong with them, and they want to make themselves better. But that's going about finding happiness in the wrong way. It's much better to watch the actual suffering that comes from trying to fix yourself. Don't run away from your dukkha or try to cover it up. That just plays into the hands of delusion. But don't wallow in the experience of dukkha either. Remember, the Lord Buddha taught that dukkha can be brought to a complete end. Here's a simple way to understand that principle. If you want to see animals in the jungle, you could waste your time thrashing through the undergrowth looking for them. Or you could do the sensible thing and sit quietly by a water hole, where every animal must eventually come to drink. In the same way, if you want to understand the truth, just sit and watch your suffering and its ending with unwavering attention. Everything you need to know will show itself right there. You'll see how you keep grabbing at things, and you'll see the happiness that comes when you let go. Then you won't need to worry about whether there is a self or isn't a self. You'll have found something far better. The contentment that comes from releasing your grip on everything. The actual methods of meditation that the Buddha taught aren't terribly complicated. What makes them difficult are the obstacles we ourselves put in the way. We are, in truth, our own worst enemies in the practice. The important thing is not so much to do everything perfectly, but rather maintaining the right direction. When we're heading in the right direction, we naturally begin to see our mistakes and correct them. The great barrier, of course, is our attachment to the idea of self. To progress, we must be willing to give up something very precious to us, our cherished sense of separateness. Most people balk at this truth. They're not prepared to accept that, at a deeper level, the distinction between me and others breaks down. When we truly understand this, we can no longer maintain enemies in our hearts. For how can we hate others when fundamentally nothing really separates us? Here's another point that's important to understand. We're not actually trying to destroy the self through meditation. Rather, we come to see that this self we've been protecting so fiercely was never really there to begin with. Otherwise, it's rather like trying to destroy a shadow. How can you destroy something that has no substance? When you shine the light of wisdom on it, the shadow simply vanishes. Nibbana isn't something we have to create or reach for somewhere out there. It must be present within us already. The Lord Buddha was very clear about this. Anything that arises must cease. Therefore, Nibbana, being unceasing, must already be present. It's not something we can manufacture or attain as if it were new and different. This is the heart of the Dhamma, the true Dhamma in our hearts. In fact, we all feel its pull, but it's quite different from the pull of defilements. A child wants sweets right now. That's defilements. But the pull of Dhamma is like a deep longing to return home to that place where everything is exactly as it should be. It's already there. We're just clearing away what obscures it from view. When you really examine it, what we call self is nothing but a bundle of attachments. And the path home, the path to freedom, means letting go of every last one of these attachments. So, how do we accomplish this? We must look very carefully at everything we cling to and examine it in light of the three characteristics: anicca, dukkha, and anatta. These aren't just philosophical concepts. They're simple truths about the nature of everything we experience. Take anicca, impermanence. Everything is constantly changing, flowing, never staying the same. It's like trying to hold on to a handful of water. No matter how tightly you squeeze, it slips through your fingers. And because nothing lasts, because everything we grasp changes, we experience constant dissatisfaction. You can see this in your own experience. You receive something you really want, something that seems wonderful when you get it. But before long it changes or disappears. How can we gain any real happiness from that? And here's the crucial point. If everything is changing, if nothing can give lasting satisfaction, how can any of it be self? This is the nature of anatta. Look closely. Can you find anything that stays the same even for 2 consecutive moments? Where in all this flux could a self possibly exist? The mind contains both delusion and Dhamma. The deluded part creates this sense of me and mine, and always tries to shore up its position, always fighting against the natural flow of things. But fighting against anicca is like fighting against gravity. You'll never win, and you'll only exhaust yourself trying. But there's also Dhamma in the mind, the truth that can guide us home. Dhamma is not separate from us at all, though delusion makes it appear so. It's like discovering you have a wise friend living in your house all along, but you've been too busy looking elsewhere to notice. This truth within will show you the right way, both in your actions and in your meditation practice. The more you trust it, the stronger it grows. So you must learn to recognize and trust the voice of Dhamma within you. It's not something far away or mysterious. It's right here, showing you the way home. But you must be willing to let go of everything you think you are to uncover it. Chitta. The forest monks of the Thai forest tradition have always placed a special emphasis on what they call the one who knows. In doing so, they make a fundamental distinction between 2 very different aspects of the mind: the unchanging knower and the fluctuating states of mind that are known. Because we fail to understand the difference, we take transient mental states to be real, to be the mind itself. In fact, they're just changing conditions that never remain stable from one moment to the next. The knowing essence of mind, the one who knows, is the only stable reality. Mostly, we group all mental functions together and refer to them as mind. But in truth, states of mind exist in conjunction with the knowing of them. When we see that distinction clearly, a realization occurs that mental states like good and evil, happiness and suffering, or praise and blame, are conditions separate from the awareness that knows them. The knower occupies a neutral position between dualities like happiness and suffering. One simply knows them. If we can see this clearly, we can put down the whole lot and let them go. The Pali word chitta is often used when referring to the one who knows. The word chitta itself is very difficult to translate. When discussing the nature of the chitta, language has its limitations. Attempts at translating a word like chitta into English always lead to misunderstanding because no comparable English equivalent exists which encompasses all aspects of its true meaning. In fact, the true nature of the chitta cannot be conceptually expressed in words or concepts. Concepts such as mind, soul, or spirit all miss the point. All words carry certain preconceived notions that limit an accurate definition. But the chitta is without limitations. Because it encompasses everything, the chitta has no boundaries by which to delineate it. For this reason, the word chitta is best left untranslated. It is far better for people to struggle to understand an unfamiliar term than for them to completely misunderstand that term due to a misleading translation. Misunderstanding disguised as knowledge never leads to the truth. The term chitta is usually translated as mind, but this is itself misleading. What we generally refer to as the mind is different from chitta. Mind incorporates the mental faculties of feeling, memory, thought, and consciousness. It is usually considered to be that which thinks and remembers. Those mental faculties are inherently unstable. They all constantly arise, remain momentarily, and die away. The chitta, on the other hand, does not arise and does not die away. It exists entirely without reference to time and space. The chitta is difficult to explain, mainly because it does not represent a material object. Since the chitta is not something that can be pointed to or examined directly in any way, from the world's viewpoint, it doesn't exist. One can know the chitta, but one can't see, hear, taste, or touch it. It has no resemblance to an object of perception. It's not a sensory thing that the mind can experience. The knowing essence can't be perceived because the knower and the knowing are one and the same. For the chitta to perceive itself, it would have to split into two, and it can't do that. In beginning to understand the nature of the chitta, we should realize that it has various aspects. On one level, there's the chitta of ordinary life. This chitta is rather like the movement of the waves on the surface of the ocean, in contrast to the stillness in the depths below. We might call the one that moves on the surface the superficial chitta. The superficial chitta knows the five senses of sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. It is the one who makes decisions, the one who makes karma, in other words, the one who is active. This is what we mean by the chitta in ordinary life. This superficial chitta has qualities and faculties that are changing all the time. It is never without change. When the chitta is associated with the aggregates of body and mind, it is bound up with the world of constant change. The chitta changes because it must change. Because the aggregates are part of the world, they are inherently impermanent. So the chitta cannot remain fixed in any situation. However, the superficial chitta is always grounded in what we call the original chitta, or the primordial chitta. Unlike the ordinary chitta, the original chitta is something which is vast and unfathomable. It is like the depth and breadth of the ocean, as opposed to wave-like sensations rippling on the surface. The waves are not separate from the ocean, but they do not really affect the ocean either. At the same time, the waves can be quite turbulent and full of motion. They are never still. The basic condition of waves on the ocean's surface is constant change. The depths, however, always remain as they are, still and immutable. The mental aggregates, or Nāma khandhas, feeling, memory, thought, and consciousness, are also bound up with the surface motion. The fundamental ignorance, or avijja, pervades the knowing citta and influences the nature of the mind's perceptions, using the functions of these mental aggregates to perceive objects, such as seeing forms and hearing sounds. When the citta is modified in this way, we call it sense consciousness, being that mental function that acknowledges sensations. The citta is modified in that way because avijja, which has been infused into the citta's knowing, usurps the power of the citta and uses it to its own ends. One of avijja's primary aims is to experience sensations. The reason it craves sensations is to validate its own existence, its self-identity. The only way that the citta with avijja can verify its identity is by relating itself to other things through sense experiences. So, sense consciousness is necessary for the citta, infused with ignorance, to relate to other things, thus reinforcing its own self-existence. Consciousness is needed to experience the duality of subject and object, but it is completely extraneous and unnecessary to the knowing citta. So, from the point of view of the reality of the knowingness that is the true citta, sense consciousness is superfluous, because the true knowing is always present in the citta, and remains so even after all the physical and mental aggregates have disappeared. Because of this, we cannot really say anything definitive about the knowing citta at all. Although its scope is immeasurably large, it remains for us a mystery, an unknown quantity. For this reason, concepts regarding the citta always cause people great uncertainty. But the citta is also the one that is most valuable, the one that really matters in the mental sphere. Its subtlety makes it difficult to fathom. We can say that the citta is the essence in a person. Everything else is peripheral. In this sense, citta is life itself, the essential component in what it means to be alive. Because of that, anything that lacks citta isn't alive. It's just inert material substance, and nothing more. The citta is the active one. It creates the 5 aggregates of body and mind. It creates Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, and Vijnana. It produces everything, including these aggregates. You mustn't think of the 5 aggregates as being 5 different mental spheres, that the citta enters one after another. It's not like that. The citta creates a moment of Vijnana, which then dies away. Then it creates Vedana, and that dies away. Then it conjures up Sanya, only for that to cease. Then Sankhara, then Vijnana again. It orchestrates the duties of feeling, remembering, thinking, and acknowledging. They all fall under the jurisdiction of the citta, the whole lot. It coordinates multiple mental tasks. To give an idea of what the citta's nature is, we see, hear, smell, taste, and touch sense objects. But how do we know those sensations? Where is the knowing located? Suppose we see something, and we know perfectly well that it is such and such an object, and we know its purpose, and so on. There's something in us that knows the implications of that sensory input. But when we search for that which knows, we find it nearly impossible to catch hold of the quality of knowing, independent of what is known. Say we know a sensation. The knowing is not the same as the sensation. Knowing is not a sensory experience. Sensations are objects of awareness, something that is known. But the knowing itself is never an object of awareness. Rather, it is awareness itself. Normally, whatever we experience is perceived through the senses. But we can never experience the citta in this way because the citta is actually that which knows all sensations. The citta is the center. Everything else is peripheral. Basically, it is the knowing essence within us. But you should approach this knowing essence with caution because, although the citta is the one that knows, it does not always know correctly. That is normally the case when this knowing is contaminated from within by mental defilements such as greed, hatred, and delusion. The citta still knows, but it knows falsely. What result from that wrong view are unwholesome actions of body, speech, and mind. The physical body and the mental faculties are simply mechanisms. The citta is the force that controls the direction of their interaction. The citta exercises the powers of intent and volition. That intention, in turn, creates karma. Because the body and the mind cannot act independently of the citta, only the citta can be held responsible for karma and its consequences. When the defilements usurp the citta's power, they tend to make body and mind act in ways that promote greed, aversion, and delusion. The real power of the citta is neutral, but the defilements are biased, so they harness the strength of the citta for unwholesome purposes. The defilements want this and want that. All the time, they are grasping at or clinging to something, and they push the citta about to make body and mind strive to attain those things. In the end, the citta reaps the consequences of those actions, which is why there is so much pain and suffering in the world we live in. When the citta, under the influence of the defilements, wants to go in a certain direction, it makes the bodily and mental activity do its bidding. Body and mind simply follow, carrying out the dictates of the citta. Because of that, neither body nor mind is really essential for our existence. The essential thing is the citta. But to free the citta of defilements, both body and mind must be carefully observed because they express the activity of the defilements. Although the defilements are located in the citta, they express themselves through the mechanics of body and mind. Body and mind can be likened to a computer, the body being the hardware and the mind being the software. The person using these tools is the citta. A computer must exist for the person to use it, just as body and mind are needed for the citta to function in the world. That person can choose to use a computer with either good intentions or bad intentions. Either way, the computer simply follows the commands of the user. The intentions themselves originate from the person, not the computer. Similarly, the defilements are not found in the body or in the mind. The defilements are located in the citta. When a person dies, the physical and mental aggregates cease to exist and disappear. But the citta, the knowing essence, does not die. That means that after the death of a person, the defilements remain, because they are part of the citta that never dies. The defilements don't disappear, and neither do the results of karma created by them, nor does the tendency for them to arise in the future. Because the defilements and their consequences are still active, a new birth will inevitably take place. Karma and its results are then reactivated, in conjunction with the next body and mind. The citta is the very foundation of samsara. It is the essence of the knowing consciousness that wanders from birth to birth. The nature of that wandering is governed by the effect of karmic consequences. And it is the citta that carries those karmic consequences from one birth to the next. This would seem to imply that the chitta is some kind of an entity, like a soul. But it's not like that. Rather, just as the vastness of space cannot be described as an entity, the chitta is simply a reality that knows. A vast, knowing essence at the depths of one's being that knows the nature of karma and its appropriate consequences from one birth to the next. The karmic consequences that determine the next birth will then dictate the chitta's level in that plane of existence. That's the level at which the chitta normally functions, what we might call its default level. If you investigate often, you can locate the level that it appears to revert to inside yourself. We call this the ground of the chitta, meaning chitta's default level. In the cycle of rebirth, the chitta can experience many different levels. Our chittas are now on the human level, but there is quite a lot of variation even on this level, from people who are extremely low and ignoble to people who are very high and have a nobility near to those in the celestial realms. It's quite a broad range. We should investigate to discover our normal level within this range. This position is important to know. When we gain some understanding of our own level, we can better understand where our faults lie and how we can go about correcting them. Due to various circumstances, the level of the chitta can change from time to time, but it tends to revert back to its basic level. If people continuously act in wholesome ways, or conversely in unwholesome ways, the level of the chitta can re-establish itself accordingly. That is, the ground of the chitta can change for the better or the worse. For example, when people engage in uplifting spiritual activities until those become their habitual response, qualities like goodness and compassion can become the chitta's default level. If, however, a person who is normally kind and friendly gets into a long-lasting situation that causes a lot of angry thoughts to become the norm, angry reactions can come to define the chitta's basic level. We also see the same principle in action with people who have mental issues. When they become stuck in an unstable mental state for a long time, that state becomes the go-to level of their chitta. We have a problematic tendency to think that our general state of mind is fixed in place. But that's not so. States of mind change all the time, sometimes good, other times bad, or simply neutral. It depends entirely on the conditions that produce the state. Good or bad conditions that occur very frequently can bias the chitta in their direction. To put it in another way, when we develop habits, those habits tend to take hold of our mental outlook. When we become preoccupied with those habits, they can have such a strong influence that they become part of our world view. Habitual involvement can change our whole mental outlook. The most effective way to shift the ground of the chitta in a positive direction is to put the Buddha's teaching into practice. Constant and sustained meditation practice develops good mental habits. Good habits lead to a sharper mental focus and greater degrees of calm and concentration. When the chitta is raised to a sufficient level of calm and concentration, the knowing essence within becomes more apparent. In truth, that knowingness is so very refined, compared to our physical form, that its true nature becomes apparent only in a state of meditative calm. Although the chitta is bound to the physical body from birth, its presence is so subtle that normally we are unable to detect it. The chitta's knowing is actually dispersed throughout the body in such a way that we can't pinpoint its exact location. Only the practice of meditation can identify its presence and separate it from everything else associated with the body. In samadhi meditation, we can experience that separation, seeing the chitta as the knower and the body as the known. To achieve that stage, we must first discipline the mind to overcome the resistance formed by accumulated bad mental habits. In other words, we have to train the mind to calm down and stay at home. When the mind is very calm, it is easy to direct it inward. It will soon feel content to remain focused inside and motivated to probe deeply until it understands things more clearly. Whereas, if we try to accomplish that with our ordinary consciousness, the mind will jump about, unable to stay fixed on any one object, because it is still hungry and dissatisfied. The mind is always hungry and searching for something to satisfy its appetites. So, it seeks satisfaction in sensations, which is searching in the wrong direction. It jumps around all over the place like a monkey, but never receives satisfaction. The way to cure that problem is to temporarily halt all sensory experience, clamp it down, and block it off. In meditation, this means keeping the mind focused on only one object. Feelings of dissatisfaction can be undercut by allowing the mind to focus on only a single object, using mindfulness to hold that object in place. This practice anchors the mind and prevents it from drifting. Because the mind can no longer jump about, the restlessness gradually subsides. The restless mind has been compared to a calf that is taken away from its mother and tied to a post with a rope. At first it brays and leaps about, trying to escape. Because the rope prevents that, it eventually gets used to the situation, calms down, and goes to sleep by the post. When you anchor your mental focus in one object for a long time, the mind will calm down and fill with inner peace. Eventually, you'll arrive at a point where the chitta is so fully satisfied that it no longer searches for sensations. When that happens, the chitta goes still and quiet. When the chitta becomes still and quiet because it no longer wants to experience external sensations, you can begin to see its true nature. Seeing that, you realize how rarely the chitta is in harmony with itself. Meditation is a process of going inward. Essentially, this process moves from external to internal, from coarse to subtle. It moves from an emphasis on the body to an emphasis on the mind, from a condition of activity to a condition of stillness. In other words, it involves a movement away from the realm of the known and into the realm of the knowing. Once the mind becomes skilled at achieving calm and concentration, it begins questioning its relationship to the known, the objects of its awareness. The body is made up entirely of inert material substances, physical matter that on its own has no awareness. Since physical matter is incapable of knowing itself, what is it that knows the body? Where is that awareness located? Feelings don't know themselves. They are known. What is it that's aware of feelings? Memories, perceptions, and thoughts are all objects of awareness. They are known as they arise and cease, but they themselves have no innate awareness. So, what knows them? If body, feelings, memories, thoughts, and perceptions are all known, there must be an independent knower that encompasses all aspects of body and mind. There is such a knower, of course, but the problem is that ignorance weaves a web of delusion around the knower, distorting its knowing in such a way as to cloud the difference between that which knows and that which is known. In this respect, the phrase, "the one who knows," and the word chitta are used by the Thai forest tradition in a way that other Buddhists might find difficult to comprehend. Sometimes this understanding may seem at odds with what we read in the early Buddhist texts. One of the standard formulas found in the suttas appears to state that a full comprehension of the five aggregates results in the destruction of greed, hatred, and delusion. This statement represents a simplified view of a very complex experience. The implication is that the five aggregates encompass the entire world of human experience, that nothing, including an independent awareness, exists outside the domain of the five aggregates. If nothing exists separately from the five aggregates, then everything that exists must be included within their domain. That statement is actually true, but not in the way people normally think. The truth hinges on what is meant by existence. Change is the essence of existence, and everything in the five aggregates is constantly changing. Therefore, the five aggregates occur within the domain of existence. Without change, there is no existence. On the other hand, changing phenomena are not real, because reality never changes. Thus, the five aggregates do exist, but they are not real. They are not real because reality is not impermanent. And because reality never changes, it is not known through sensation. And because we can't sense reality, it's not associated with the five aggregates. However, reality can be known. We know it by being one with it. We can put it like this. Everything in the world is impermanent. Everything is constantly changing. And change is the very nature of existence. Without change, there is no existence. Everything that is impermanent is unreal. Because it's changing all the time, it never has any time to be real. What we have here is a fundamental lack of reality. The chitta, on the other hand, is the one exception to the rule. Existing separately from the five aggregates, the chitta is comparable to the unfathomable vastness of space. Just as space is the medium without which nothing could come into being, the chitta is the stable conscious continuum without which nothing in the realm of the five aggregates or the six sense bases could come into being. The chitta is the unchanging reality in which everything in the world arises and ceases. Because the chitta does not change, so it does not exist, but it is real. Being awareness itself, it is that all-encompassing presence in which arising and passing are known. In truth, there is nothing actually wrong with the chitta. Within itself, it is naturally undefiled already. It's the defiling influences that infiltrate the chitta which cause it to experience happiness and suffering, gladness and sorrow. But the true nature of the chitta has none of those qualities. Moods like happiness and suffering are not intrinsic to the chitta. They merely deceive the untrained mind, which follows after them until it forgets itself, oblivious to its true nature. Really speaking, the chitta is inherently as still and unperturbed as the ocean. When the wind blows, the surface water ripples. The ripples are due to the shifting winds on the surface, not to the ocean itself. The ocean depths remain unmoving and unaffected. When thoughts and perceptions arise, the surface of the mind ripples. When sense impressions arise, the surface of the mind ripples. The rippling is due to the effect of thoughts and sensations. When the mind pays attention to its surface activity, it loses sight of its true nature. If it doesn't chase after them, it can fully know the fluctuating nature of mental activity and still remain unmoved. Our practice should be focused on seeing that which knows thoughts and sensations as they arise and pass away. We must train the mind to know all aspects of mental activity without getting lost in any of them. By doing that, the natural peacefulness of the chitta will stand out clearly and remain unperturbed in the face of happiness, suffering, gladness, or sorrow. If we can experience this distinction with clarity, we can relinquish all aspects of existence and let them go their own natural way. Ultimately, this is the goal of Buddhist practice. Nibbana. Recently I read Maurice Walsh's introduction to the Digha Nikaya. He writes very well. He made an interesting point about the Noble Eightfold Path. He said the 8 factors of the path are divided into 3 sections: Sila, Samadhi, and Panya. But the order is different. The wisdom grouping of right view and right attitude comes first, followed by the morality grouping of right speech, right action, and right livelihood, and ending with the concentration grouping of right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. He surmised that wisdom must come first before there can be morality and concentration. To some extent this is true, but the real meaning of the path is quite different. The essential truth of the Noble Eightfold Path is that the path can only arise when all 8 factors reach a level of development sufficient to bring about the path moment. At that moment, all 8 factors should converge simultaneously, each lending support to the others. By that definition, it becomes a true path only at the path moment, which is the experience of either Sotapanna, Sakadagami, Anagami, or Arahant. The path progresses from a lower state of purity to a higher one. It culminates at very specific path moments, when all the path factors coalesce at a specific level of perfection. Until those path moments arise, the work of a practitioner is only preparation for the path. People have a lot of misunderstandings about the Noble Eightfold Path. When Westerners begin to learn about Buddhism, they often start by studying the Noble Eightfold Path. But that's not actually the right approach. In the suttas, when the Buddha gives a discourse concerning the Noble Eightfold Path, he always mentions it at the end of the discourse. After talking to people until he gets them into the right frame of mind, he then explains the significance of the path. We must understand that the Noble Eightfold Path is not a path that we practice a little each day. The Noble Eightfold Path implies that all its 8 factors are right. Right view, right attitude, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right samadhi. They are all right, and rightness here means perfection. By being perfect, they provide a path which is capable of taking the mind, step by step, to the final goal. In other words, they initiate a path moment, that is, a moment of Sotapanna, Sakadagami, and so on. This is the true meaning of the Noble Eightfold Path. Of course, we must steadily strive to make each factor of the path perfect. That's necessary. But simply practicing the Noble Eightfold Path a little bit here and a little bit there won't get us to the goal. Today, we'll do a bit of this. Tomorrow, we'll do a bit of that, and so on. The Noble Eightfold Path is, in effect, the path to Nibbana, which means that it culminates in perfection at a very deep level within the mind. It's not simply a journey from one stage of the path to the next. Its fruition requires a practice of meditation that has gone very deep, to the point where all these factors coalesce with equal strength and purpose. Only when the time and conditions are right does the path moment occur. That being said, the Noble Eightfold Path is not simply textbook Buddhism. That is something which has been misunderstood. By the same reasoning, the Noble Eightfold Path is not a path that one travels along as one would a road or a walkway. Rather, the path is set up as a mode of transcendence. When we have done the work to set up the path correctly, it acts like a channel for transcendent states of mind to arise. Here is the Sotapanna, Sakadagami, Anagami, and Arahant. Because of that, all the path factors must arise simultaneously. It is a difficult feat to accomplish because we must get all those factors just right at the same moment. When the work has been done to perfection, and when the right conditions arise, all factors will come together and bring forth the path moment. In order to accomplish this, we must gradually develop all of the conditions that are necessary for that moment to take place. It involves not only the effort made in formal meditation practice, but also diligence in all our activities throughout the day. Effort and wisdom must be present at all times in order to turn every situation into Dhamma. To begin with, we should develop the path factors individually. That's necessary. When each of those factors are well developed, then our practice will be strong. When they are sufficiently stable, the factors can join together to act as a bridge crossing to the other side. For example, from the path moment of Sotapanna to the moment of its fruition. Although it is necessary to develop the factors of the path individually, we mustn't think that those factors themselves add up to the noble path. The noble path only arises when all 8 factors have been brought to perfection. Emphasizing that all the factors be right, in effect, means they are perfect. Once they are all in perfect harmony, the path moment takes place. Magga Samaggi is the condition where all the path factors come together simultaneously to become a transcendent path. Thus, all 8 of them must be present at the same time. It's not as though we first practice sila, then samadhi, then panya in that specific order. Nor is it simply a matter of adding up the good results we accumulate by practicing those factors over a long period of time. We can impose that view onto it, but it doesn't actually mean that. In the Samanyapala Sutta of the Digha Nikaya, when the Buddha taught King Ajatasattu, he began with dana, and then went to sila and so on, up and up until he finally came to the Noble Eightfold Path. In other words, the Noble Eightfold Path came right at the end of the Buddha's discourse. After the Buddha had gone through the factors of the path, the king, who was very moved by what he heard, paid his respects and departed. The Buddha then told the monks that if the king had not killed his father, he would surely have experienced the noble path. This suggests that the path could not form for the king because his sila factor was weak, which prevented all 8 factors from coming together with equal strength. So, to fully realize the path, we must train ourselves in all the path factors until they are strong enough to be transcendent. But the path is a lot more than just a course of training, for it is by means of the path that the goal is directly experienced. Eventually, we can reach a situation where the goal is known, but not yet realized. In other words, we may know that the goal is real and know the general direction to follow to reach it, but there's nothing specific we can point to, no object we can see up ahead representing that goal. In truth, the goal is not something we attain by striving to go higher and higher. It's not like that. Actually, the goal is there all the time. What we must do is get rid of the things concealing it from view. Not gain something, but relinquish everything. That means we must get rid of all our wanting, all our attachments, all our wrong views, and all our delusion. Properly developing the path factors will eventually get rid of all attachment to anything connected with the world. When we finally let go of everything, the goal, nibbana, is there. Then nothing is left for us to accomplish. Therefore, Buddhism is not a path of gaining, so much as it is a path of relinquishing. When all the factors of the path are right, they act like a bridge crossing from an ordinary mundane mental state to the state of nibbana. Initially, the realization of nibbana takes place momentarily, because the reverse pressure of the defilements is too strong for the mind to remain there. So, the mind reverts to mundane consciousness again, where more work must be done. The long-term effect of that experience on the mind is the creation of a stable foundation. We can say that when the mind attains any of the noble paths, it has known nibbana for a brief moment. An aftertaste of that realization of absolute freedom remains with the mind, making it impossible for the mind to ever deteriorate below a certain level. Each of the 4 stages of the Aryan path is a very distinct and clear-cut experience. Whether or not we can put a name to the experience is not so important. We simply know that experience, and we never forget it. After attaining stream entry, for example, we will know very clearly that something extraordinary has happened, an experience that causes a big change in our fundamental makeup. Looking back later, we will be aware that since that time a noticeable difference has occurred. With stream entry, we secure an absolute faith in the Dhamma, because at the moment of stream entry, the truth is seen with total clarity. Having seen the truth, doubt about the truth will no longer arise. We also see clearly that the physical body is external to our personal identity. It is not us, nor does it belong to us. And understanding also arises that simply relying on ritual ways of behavior and other ceremonial acts will not lead us to the true path. At the same time, we realize the unambiguous necessity of practicing moral virtue. Because we experience these truths for ourselves, nothing can shake our faith in them. At the path moment, we gain an unshakable certainty that the path and its fruition are leading our mind away from the world. When the world is finally transcended, the conventional nature of relativity breaks down entirely. It is as though the mind passes into emptiness, an emptiness of all that we know. It opens to a reality that we call nibbana. This reality is of such a nature that it has no relative characteristics. Because nothing like it exists in the relative conventional world, we cannot accurately describe it. When the mind reaches that emptiness, then that's where it's meant to be. That's all we can say. Interestingly, a momentary realization of the path leaves no traces in a person's memory. The Aryapugla is unable to remember precisely what happened at a path moment, because there is nothing in the experience of Nibbana for memory to latch onto. Thus, when Nibbana is experienced for a moment, a situation is set up where the goal is known, but it is not known in any concrete manner. We know with certainty that the path leads to total freedom. Knowing that, we understand how other practices like worship and ritual are only illusory. Those practices alone will never lead directly to Nibbana. It becomes crystal clear that the way to Nibbana is the path that the Buddha taught, the Noble Eightfold Path. At the moment of stream entry, we will experience our first taste of Nibbana, a taste of liberation that will beckon us to strive for complete fulfillment. Being unable to name and describe that experience in words is of little importance. Even the terms used in the Buddhist texts do not necessarily help us gain better understanding, mainly because we read them from a background that is unsuited to true understanding. We tend to view the picture they present from the perspective of our ordinary life, but that is basically a false picture where stream entry is concerned. People like to talk about the 4 stages of the Aryan path, but the language they use mostly misrepresents its true nature. In fact, only that first taste of Nibbana can resolve the issue. After that first taste, after the attainment of Sotapanna, the path turns into a causeway crossing to the other side, with each stepping stone located in its rightful place. Only when those factors are all properly in place can the mind cross over. The Pali texts say that Sotapanna is the path of discovery. In other words, wisdom awakens. Sakadagami, Anagami, and Arahant represent the path of effort. Once the right direction has been discovered, the effort put into eliminating the defilements carries the mind to the ultimate goal. In practice, This means that all 8 factors of the path must be developed until they reach their levels of perfection. At that crucial moment, the mind transcends the conventional world, and fruition occurs automatically. Concerning the noble path, the question arises, must all the path factors be at 100% strength for the path moment to arise? Or does its arising depend on the relative strength of the path factors that is sufficient for a particular individual? Personally, I think the strength of the path factors is an individual matter, dependent on each person's specific needs. The requirements for a certain individual to attain the path moment may lean heavily on some factors and less so on others. In the end, what's needed is enough combined strength to bring about a perfect overall balance in all of them. For example, when wisdom is strong, you don't need so much samadhi, though some samadhi is still necessary. With the other path factors fully developed, the samadhi will inevitably be right samadhi, because each factor of the path is a supporting condition for the other factors. Nonetheless, regardless of one's individual temperament, Nibbana is equally accessible to everyone. I would say that Nibbana is already there in everybody, and everybody knows it, but nobody recognizes it. Intuitively, we are aware that there is something better than this world, but we don't know what it is. Still, we are always searching for it. Because we have an array of senses at our disposal, we tend to focus out, in the direction of sights, sounds, tastes, smells, and touches, seeking true happiness in them. Of course, that's looking wholly in the wrong direction. When we focus out in the direction of the senses to find happiness, we become attached to sensory experiences and build up attachments to worldly gains. People nowadays think their happiness depends on economic progress. But progress in worldly interests leads to deterioration in the mind, because people's minds are constantly out in the world and never inside themselves. The way of Dhamma is just the opposite. Dhamma concentrates on removing mundane attachments and ultimately getting rid of all concerns about the world. When we practice in that way, the path of Dhamma will steadily lead us to greater and greater freedom, until we eventually arrive at the ultimate goal of absolute freedom. But, because our attachments are very sticky, it's not an easy task. The ultimate goal, Nibbana, lies beyond the world, beyond attachment. The true nature of Nibbana is emptiness. When our consciousness is rooted in worldly concerns, however, we cannot become aware of emptiness. We have no means of knowing what it means. Instead, we hold tightly to false perceptions of me and mine, and our mental outlook is bound by these artificial conditions. So we remain stuck in a world of conditional reality. Nibbana, on the other hand, is totally unconditioned. At that level, there is no difference between one person and another. Because of that, knowledge and understanding at that level can be conveyed directly, heart to heart, without the need for verbal expression. But such direct communication requires minds that are already at that level to fully comprehend it. Ordinary people might be able to gain some understanding in this way, but they will have trouble turning that knowledge into thoughts and ideas. Because of the influence of mental defilements, their thinking will distort the meaning. There's the mundane way of communication, which is ordinary speech, and there's a heightened way of communication, which, although more accurate, is also elusive and formless. In ordinary speech, we use logic, reason, experience, and memory. Although the explanations are a bit makeshift, they can gradually lead to understanding. But when the ordinary person tries to explain Dhamma in high-sounding metaphors, the explanation usually turns out quite messy, because there's so much scope for the defilements to intrude and distort the thinker's thought process. Some people believe that peaceful states of mind are a foretaste of Nibbana. This is not true. Nibbana is a total break from every type of conventional experience. When the mind reaches the stage where it is not anicca, not dukkha, and not anatta, it has completely transcended the conventional world of ordinary experience. It has gone totally beyond. Because of that, Nibbana can never be explained in conventional language. In the Sutta Nipata, Venerable Upasyeva addresses the Buddha and asks him to explain the state in which all conditions cease. The Buddha replied that when all conditions cease, all ways of speech cease as well. Nibbana is the unconditioned, so we cannot use conditioned ways of thinking to speak about it. People often ask whether Nibbana is self or not self, but this question misses the point entirely. All three characteristics of existence, impermanence, suffering, and not self, are tools used to reach Nibbana, not descriptions of Nibbana itself. Think of it this way. When you climb a ladder to reach the roof, you don't confuse the ladder with the roof. Ideas about self and not self are like the ladder. They are means to an end, not the end itself. One uses them to reach Nibbana, but they are not characteristics of Nibbana. Nibbana transcends both self and not self. It is beyond all such conceptual frameworks. The Buddha taught us to use the concept of not self as a tool to break our attachment to the five aggregates. In meditation practice, we observe impermanence, suffering, and not self in action. We see how our sense of self is just a form of clinging. When we've seen this truth thoroughly, the mind naturally lets go. At that moment of complete letting go, Nibbana is realized. It's like stepping off the ladder and onto the roof, and leaving the ladder behind. The only way to really understand this principle is through the practice of meditation. When you experience the paths and fruitions, you'll see the truth for yourself. Just as when you come to a place that you've never been before, all your preconceptions fall away in the face of direct experience. People should stop wasting their time debating about whether Nibbana exists or doesn't exist, whether it's self or not self. These arguments are all deceptive tricks of avijja. Instead, put energy into the practice and follow the path. When you attain Nibbana, all these questions will answer themselves. To experience Nibbana means to know the truth in a deeply profound way. This knowledge is not something superficial that you can reflect on and think about. You can't contemplate Nibbana, because all your thought patterns must necessarily be relative. Thinking means duality. You thinking about that. The non-dual nature of Nibbana has neither subject nor object. So, what is there to think? Nibbana cannot be pinned down with words. For that reason, the Buddha did not expound an ultimate philosophy. Instead, the Buddha taught practical methods to achieve the unconditioned state. For instance, he taught that everything is anicca, dukkha, and anatta. However, he did not say that the ultimate reality was the opposite, nicca, sukha, and atta. He said that the ultimate was not anicca, not dukkha, not anatta, which is very different. Nicca, sukha, and atta are the opposites of anicca, dukkha, and anatta, whereas the ultimate, the unconditioned, cannot be bound by any qualities that define it in any way. All definitions are wholly inaccurate. The unconditioned is just that, totally without conditions, meaning no words can possibly describe it. It's not something that language can encompass. Like the vastness of space, Nibbana is unbounded and immeasurable. Once it is realized, all words cease. They must cease because all words are bound up with conditions. The unconditioned can only be known by being unconditioned. This brings up a familiar question. Is the realization of Nibbana still a possibility for us today? The answer should be obvious. Dhamma exists, and the paths exist, and you can see the reasoning behind them, and the methods needed to achieve them. So, why shouldn't your efforts bring results? The Buddha's teaching was designed for human beings, and fundamentally, human beings today are not much different from what they were at the time of the Buddha. The view that the attainment of arahantship is a thing of the past is a silly one. It's like saying that if you mix salt and sulfuric acid, you can no longer get chlorine. It worked in the last century, but nowadays it can't be done. It's that silly. Arahantship is a fact of nature, a state that is there in us all the time. It isn't as though it's something new to us. Because it is there, it can be known. What we must do is clear away all the rubbish that's concealing it from view. When we've completely cleared away the rubbish, that state will appear. Nibbana is not something that can arise. If Nibbana could arise, it would cease as well. So it must be there continuously. Nibbana is present in everyone, but it's covered up by the messiness of mental defilements. Your job is to clean up that mess. When you've washed away the worst of it, then you can dispose of the last little bit and break through to total purity. There is nothing to stop you except yourself. Those who say that it cannot be done nowadays are essentially creating a barrier for themselves. For them, Nibbana becomes impossible, because the belief that it can't be attained makes it impossible. When someone fully believes he can't become an arahant, he'll never try. Those who believe they can will at least try, and if they persevere, may well succeed. In the final analysis, if you try to understand Dhamma and Nibbana without attaining them first, you'll be left with little more than concepts and ideas, which won't be the real thing at all. Dhamma and Nibbana will just be ideas and symbols in your own mind. To actually know for yourself, you must realize that state. The stages of Sotapanna and so on are attainments where Nibbana is experienced, if only briefly. Withdrawing from those attainments, you can't remember anything about them, because memory doesn't function at those levels. You can only remember things that are relative, and those transcendent states are not relative. After withdrawing from Sotapanna, for example, you won't actually remember what happened. All you will know is that there had been a change. When Nibbana is first experienced, the truth of Nibbana is known, but later on, only the aftertaste of that truth remains. But the aftertaste does give you a complete faith in it. With complete faith, you have no doubt about the Buddha's teaching whatsoever. Because you have experienced Nibbana, you know unequivocally that it is the truth. In the end, Nibbana, the final cessation, comes when you can find absolutely nothing. You cannot even find the one who has found nothing. All distinctions disappear. It's not so much that you attain something, but rather that the one who does the attaining has disappeared. When that happens, talk about qualities like humility and equanimity misses the point, because no person is there to be humble or equanimous. Such qualities are merely conventional designations for constantly changing mental states. The comings and goings of mental states in no way impinge on the pure, unconditioned essence of Nibbana. In Theravada Buddhism, one epithet for reaching Nibbana is this: to arrive at the end of all questions. This doesn't mean that all questions have been answered. It means there are no more questions that can possibly be asked, because the basis for asking questions no longer exists. No one is there to ask the questions. and there is nothing to ask the questions about. The quest for Nibbana begins with our search for lasting happiness. Having failed to find that happiness by attempting to satisfy our desires, we see the danger in becoming attached to things that are unreliable, unstable, and constantly changing. As long as there's attachment to things that are changing, disappointment and suffering will occur when they cease to be what we expect them to be. No matter how hard we try, we cannot find anything in the world that is permanent and stable. Thus, we always fail to find lasting happiness. The Buddhist path is the path of eliminating craving, giving up attachments, and letting go of everything. When we practice in that way, Dhamma will steadily lead us to more and more spiritual freedom, until eventually we arrive at the final goal, the highest happiness, Nibbana. Wisdom. In Buddhism, we must be very careful to understand what wisdom truly means, for it differs markedly from what the world calls wisdom. When people speak of worldly wisdom, they generally mean good judgment or knowledge gained through study and rational thought. But in Buddhism, wisdom, or panya, points to something far deeper. It is a faculty of mind that penetrates directly into the truth of things. This wisdom doesn't arise through mere thinking or intellectual understanding. Rather, it emerges from a mind that has been properly trained and made peaceful through meditation practice. When the mind becomes still and concentrated, it develops a special quality of knowing that's quite different from ordinary understanding. This knowing has a brightness to it, a clarity that brings joy and contentment. It's not the restless activity of thoughts jumping from one idea to another, but a steady, penetrating light that illuminates the truth of whatever it examines. Many people find themselves caught in the trap of believing that by thinking more, they'll comprehend more. But thinking alone cannot lead to true wisdom. Think of it this way. If you're stirring a bucket of muddy water, the water only becomes more turbid. But if you let the bucket remain still, the mud gradually settles to the bottom, and the water becomes clear. Similarly, when we let the mind become still through samadhi meditation, true clarity emerges naturally. The development of wisdom requires a proper foundation to work. Just as you wouldn't try to build a house without first preparing the ground, you shouldn't attempt to develop wisdom without first establishing strong mindfulness and concentration. These qualities create the necessary conditions for wisdom to arise. Mindfulness keeps the mind steady and alert, while concentration provides the stability and power needed for deep investigation. Some people may have what appears to be natural wisdom, but without proper training, this wisdom remains superficial. It's like having a sharp knife, but not knowing how to use it properly. You might cut yourself instead of achieving your purpose. This is why the Buddha emphasized the importance of systematic training, starting with the cultivation of sila, or moral conduct, leading to samadhi, and culminating in wisdom. When we begin the practice of wisdom development, we start with what's most obvious, the physical body. This isn't arbitrary. It's a carefully chosen starting point. The body serves as an excellent object for beginning wisdom practice, because it's tangible and readily apparent to our experience. We can see it, feel it, and investigate its nature directly. When we examine the body carefully, we begin to see it differently from how we usually perceive it. We start to understand its true characteristics, its impermanence, its unsatisfactoriness, and its lack of self-identity. As you progress in your investigation, you move from the gross to the subtle, following the path that the Buddha laid out in the 4 foundations of mindfulness, or satipatthana. This progression is natural and necessary. You begin with the body, kayanupassana, which is most apparent. Then you move to feelings, vedananupassana, which are more subtle but still readily observable. From there, you progress to investigating the mind itself, cittanupassana, and finally to the most subtle aspects of your experience, mental phenomena, dhammanupassana. This systematic progression serves a crucial purpose. By starting with what's obvious and gradually moving to what's subtle, you develop your wisdom faculty in a balanced and thorough way. It's like learning to read. You start with the alphabet before moving on to words, then sentences, and finally complete texts. Each stage builds upon the previous one, creating a solid foundation for deeper understanding. When you examine the four foundations of mindfulness, you must understand that their purpose goes far beyond mere mindful awareness. Their true aim is to systematically untangle the knots of attachment that bind you to the endless cycle of birth and death. This is not a theoretical exercise, but a practical method that works directly with your experience. One of the most important insights we gain through this practice is understanding what we are not. This might seem counterintuitive. Surely we want to know what we are. But the Buddha's methods often work by elimination. By clearly seeing what we are not, we gradually come closer to understanding what we are. This is particularly evident when investigating the physical body. Through careful contemplation, we begin to see that this body, which you've identified with so strongly, isn't actually what you are. It's just one aspect of your experience, a temporary dwelling place rather than your true identity. The development of wisdom through this method brings about a profound transformation in how you understand yourself and the world. It's not just about accumulating knowledge or developing clever ideas. Instead, it's about seeing deeply into the nature of experience. This seeing has a different quality from intellectual understanding. It carries with it a sense of certainty and a taste of liberation. When you truly see something through wisdom, that seeing changes you. It's not just a notion you can argue about. It's a truth you've verified through your own personal experience. This is why the Buddha emphasized the importance of direct knowing over mere belief or intellectual understanding. True wisdom isn't something you can get from books or discussions, though these can point us in the right direction. It must arise from your own practice, your own investigation, and your own direct seeing. This is the path of wisdom that leads to genuine freedom and the end of all suffering. Let us begin with the physical body, for it is here that most people are firmly attached. The body serves as your first foundation, your initial foothold in the practice. When you look at the body, you can see it quite clearly as part of the material world. It's composed of the same elements you find in the earth, the water, and the air around you. You feed the body with food grown from the soil, and when life departs, the body returns to those basic elements. This much is obvious to anyone who contemplates deeply. When you begin to investigate the body with mindfulness, you must start from what is plainly observable. Look at this body sitting here. What do you find? Flesh, bones, skin. These are not abstract concepts, but immediate realities that you can verify through insight. Consider carefully. This physical form that you call body is composed of the basic elements found throughout nature. The calcium in your bones is no different from the calcium in limestone. The water in your blood is the same water that falls as rain. The heat in your body is borrowed from your environment. When you eat, the body transforms matter from the external world into flesh and energy. Is there anything there you can truly call your own? When death comes, as it surely will come, this borrowed matter simply returns to its source. The body decays, and its elements disperse back into the earth, water, fire, and air from which they came. Look at a corpse. Really look at it. That, too, was once a living body like yours. What's the essential difference? Both are collections of elements that follow natural laws. But there's something quite unique about the body, because you know it in two distinct ways. You know it externally, as an object in the world, but you also know it internally, through direct experience. This internal knowing is where your practice must begin, for it's here that your attachments are rooted. When the Buddha speaks of establishing mindfulness inside the body, he's not speaking metaphorically. You must literally place your attention within the body's mass. This teaching is not merely wise advice. It's a practical instruction. As you maintain this internal attention, something quite remarkable begins to happen. You discover that your knowledge of the body comes almost entirely through feelings and sensations. Although you cling to this body fiercely, claiming, "This is me, this is mine," how do you actually experience your body? This is a crucial point that requires careful investigation. When you feel an itch or a pain, where exactly does that sensation appear? You may say, "My leg hurts," but what is actually experiencing that pain? Modern science tells us the brain maps the entire body, creating a complete neural representation of it. But go deeper and ask, what is aware of these neural patterns? The mind creates a subtle body of feeling that overlays the physical form, like a complex image projected into a physical frame. This is what you really experience, not the physical body itself, but this mind-made phantom. This discovery marks a crucial transition in your practice. The solid, material body that you've always taken yourself to be begins to dissolve into a body of feeling and sensation. This is not immediately apparent to most practitioners. They continue to think they're investigating a physical body, when in fact they're already working with something far more subtle, the feeling body. When you feel pain in your foot, the actual experience is happening in this subtle body of feeling, which is projected onto the physical location you label foot. The physical nerves transmit only signals. The experience of pain arises in the mind's representation of the body. This is not some scientific theory. You can observe this happening clearly in your own practice. Here, you see how body and feeling are inextricably linked in your experience. You cannot separate physical sensations from the mental impressions. They arise together as one process. And underlying all of this is mindful awareness, the knowing element that is aware of both body and feeling. So, watch carefully how thoughts and mental states color and condition your whole bodily experience. When the mind is agitated, physical sensations become rough and unpleasant. When the mind is calm and concentrated, the body feels light and at ease. This shows how mindful awareness pervades and shapes your entire experience of having a body. This investigation leads you to a profound insight. What we take to be a solid, independent self inhabiting a physical form is actually a dynamic process of interdependent parts, both physical and mental, gross and subtle, all working together. None of these qualities belong to you. They simply follow their inherent nature. By contemplating the body in this way, starting from the gross physical form and penetrating through to its subtle mental dimensions, you begin to loosen your attachment to this borrowed collection of disparate elements. It is here that the path to freedom from pain begins. This internal knowing of the body proves absolutely essential for breaking your attachment to it. When you maintain attention inside the body, really dwelling within it, rather than thinking about it, an interesting shift occurs. You begin to notice that your entire knowledge of the body comes through feeling and sensation. As this shift occurs, your attachment to the gross physical body naturally begins to weaken. But be careful here. This is not the end of attachment, merely its migration to a more refined object. You will typically transfer your sense of identity from the physical body to this more subtle body of feeling. This is progress, certainly, but it's just at the beginning stage. When mindfulness becomes firmly established in this internal realm of feeling, another layer of understanding emerges. You begin to see clearly how your mental states shape and define your entire experience of feeling. This is a profound revelation. Take pain, for example. The physical sensation might be quite minimal, but your mental state can amplify it into something unbearable. Or consider pleasure. The same physical sensation can be experienced as delightful or sometimes disturbing, depending entirely on your mental state. This understanding leads you to a startling conclusion. The mind is not merely interpreting feelings, it is their very foundation. This realization naturally draws your attention deeper, toward the mind itself. As this happens, feelings that once seemed so central to your identity begin to appear more peripheral, more external. Your practice naturally evolves toward contemplation of mental states. The workings of the mind are intricate, yet they can be understood through careful investigation. When we look deeply, you find that the mind operates through various factors working in concert. There are feelings, the basic sensing of pleasure, pain, and indifference, and there are memories of past experiences. But the most important factors for your investigation are sankharas and dhammas, which together form the basis of all thought and mental activity. Let us examine sankharas first. These are the active forces in the mind, the mental formations that create and combine to produce our thoughts and ideas. Think of them as the building blocks that come together to create mental states. When you experience anxiety, for instance, this isn't one simple idea. It's a combination of various sankharas working together. The same is true for states like anger, conceit, compassion, and concentration. Each of these states is actually a complex arrangement of different mental factors. In meditation practice, particularly when establishing mindfulness of mental states, you begin to see how these combinations of sankharas arise and cease. You observe how they interact with your bodily experiences and your feelings. This observation is more than just a hypothesis. It's something you can witness occurring in your own mind during meditation. With mindfulness firmly established in the domain of mental states, you will begin to perceive something even more refined, the subtle phenomena that constitute the mind's contents. These mental phenomena, or dhammas, are extraordinarily quick and elusive, far more so than the gross mental states you first encountered. They represent an even more internal aspect of your experience. The fourth foundation of mindfulness is where the practice becomes most challenging, for these subtle phenomena are the final frontier of your attachment. They are so close to you, so intimately yours, that seeing them clearly requires extraordinary levels of mindfulness and wisdom. The Dhammas are the basic elements of mind that cannot be broken down further. They are like the fundamental particles of mental experience. When you encounter pure greed or pure hatred, you're dealing with Dhammas. They simply appear in the mind as they are, complete and indivisible. You can't break down greed into smaller components because it's already at its most basic level. The relationship between sankharas and dhammas is crucial to understand. The dhammas are the raw materials, while the sankharas are the combinations and formations created from these raw materials. Their interaction is similar to how basic chemical elements combine to form complex molecules. Every mental state you experience is ultimately made up of these fundamental dhammas, arranged in various patterns by the actions of sankharas. When you practice mindfulness of dhammas, you're investigating the most subtle aspect of your experience. This investigation reveals the fundamental laws governing all experience, laws like impermanence and causality. Nothing in the mind stays the same. Everything exists in constant flux. The four foundations of mindfulness, body, feelings, mind states, and dhammas, are not separate territories, but rather different aspects of the same experience. When you're truly mindful, you'll notice that all four foundations are present in every moment. You can't have a bodily experience without feeling, without a state of mind, or without the basic mental factors that make up that experience. As your practice deepens, you naturally progress from gross to subtle. You start with the body because it's tangible and relatively easy to observe. Then you move to feelings, which are more subtle, but still quite noticeable. Mind states require even more refined attention. And finally, the investigation of dhammas demands the most subtle and penetrating awareness. As you progress through these increasingly subtle layers of experience, you encounter a peculiar paradox. Everything seems to be internal. This raises a profound question. If everything is internal, what could external possibly mean? The deeper you go with this practice, the more you realize the internal aspect of everything you're investigating. The traditional teachings speak of contemplating phenomena internally and externally. But at what point does this separation occur? This is not some philosophical question. It's a practical dilemma that arises in advanced practice. In my experience, this apparent paradox resolves itself only at the most refined levels of meditation, where the very notions of inner and outer lose their meaning entirely. The resolution of this paradox comes not through intellectual analysis, but through direct investigation. As you probe deeper, you begin to see that the very notion of internal and external is part of our fundamental delusion about the mind. Eventually, these concepts become meaningless at the subtlest levels of practice. The progression through the four foundations of mindfulness isn't just about moving from coarse to refined. It's fundamentally about developing increasingly clear insight. As your mindfulness becomes more established, concentration naturally deepens, and wisdom begins to emerge. You start to see things as they really are, not as you imagine them to be. This seeing leads to a natural letting go. You don't have to force yourself to give up attachments, because when you truly see the nature of what you're holding on to, attachment to it falls away by itself. Just as your hand would naturally drop a hot coal once you clearly recognize that it's burning you. As your mindfulness deepens, something even more fascinating comes to light. You start to see how your mental states color and shape your entire experience of bodily feelings. A peaceful mind experiences the body one way, an agitated mind another way altogether. This reveals a profound truth. The mind itself is the master of feeling. When this insight really sinks in, those feelings that seemed so personal, so much a part of you, begin to appear more distant, more external. Your attention then intuitively shifts to investigating the mind itself. With mindfulness now firmly established in watching mental states, you can begin to discern the extremely subtle mental phenomena that give rise to those states. These are far more refined than the more obvious states of mind you're used to noting. They require extremely sharp attention to perceive clearly. Yet it's precisely these subtle mental phenomena that you must understand and release if you're to find true freedom. To penetrate to these depths requires wisdom of an exceptionally sharp and penetrating nature. This isn't the wisdom of books or logical reasoning. It's the wisdom born of direct seeing. Although you might thoroughly understand the theory that the body is not self, you still habitually relate to your body as though it were self. Real wisdom is different. It's like stepping back and seeing the body with fresh eyes, as if for the first time. When genuine wisdom arises, there's an immediate, unmistakable knowing. This body is not me, not mine, not myself. This knowing starts with the gross aspects of the body and methodically works inward, examining and releasing attachment at progressively subtler levels, until no trace of identification remains. The beauty of this practice is that it's entirely practical. You don't need to accept anything on faith. Instead, you investigate directly, seeing for yourself how attachment operates and how it can be understood and released through careful, systematic practice. The ordinary thinking mind flits about like a butterfly, never settling for long on any single object. But wisdom, that's altogether different. When wisdom arises, the mind becomes still and totally centered. It doesn't merely glance at a meditation object. It penetrates right into its heart, seeing layer upon layer of truth without the slightest wavering or doubt. What happens when wisdom is in charge is different from discovering something entirely new. It's like you've been looking at something familiar all your life, when suddenly one day you see it with completely fresh eyes, see right through to its true nature. The understanding comes from such a deep place that there's no hint of deception. The truth hits you with so much force that you wonder how you could have missed it all that time. The thinking mind never reaches these depths. In fact, thinking actually creates a kind of fog that obscures wisdom. It's like trying to see the bottom of a pond while stirring up the mud. That's why we train the mind to become quiet and steady in meditation. When wisdom arises, it's not just a brief flash of insight. It's more like a bright lamp that stays lit for a period of time, illuminating everything within its reach with extraordinary clarity. During such times, you might look at your own body and see right through its outer appearance to its fundamental nature. The understanding is so clear and obvious that you might find yourself looking at others, thinking, surely they must see this too. But of course they can't, because their minds aren't in that same state of wisdom. It's like having your eyes suddenly opened while those around you are still asleep. This state of sustained, penetrative wisdom is what we're working towards in our practice. We're not seeking book learning or mental reflections, though these do have their place in the beginning stages. We're seeking the kind of wisdom that arises from training the mind through meditation. This wisdom doesn't just know facts, it sees connections, patterns, and relationships across many levels of reality all at once. Take the practice of satipatthana, the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Each domain must be explored thoroughly, like a doctor examining a patient from every angle. You investigate the body, feelings, mind, and mental objects until you understand how they work together, how they influence each other. Then wisdom begins to spot the universal patterns, the way all these things are constantly changing, how they're always unsatisfactory, how they're empty of any lasting essence. When wisdom really sees these truths, disenchantment inevitably follows. You don't have to force it. The clear seeing itself leads to letting go. As wisdom deepens, it gradually burns away all attachments, until the mind eventually becomes pure and free, like a caged bird released from captivity to fly freely. Science. Buddhism is often referred to as a science of the mind. Many Buddhist teachers proudly claim they see many parallels between the teachings of the Buddha and the discoveries of modern physics, as though physics, with its emphasis on the properties of energy and matter, were a legitimate standard by which to validate the truth of the Buddha's teaching on consciousness and perception. Some have voiced the hope that from a dialogue between science and Buddhism, a new and more enlightened vision of the world could very well emerge. Whereas, examined from a Buddhist point of view, we are actually creating the world by the very act of interpreting our perceptions of the world. Instead of trying to turn Buddhism into a science, we should instead be aware of things as they are, without imposing any conceptual framework on them. Direct knowing, not theory, is at stake. What is experienced may be beyond description, not because it is some indefinable occurrence, but because it is a human experience, which is unique to the moment it occurred and cannot easily be reduced to a conceptual category. Although science does stand as a remarkable tool for analysis, we must understand its proper scope and its limitations with clarity of mind. When we examine the scientific method carefully, we see it deals exclusively with what can be measured, observed, and tested through the physical senses. Consider first the matter of scientific hypotheses. When scientists attempt to explain any phenomenon, they face the inherent limitation that there are endless, possible rational explanations for what they observe. Like trying to identify an unseen object by its shadow alone, they imagine countless different objects that could cast that same shadow. This means they can never test every possible hypothesis, and therefore can never arrive at an absolute proof of any scientific theory. This leads us to a deeper problem in scientific inquiry. How can science study its own methods when it lacks an independent standard of measurement? Because of this dilemma, when science attempts to validate scientific methodology using the same methodology, it creates a circular argument that undermines its own foundation. Added to that limitation, science cannot investigate that which lies beyond the realm of physical phenomena, in the same way that a ruler cannot measure weight and scales cannot measure length. Can science measure metta, for example? Can it quantify the peace that comes from samadhi? Can it put the Four Noble Truths under a microscope? The very suggestion shows its limitations, for these factors are among the most fundamental and important aspects of human existence, as well as the path to liberation. Many modern scientists, particularly those who have gained prominence in the West, have fallen into what the Lord Buddha would recognize as a form of wrong view. They have become so enamored with the success gained by the scientific method in its own sphere that they have convinced themselves it is the only valid way of knowing anything. This attitude is rather like a carpenter becoming so skilled with his hammer that he begins to think every problem can be solved by hammering. Scientists will say, "Give us enough time and funding, and we will reduce consciousness, morality, and the meaning of life itself to entirely physical processes in the brain." Many such people become lost in intellectual mazes of scientific and philosophical speculation, while their fundamental moral development remains neglected. This is like studying advanced mathematics while still being unable to count from 1 to 100, in which case the practice lacks an essential foundation. The Buddha's teachings, on the other hand, always point us toward what is practical and essential for our development on the path. Both science and Buddhist practice aim at understanding reality, but they operate at different levels and serve different purposes. The wise practitioner knows how to use each one appropriately, without becoming confused by apparent contradictions between conventional truth and ultimate truth. Consider what science has actually given us. We can now manipulate our own genetic code, alter our brain chemistry, and reshape the very matter of our bodies. These are powerful tools indeed. Yet who is wielding these tools? The same human minds that have always been subject to greed, hatred, and delusion. Science can split the atom, but it cannot remove the defilements that might lead someone to use that knowledge destructively. It can sequence the genome, but cannot sequence the path to genuine happiness. The scientist's understanding of the world is always changing, always being revised. What was scientific fact 50 years ago is often considered primitive misunderstanding today. And what passes for settled science today will likely seem quaint and outdated 50 years hence. This is not intended as a criticism. It is expected that scientific knowledge will evolve as new evidence is uncovered. But it shows us that science deals with conventional relative truth, or sammuti satcha, not the ultimate truth of paramata satcha. The cause and effect nature of reality means that nothing happens randomly or without reason. Every experience, every state of mind, every circumstance arises dependent on conditions. When those conditions change, the experience also changes. This is why the practice of Dhamma focuses on understanding and working with causes, rather than struggling with effects. When we contemplate deeper questions like, why are we here? What is the purpose of life? How should we live? Science falls silent. These questions cannot be answered by measuring brainwaves or analyzing chemical reactions. They require direct investigation of the mind itself, using the methods the Buddha discovered and verified through his own experience. This is why the Buddha's teaching remains as relevant today as it was 2,500 years ago. The fundamental problems of human existence, suffering and its causes, cannot be solved simply through external investigation, no matter how sophisticated our instruments are. They require the internal science of mind development, of morality, samadhi, and wisdom. That is a territory where science has no access, but one where only the Dhamma can show us the way. Science is a valuable tool, but like any tool, it must be guided by wisdom and used with right understanding. The real work to achieve freedom from suffering lies beyond science's reach, in the direct investigation and purification of our own minds. When we examine how scientists pursue knowledge, we see that they follow a path not unlike that of blind men feeling different parts of an elephant. They grope in darkness, constructing theories from limited evidence, much like we ourselves try to catch a glimpse of reality through the blinkers of our defilements. These theories are really just concepts built on other concepts. Scientists create a mental picture they believe represents reality, then keep adjusting it as new evidence shows where it falls short. This constant refinement might seem like progress, but it's still just trading one set of concepts for another. The underlying delusion which believes that ultimate truth can be found through the five senses and intellectual speculation, that delusion remains unchanged. This brings us to a crucial point about the influence materialistic science has on modern society. People have come to worship at the altar of the senses, believing that nothing exists beyond what can be measured and quantified. This view has spread like a virus through television, newspapers, and the internet, infecting minds with the notion that sensual pleasure is the highest aim of human life. But this obsession with the sensory world is really a kind of bondage, though people often mistake it for freedom. They think they're liberated by rejecting moral precepts and spiritual disciplines. They imagine they can escape responsibility for their actions by reducing everything to chemistry and physics. It's all just atoms bouncing around, they say. How can there be any real choices or consequences? This is a dangerous delusion. The law of karma operates whether we believe in it or not, just as gravity doesn't care whether you believe in it when you step off a cliff. Every human action bears fruit according to its nature. No scientific theory can change this fundamental truth. The real path to freedom isn't found through indulging the senses or constructing elaborate intellectual theories. It's realized through training the mind to see things as they truly are. This requires virtue, concentration, and most importantly, wisdom, which is the direct insight that comes from looking inward rather than outward. Scientists may someday discover that their theories are just sophisticated forms of ignorance. But until they turn their investigation toward the mind itself, which is the source of all theories and concepts, they'll remain caught in an endless cycle of speculation, never touching upon the ultimate truth that the Buddha revealed. The way forward isn't to reject science entirely, but instead to understand its proper place. It's a useful tool for dealing with the material world, but it cannot answer the fundamental questions of existence or show us the path to genuine happiness and liberation. For that, we must follow the Buddha's path of practice, using the tools of sila, samadhi, and panya to penetrate beyond concepts to reach the unconditioned reality that transcends all theories and beliefs. When we examine what scientists call truth, we find a peculiar situation. Scientists observe and measure physical phenomena, like the interactions of matter and energy in the universe. From these observations, they formulate what they call laws. But these laws themselves possess neither matter nor energy. They exist purely as concepts within the minds of those who formulate them. This presents us with a profound dilemma. The very foundation of scientific understanding, mathematical principles, logical reasoning, and theoretical frameworks, all these dwell exclusively within the realm of mind. They have no physical existence whatsoever. The scientist cannot point to a law of physics and say, "There it is." They can only point to symbols on paper or equations in books, which are merely representations of mental concepts. Yet scientists seem curiously uninterested in investigating the mind that is so central to their work. They use their minds constantly to theorize, analyze, and draw conclusions, but they never turn their attention inward to examine the nature of the mind itself. The Buddha's approach was fundamentally different. Before making any claims about reality, he first investigated awareness itself, focusing on the nature of consciousness and the process of knowing. Through direct investigation, he discovered that the mind has an inherent tendency to create concepts and then cling to them as being real. This attachment to concepts, what the Buddha called theories and views, is actually a major source of suffering. The scientist develops theories about the physical world while remaining ignorant of the very instrument, the mind, that's being used to develop these theories. But how can we trust the evaluations of an instrument whose nature and limitations we do not understand? It's like trying to make precise measurements with a poorly calibrated tool. In the Buddha's method, we first examine our tool, the mind, through direct experience. We observe its habits, its tendencies, its distortions. We see how it creates concepts and then mistakes these concepts for reality. Only when we understand this process can we begin to see things as they truly are, rather than as we suppose them to be. The scientific mind, on the other hand, builds elaborate theoretical structures without first acquainting itself with the builder. These structures, impressive as they may seem, are still just mental fabrications arising from ignorance of the mind's true nature. Until we investigate and understand the mind itself, we cannot truly understand anything else. This is why the Buddha emphasized direct knowing over theoretical knowledge. Theory can only take us so far. Real understanding comes from investigating our own experience, especially those experiences that occur within the field of our conscious awareness. Only then can we see the true relationship between mind and reality, between the knower and the known. When we look deeply into the basis of scientific knowledge, we see that it rests upon shifting sands. Each new discovery overwrites what came before, so what scientists hold as absolute truth today may later be discarded as ineffective. How different this is from what the Lord Buddha realized seated under the Bodhi tree. Those truths that are timeless, unchanging, and point directly to the heart of our human predicament. What science offers us are conventional truths, which may be useful for worldly purposes, but cannot touch the deeper truths that the Buddha discovered. Those conventional truths are like the reflection of the moon in water, constantly shifting, breaking apart, and reforming, while Dhamma truth is like the moon itself, unchanging and reliable in its orbit. Most troubling is how the glitter and excitement of scientific progress has hypnotized people, drawing their attention exclusively to the external world. They become fascinated by new gadgets, new ideas, new possibilities, all of which point away from the one truth that could actually free them from suffering. The Buddha's teaching about dukkha and its cessation remains unseen by them, hidden behind a veil of technological marvels and achievements. To find the way out of suffering, we must turn our attention in the opposite direction from where science points us. We must not look outward at phenomena, but inward to the nature of our own minds. We must investigate not the behavior of subatomic particles, but rather behavior controlled by greed, hatred, and delusion. We should not be seeking new discoveries, but instead uncovering that which has always been true. The Lord Buddha's teachings are like a bright lamp that has never dimmed since the very first time he shared them. But people today, dazzled by the fireworks of scientific progress, have trouble seeing this steady light. Yet, for those with the wisdom to look, the way to the end of suffering remains as clear and practical as ever. The question is, are we willing to turn our attention away from the fascinating show of worldly knowledge and look directly at the truth in our own hearts? The Lord Buddha's teaching reveals to us something quite profound about the nature of the universe we inhabit. The spiritual universe he called samsara isn't concerned with planets and stars, or with physical matter at all. Rather, it is fundamentally a realm of mind and consciousness, brought into being and sustained by the karma of countless living beings throughout beginningless time. This may sound rather strange to the modern ear, trained as we are in scientific thinking. But consider this: everything you know about the universe, everything you've ever experienced, comes to you through conscious awareness. Even the most sophisticated scientific measurements must be perceived and interpreted by a conscious mind. This consciousness, this knowing nature, is the very foundation of all our experience. The scientists are doing their very best with the tools they have. They've developed remarkable instruments and mathematical models to study the physical universe. But they're rather like someone trying to understand the nature of water by merely looking at the waves on the surface. They can measure the height and frequency of the waves with great precision, but they miss entirely water's essential nature, its wetness. What's particularly interesting is how scientific opinion seems to keep bumping up against its own limitations. Take the question of the universe's beginning and ending. Despite all their equations and theories, whether it's the Big Bang, the heat death, the Big Freeze, or what have you, scientists still find themselves in a place of fundamental uncertainty. The more precisely they try to pin down a solution to these questions, the more the answers seem to evade their grasp. This reminds me of something the Lord Buddha often emphasized: the danger of getting lost in speculation about matters that do not lead to liberation. Because whether the physical universe began with a bang or a whimper, whether it ends in fire or in ice, these questions, fascinating as they may be, do not address the fundamental problem of suffering and its cessation. The Buddhist understanding goes deeper. It shows us that the perception of physical phenomena, like the stars, the galaxies, and all the rest, is the manifestation of a more essential reality of mind and awareness. Because the various realms of existence are not physical locations at all. Instead, they are states of consciousness, created and maintained by the moral force of the intentional actions of living beings. The Buddha wasn't interested in creating a competing cosmological theory. His practical teaching was always aimed at liberation from suffering. When we understand that consciousness and karma are fundamental to the nature of the universe we perceive, we begin to see where our real work lies, not in measuring distant galaxies, but rather in purifying our own minds. This is what many of us miss in our modern fascination with scientific materialism. We've become so focused on the outer world that we've neglected the inner one. But it's precisely this inner realm, the realm of consciousness and karma, that holds the key to understanding not just the universe, but our own true nature as well. The Lord Buddha was not a divine being. He was a human being like ourselves, though one who had developed himself to the uttermost perfection through countless lives. Through aeons of time, he had taken birth in myriad forms, as animals, as humans, and as celestial beings, as he steadily accumulated the most sublime and potent spiritual perfections through his tireless efforts and unwavering determination. On that most auspicious night when the Buddha sat down under the Bodhi tree, his mind, having been perfectly cultivated through countless lifetimes, penetrated to the deepest truths of existence. In the first watch of the night, his consciousness expanded backwards through time, witnessing the vast cycles of his own previous lives, stretching back through the periodic expansion and contraction of countless world systems. No matter how far back his vision reached, he could find no point of a first beginning, because samsara, the wheel of existence, has neither start nor conclusion. As the middle watch approached, his mind's eye opened still further to encompass all living beings throughout the cosmos. He witnessed directly how beings arise and pass away, moving from one state to another in accordance with their karma. Like actors in an infinite drama, all beings are bound together in an intricate web of relationships extending throughout time, their destinies shaped by the inexorable law of cause and effect, and determined by the quality of actions and their consequences. The supreme enlightenment that dawned in the Buddha's consciousness was not mere philosophical speculation or theoretical inference, nor was it an intellectual framework pieced together from observation and logic, forever subject to revision when new evidence comes to light. On the contrary, it was direct knowledge born of perfect understanding, an immediate and unmediated perception of the cosmic law of karma, working itself out through the lives of countless beings. The Buddha perceived with absolute clarity how each action, whether of body, speech, or mind, sets in motion ripples of future consequences that must inevitably bear fruit. These waves of cause and effect, interweaving and building upon each other, drive the endless cycle of existence forward. It is this perpetual interplay of action and result, operating on the grandest cosmic scale, that maintains the ceaseless movement of samsara, like a great wheel revolving in perpetual motion. This direct knowledge penetrated to the very heart of reality, revealing the fundamental truths that govern all existence. Such insight transcends mere intellectual understanding. It is wisdom born of direct knowing, which is as different from theoretical knowledge as being in the ocean is different from reading about it. Through his supreme enlightenment, the Buddha was able to show us not just the nature of existence, but also the path to liberation from its endless cycle. In this profound vision, he saw not only the operation of cosmic law, but also its cessation, the possibility of complete freedom from existence on the wheel of birth and death. This is the heart of the Buddha's teaching, that through developing virtue and wisdom, any being can follow in his footsteps and attain to this same liberation. When we speak of the Lord Buddha's enlightenment, we must understand that it was a total opening of mind, not just a partial understanding, but a complete penetration of reality. In that state, karma and rebirth were seen directly, not as theories or beliefs, but as fundamental truths of existence. Unfortunately, most of us are like people living in a very small room with tiny windows. We peer out through these windows and think we see the whole world, but we're seeing only fragments of the full picture. The scientists look through one window and see only material phenomena. The theologians look through another and see only their creator, God. And ordinary people, well, they're so caught up in their personal viewpoints that they hardly look out the windows at all. The Buddha himself broke down all the barriers. When the walls came down, there were no more limitations, no more boundaries. In that state of complete awareness, he saw the whole process of existence, how beings move through countless lives, how actions lead to results, and how the whole wheel of samsara endlessly turns. This revelation isn't something you can debate about or prove through logical argument. You have to experience it directly. That's why the Buddha's teaching is akaliko, timeless in every respect. It's not a theory that can be disproven, or a philosophy that can be disputed. It's a description of reality as it actually is. We all share this same potential for enlightenment. It's there within us, but it's covered up by layers and layers of defilements. It's like a mirror that's been covered with dust for so long that we can no longer see a reflection in it. Our job is to clean that mirror, to remove those coverings. This is where personal responsibility comes in. Everything that happens to us, everything, comes from causes we ourselves have set in motion. This isn't fate or predestination. It's cause and effect, pure and simple. Each thought, each action, each choice we make is creating our future right now. But we fail to see this clearly because our minds are too clouded, too restricted. It was for this reason that the Buddha chose to teach people a gradual path that accorded with the level of their understanding. When people came to him with questions about the origin of the universe or the nature of the infinite, he simply remained silent. Why? Because answering these questions does not lead to freedom from suffering. The questioners are like the man shot with an arrow who refuses treatment until he knows what kind of wood the arrow was made from, and who shot it. because he refuses to recognize that there is an urgent need to remove the arrow quickly. That's why the Buddha focused on suffering and the end of suffering. This is the heart of the matter. This is what's relevant to our liberation. Everything else is just speculation. The truth of suffering and its cessation is the one truth that never changes, never becomes outdated, never needs revision. It's as true now as it was 2,500 years ago, and it will remain true as long as living beings exist. Meditation practice isn't about believing or accepting these truths blindly, however. It's about actively investigating and looking deeply into our own experience. When we do this properly, with strong mindfulness and wisdom, we begin to see the truth for ourselves. When the dust starts to clear from our eyes, we begin to understand why the Buddha taught what he did. When we first encounter the complexity of the world, what do? We create stories, theories, and views to try to make sense of it all. We then take these views and act as though they were absolute truth. It is natural for the mind to cling to what it thinks it knows. But here's the important point. Through direct experience, where we actually test these views against what's true, we begin to see where they don't really fit. It's like walking around in the dark. At first we might mistake a rope for a snake, but in the light of closer investigation, we recognize our misperception. A key point to note here is that progress toward truth doesn't require starting with perfect understanding. What it requires is honesty, the willingness to look directly at our experience and admit where our current understanding falls short. This is why the Buddha emphasized direct investigation over mere belief or theory. The way of Buddhist practice does not involve passing down ancient scrolls of wisdom, with each generation carefully preserving the truth, as though it were a sacred duty. Rather, it is like being taught how to use a particular set of tools that have been tested and refined through centuries of dedicated practice. These tools help you strip away the layers of confusion until you discover what has always been there, a naturally clear awareness. Through patient application of these tools, you begin to see things as they truly are. This seeing reveals that nothing can be permanently labeled as true or false. These are merely concepts we overlay upon experience. What you discover instead is the ceaseless flow of phenomena, arising, persisting briefly, and passing away. You notice how your mind creates suffering by resisting this flow, desperately trying to hold on to what is pleasant and push away what is unpleasant. Most significantly, you realize there is no separate self standing apart from all this activity. In truth, the very idea of such a self is just another concept, another overlay upon direct experience. This clarity of knowing is not hidden away in ancient temples or reserved for special individuals. It manifests naturally for anyone who applies these tools with sincere effort and patience. It does not arise from clever philosophical arguments or from accepting religious dogmas. It cannot be granted by authority figures or institutions, nor can it be used as a weapon to dominate others. It simply reveals itself through a meditator's dedicated practice. As this understanding deepens, you develop a profound appreciation for those who walk this path before you. You begin to comprehend the tremendous courage it took for them to question everything they believed, and to let go of their most cherished ideas about themselves and the world. You see how they too had to face their fears, their doubts, and their attachments, and how they persevered despite these challenges. This appreciation is not just blind devotion to tradition. Instead, it becomes a living connection to the lineage of Buddhist practice, like a bright thread weaving through time. This connection sincerely deepens your own practice, opening doors to even more subtle levels of understanding. You realize that what these ancient practitioners discovered is just as alive and relevant today as it was in their time, because it points to something timeless and universal in human experience. Developed in this way, the practice becomes both deeply personal and completely universal. It comes from your own direct investigation, yet it confirms and is confirmed by the experiences of countless practitioners throughout history. This is the real meaning of lineage, not the preservation of dead and dried scriptures, but the living transmission of methods that each person must verify for themselves. Virtue. In the noble path of practice, virtue serves as the essential foundation. It provides the fertile soil from which samadhi and wisdom can flourish and bear fruit. Just as a house requires a solid foundation to stand firm against storms, our meditation practice must be built upon good moral conduct. When we maintain moral virtue through our actions, speech, and livelihood, the mind naturally inclines toward contentment. We feel no restlessness born of regret, no anxiety arising from misconduct. This creates the proper conditions for samadhi to develop. With virtue as our base, we can sit in meditation free from the torment of a guilty conscience. As concentration deepens, the mind becomes steady and bright. This clarity of mind is what allows wisdom to arise. We begin to see things as they truly are, free from mental confusion. The interdependent nature of phenomena becomes apparent. We understand directly through our own experience how greed, hatred, and delusion cause suffering. But we must remember that practicing wisdom and samadhi without virtue is like trying to fill a leaky pot. No matter how much water we pour in, it cannot be contained. Therefore, we must be vigilant in maintaining our precepts, pure and unblemished. This is the beginning point, the foundation of all progress on the path. Through diligent practice, grounded in virtue, samadhi naturally deepens and wisdom unfolds according to its own nature. These three aspects work together in harmony, each supporting and strengthening the others. Acting in unison, they form the middle way that leads to freedom from suffering. When we speak of moral precepts, we're dealing with something quite practical. They're like the sturdy fences that keep farm animals from wandering onto the road. But here, what we're protecting isn't just physical safety. We're protecting ourselves and others from the harmful actions that spring from an untrained mind. Every action we take, whether it's good or bad, starts in the mind. This is what the Buddha meant by kamma. The results of these actions, what we call vipaka, follow us just as surely as a cart follows the ox that pulls it. I've observed this countless times during my years in Thailand. When someone lacks basic moral restraint, they become an irritant in society. The noble ones, those who have seen the truth of Dhamma, can spot such a person immediately, just as we would notice a rotten mango in a basket of fresh ones. Let me give you a concrete example. In any organization, whether it's a government office, a business, or even a monastery, you'll find that just one or two people who lack moral shame and moral dread can corrupt the whole enterprise. It's rather like finding a cobra in your room. You might think it's sleeping quietly in the corner, but the moment you let your guard down, it strikes. This is why the Buddha called the moral precepts the guardians of the world. They're not abstract principles or mere religious rules. They're practical tools that keep society functioning smoothly, rather like traffic laws prevent accidents on the road. Without them, suspicion and discord can spread like wildfire. I've seen small misunderstandings in villages escalate into serious conflicts simply because people abandoned basic moral principles. For those living in the world, running businesses, raising families, working in offices, and so on, the 5 precepts are absolutely essential. They're not optional choices. Think of them as your passport to trustworthy relationships. When you're established in the precepts, people know they can rely on you. I've known many successful business people in Thailand who attributed their success not to cleverness or connections but to their unwavering moral standards. When someone who keeps the precepts joins any kind of group, they bring with them an atmosphere of trust. It's quite remarkable how this works. Their reputation for integrity follows them everywhere. This isn't surprising when you think about it. Moral conduct establishes the true quality of a person's character. The moral precepts aren't meant to restrict you so much as they're meant to protect you and others. They're like the banks of a river that guide the water safely to the sea. Without them, the water would spread everywhere, causing damage and eventually drying up without reaching its destination. True moral virtue isn't something that exists separately from our actions. In fact, whenever we act in ways that break the moral precepts, it shows that at that moment, virtue has slipped from our minds. This is a crucial point. While sila manifests through our physical actions and speech, its real home is in the chitta, or the mind. Our outer behavior is rather like a barometer that gauges the state of the mind. When virtue is weak in the mind, our actions become coarse and harmful. But when virtue is strong, when it's truly established in the chitta, then our conduct naturally becomes flawless. There's no effort needed. It flows by itself. When you observe people carefully, you'll see that those who genuinely live with virtue, not just by following rules, but really embodying virtue in their thoughts and actions, they have a special quality about them. It's a kind of nobility that doesn't fade. You can see it in the great teachers, both now and in the Buddha's time. Even ordinary folk who may struggle with their own practice, they recognize this quality immediately. They're drawn to it. When they meet someone who has real virtue, they know it, they feel it. This tells us something profound about the nature of virtue itself. It's not just a human invention or a cultural idea that changes with time. No, the value of sila is that it's part of the natural order, like gravity or the law of karma. It's always relevant, always true, regardless of whether we recognize it or not. That's why the Buddha's teachings on morality are as fresh today as they were 2,500 years ago. They point to something fundamental about the way things are. The basic principles of moral virtue have stood the test of time, not because of tradition or authority, but because they reflect deep truths about the nature of mind and the laws of cause and effect. But it must be understood that we have to work with these principles in our own hearts and minds. That's where real transformation begins. That's where sila becomes a living virtue, not just an idea or a set of rules. The matter of moral virtue requires careful consideration, for its true essence often becomes clouded in people's understanding. Many people mistake mere social customs and traditional observances for genuine moral virtue. These conventions differ widely. What one society holds to be sacred, another may dismiss entirely. Yet beneath these surface variations lies something far more fundamental. When we look deeply into our own experience, we find that genuine moral virtue serves as the bedrock of human dignity. It acts as an inner compass, guiding our thoughts, speech, and actions toward what is genuinely wholesome. Consider what happens when moral standards decline in a society. We need not look far to see examples. The breakdown begins subtly, but accelerates rapidly. With a decline in moral virtue, harmful forces that were previously held in check begin to manifest openly. The society that tolerates such a decline eventually finds itself overwhelmed by the damaging consequences. This is simply the working of cause and effect. There's nothing mysterious about it. The operation of this law becomes strikingly clear when we examine family life. Take the relationship between husband and wife. When moral virtue weakens, trust begins to erode. Suspicion takes root in the mind. Is my spouse faithful? What are they doing when I'm not there? These thoughts are like a poison, destroying peace of mind and creating deep mental scars. The mind becomes constantly agitated, to the point where one can't eat properly, can't sleep properly. Once breaches of moral conduct occur, the damage is devastating and immediate. It's like a broken clay pot. Once broken, it cannot be easily mended. The family unit, which depends on trust and mutual respect, disintegrates. This is why the Buddha emphasized moral virtue as the foundation of all healthy relationships. Some people question whether moral virtue is still relevant in society today. But this shows a fundamental lack of understanding. True moral virtue isn't a set of arbitrary rules or cultural norms. It stems from natural principles, what the Buddha called Dhamma. It doesn't require a formal ceremony or institutional approval. When we develop and maintain qualities like honesty, restraint, and consideration for others, moral virtue naturally manifests in our thoughts and actions. Think of it this way. When we plant rice seeds, rice grows. When we plant thorn bushes, thorns grow. Similarly, when we cultivate wholesome qualities, beneficial results follow naturally. When we act in ways that harm ourselves and others, suffering inevitably follows. This is simply how things work. It's not a matter of belief or tradition. The challenge for each of us is to see this truth clearly for ourselves, not to just accept it on faith. When we understand moral virtue at this basic level, its essential role in human development becomes obvious. This understanding then guides our actions and leads to genuine progress on the path. The development of moral virtue has two main aspects: karmic consequences and karmic actions. The first functions through the natural workings of moral law. Just as fire burns and water flows downhill, so too do wholesome and unwholesome actions bear their corresponding fruits. The second aspect relates our association with those who have developed wisdom, particularly those who have dedicated their lives to spiritual training. Through careful attention to their teachings and determined practice, we gradually emulate them and transform our own conduct. This second path on its own, when followed with sincerity, is sufficient to cultivate genuine moral virtue. When we shape our lives according to the Buddha's teachings, we naturally live in a way that breeds trust and confidence. There is no need for others to harbor suspicion about our conduct in matters of importance. These various levels of moral training act as protective barriers, preventing harmful actions through body and speech. When we understand and observe them properly, they foster harmony in our relationships and bring about genuine peace of mind. Without this foundation, any attempt at spiritual development is bound to meet resistance in the mind. The advantage of moral virtue lies in its simplicity and directness. We need not be scholars or philosophers to understand it. Through steady practice and observation of results in our own lives, its value becomes increasingly clear. This clarity then strengthens our determination to maintain and refine our conduct further. When we look at the Buddha's teaching, we find that he laid down 3 basic trainings: sila, samadhi, and panya, moral virtue, concentration, and wisdom. These are not separate trainings, but rather different aspects of the same path that work together. Understood in this way, moral virtue lays the groundwork for success in meditation by eliminating the harmful effects created by unwholesome actions of body and speech. Because behavior that leads to tense, stressful relations with others, or a nagging sense of personal remorse, invariably form impediments to basic peace of mind, thus making meditation difficult, if not impossible, to develop properly. Meditation objects, or kammatthana, complement moral virtue by acting as solid posts to ground the mind in the present moment. Just as a farmer knows that leaving livestock unconfined inevitably leads to destruction of crops and injury to the animals themselves, we must understand that a mind, without the restraining influence of a meditation object, will invariably create suffering for itself and others. This wandering tendency of the mind persists regardless of one's station in life. Whether you're young and vigorous or advanced in years, wealthy or struggling to make ends meet, highly educated or without formal schooling, living with physical limitations or blessed with robust health, if you lack the right meditation object, your mind remains relatively undeveloped. This condition isn't about intelligence or worldly accomplishments. It's about the fundamental inability to guide the mind toward calm and concentration. Despite whatever external success they might achieve, such people end their lives spiritually impoverished, having never experienced genuine mental well-being. The core problem with an untamed mind lies in its perpetual restlessness. Like a monkey jumping from branch to branch, it cannot remain still even when physically at rest. When the mind lacks the protection of Dhamma, it mistakes momentary sensual gratification for true happiness. But these fleeting pleasures only reinforce its unruly nature. Much like giving sweets to a child throwing a tantrum, it may bring temporary quiet, but ultimately it strengthens the bad behavior. This is why samadhi is so crucial. It stands as a direct antidote to the mind's habitual resistance to discipline. The stability of mind achieved through samadhi is like driving a stake deep into the ground. It provides an anchor point from which all other mental development can proceed. Yet the mind, so long accustomed to its wandering ways, stubbornly rebels against the lifeline that meditation objects offer. This resistance isn't unusual. It's the accumulated result of countless lifetimes of indulging in sensual pleasures and following defilements. Those who truly understand this predicament, this endless wandering through samsara due to an untamed mind, must develop an unwavering commitment to their meditation practice. This isn't a matter of casual interest or sporadic effort. Just as a person whose clothes are on fire would immediately seek to extinguish the flames, one who sees the danger of an untamed mind must apply himself to his chosen meditation object with real urgency and diligence. Every moment spent with the mind properly anchored in its meditation object is a moment of true spiritual progress. Every moment spent in restless distraction is a moment lost to the relentless round of samsara. The Lord Buddha, in his great wisdom and compassion, provided us with 40 meditation objects, each carefully designed to address particular temperaments and mental tendencies. These objects serve as points of focus for a mind that might otherwise be agitated and out of control. Without such firm focus, the mind invariably turns wayward and becomes unsettled. Those living with various physical conditions, those occupying positions of influence, those struggling with daily sustenance, all share this common ailment of an untamed mind when they lack the refuge of a proper meditation practice. Their lives, despite whatever external success they might achieve, inevitably end in spiritual poverty. This is a grave tragedy, for the human birth offers a precious opportunity for liberation that, once squandered, may not present itself again for countless lifetimes. The core problem with an untamed mind, one that hasn't been properly trained through meditation, lies in its perpetual state of agitation. Such a mind constantly seeks satisfaction in sensory experiences. Whatever pleasurable experiences such a mind encounters serve only to reinforce its undisciplined habits. These pleasures strengthen the very tendencies that prevent genuine happiness, thus creating a cycle of increasing dissatisfaction. This is why samadhi, the state of mental calm and stability, stands as such a vital achievement in Buddhist practice. It represents the direct antithesis of the mind's habitual resistance to the remedy for its unruliness, the meditation object. This resistance isn't surprising, for the untamed mind naturally rebels against anything that threatens its long-established patterns of seeking pleasure and avoiding discomfort. Those who genuinely aspire to overcome this deeply rooted mental disturbance must develop unwavering resolution in their practice. This means maintaining steady attention on their chosen meditation object, despite all obstacles. Whether practicing mindfulness of breathing, contemplation of the human body, or any other suitable subject, one must persist with the patience of a skilled physician administering medicine to a resistant patient. The practice requires more than mere mechanical repetition. One must approach it with the understanding that this training directly confronts the mind's most deeply embedded habits. These habits have been reinforced over countless lifetimes, and their roots run deep. Therefore, success in meditation demands not just persistence, but also wisdom in working with the mind's resistant tendencies. Remember that every moment spent with your meditation object is a moment of protection against the mind's destructive tendencies. Each instance of returning to your object helps establish the conditions for genuine happiness. This peace isn't the temporary calm of sensory satisfaction, but rather the profound calm that comes from training the mind to rest in stillness. In this way, the practice of meditation serves as both protection and path. Protection from the mind's harmful tendencies, and a path toward its complete liberation. This is the precious opportunity that the Buddha's teaching offers us, and it's our responsibility to make the most of it while we have the chance. The Lord Buddha gave us mindfulness of breathing as a complete method for developing both samadhi and wisdom. It's a straightforward practice, yet it can take us to the deepest levels of meditation if we apply ourselves properly. Begin by sitting in a comfortable position with your back straight. Don't worry too much about posture. Just ensure you're well grounded and alert. Now, bring your attention to the breathing process. You'll notice the breath touches either at the tip of the nose or the upper lip. Choose whichever point feels most distinct to you and keep your attention there. This point of contact is like an anchor for your mind. When thoughts arise, and they certainly will, simply notice them and return to the sensation of breathing. There's no need to force anything. The breath is always there, always present, whether it's gross or subtle. As you continue practicing, something interesting happens. The breath naturally becomes more refined. This is perfectly normal. Don't try to make it happen. Let it occur on its own. You'll find that your attention gradually draws inward, and the breath becomes most apparent in the heart region. This isn't your imagination. It's a natural progression of the practice. Those who have gained some experience can begin directly with attention at the heart, but don't rush this. If you find your mind wandering too much, go back to the nose or upper lip. There's nothing wrong with that. Better to have firm concentration at the nose than scattered attention at the heart. The key throughout is maintaining unbroken awareness. Whether the breath is coarse or fine, long or short, simply know it as it is. Don't try to control the breath. Let it adjust itself naturally. Your job is just to watch and know. Many people use counting or mental notes like in and out when starting. These are useful tools like training wheels on a bicycle. But as your practice deepens, you'll find they become unnecessary. The breath alone becomes sufficient as an object of attention. When concentration becomes strong, you'll notice the mind becomes very bright and clear. This is the mind in its natural state, free from the usual mental clutter. At this stage, even your awareness of the breath becomes very subtle. The mind settles into a state of profound stillness. Don't be concerned if you can barely discern the breath. This is also natural. Simply maintain your awareness. The mind will gradually establish itself in one-pointedness, free from all disturbance. Remember, this isn't something you can force. It comes from patient and consistent practice. If you find yourself struggling, you're probably trying too hard. Just return to basic mindfulness of the breath, moment by moment. That's all that's needed. The advantage of this practice is its simplicity. Whether you're just beginning or have been practicing for years, the method remains the same. Stay with the breath, maintain awareness, and let everything else take care of itself. When one endeavors to establish calm in meditation, there arises a crucial point that many practitioners overlook. While the conventional approach of gently anchoring attention to a meditation object may suffice for many, there exist minds so deeply entangled in their own complexity that this method alone proves inadequate. In such cases, wisdom must be employed as the primary tool, not just as a separate factor in the training, but as the very means of establishing the mind in samadhi. Consider carefully how this shift in emphasis operates in practice. When sitting in meditation, the mind may dart here and there like a willful animal, refusing to be tamed by gentle coaxing alone. This is precisely when wisdom must be brought to bear with full force. One must question, what is the nature of this restlessness? What feeds it? What sustains it? This investigation isn't merely an intellectual analysis. It's a penetrative seeing that cuts through the very roots of mental agitation. The example of an entangled tree serves to illuminate this principle. When a woodcutter encounters a solitary tree standing free in a clearing, his task is straightforward. He need only apply his axe with skill and proper technique. But suppose he encounters a tree thoroughly enmeshed in a network of creepers and vines. No amount of simple cutting will suffice. So he must first examine the pattern of entanglement. He must observe where each vine begins and ends, and how they wrap around and weave through the branches. Only then can he determine where to cut first, second, and so forth, to achieve his aim without creating a tangled mess. Similarly, some minds are so thoroughly enmeshed in mental proliferation that no amount of attention focused on a meditation object will bring about true concentration. The proliferation must be understood at its source. Where does it originate? How does it maintain itself? What conditions support its continuation? This is where wisdom performs its essential function as a practical tool of investigation. When wisdom is properly applied in this way, it acts like a skilled surgeon's knife, precisely severing the bonds of mental distraction one by one. As each entanglement is cut away through clear seeing, the mind naturally begins to settle. This settling isn't forced. It occurs as the inevitable result of removing what previously hindered its progress. The mind then naturally enters into samadhi when those bonds are severed through wisdom. This process reveals a profound truth about the relationship between wisdom and samadhi. While it's commonly taught that training in samadhi must precede the training in wisdom, there exists this alternative path where wisdom leads the way. However, this is not a contradiction of the traditional sequence. Rather, it's a skillful means of establishing that very sequence from a different perspective. Once concentration is established through wisdom's intervention, that concentrated mind then serves as an even more stable foundation for wisdom's further development. Thus, the training continues, each factor strengthening the other, leading onward to deeper understanding. What's crucial to realize here is that mindful awareness is an essential factor in the development of both samadhi and wisdom. When we speak of mindfulness, we must understand it as the faculty that establishes our presence with whatever arises in the mind. Just as a bright light illuminates objects in a dark room, mindfulness illuminates the objects of our attention, whether they're physical or mental, thus making them clear and distinct in our awareness. Without this quality of mindfulness, our experience remains dim and unclear, like trying to examine an object in poor light. This quality of making things clear and distinct is essential for the development of wisdom, because the mind needs the illuminating quality of mindfulness to see things as they truly are. This is why mindfulness is fundamental to all aspects of Buddhist practice. It provides the clear seeing necessary for understanding to arise. Mindfulness serves many purposes beyond what most people imagine. Being aware of this principle is important for meditation practice. When we speak of mindfulness in meditation, we're not just talking about a vague kind of awareness. On the contrary, it's something much more precise and powerful. Consider how mindfulness works when you're contemplating the physical body's true nature, for instance. Many people find this practice unpleasant, but that's precisely the point. Mindfulness here means seeing the body exactly as it is, a collection of body parts that we usually prefer to ignore. You must see it with the same clarity as you'd observe your face in a mirror, not avoiding its blemishes, not pretending it's somehow appealing. Or, when practicing mindfulness of death, you're not merely thinking, "I will die someday." No, you're making death as real in your mind as your next breath. This attitude isn't morbid, it's just realistic. Death could come at any moment, and proper mindfulness means keeping this truth front and center in your awareness. This brings us to a crucial point about the Noble Eightfold Path that many practitioners misunderstand. Mindfulness isn't just one isolated factor in a chain of path factors. Rather, it's like the thread that runs through and binds together all the other factors. When you're developing right intention, mindfulness is there watching, making sure you don't slip back into wrong intention. When you're practicing right speech, mindfulness guards your tongue. Without this constant vigilance, the path will fall apart. Think of it like driving a car. Right view is your map, showing you where to go. Right intention is your decision to follow that map. But mindfulness is your actual awareness while driving. It's watching the road, checking your mirrors, and maintaining your speed. Without this constant attention, your car will crash, no matter how good your map is, or how sincere your intentions are. At the same time, mindfulness on the path must always work hand in hand with right effort. Mindfulness sees what's happening, but effort is what actually makes the changes. When unwholesome thoughts arise, mindfulness spots them, but effort does the work of letting them go. When wholesome qualities are needed, mindfulness recognizes the opportunity, but effort cultivates them. This is why proper mindfulness practice always involves the entire Noble Eightfold Path. Practically, you can't separate them into individual factors. Right view gives you the understanding of what's wholesome and unwholesome. Right intention keeps you pointed toward freedom from suffering. The moral factors, right speech, action, and livelihood, provide the foundation. Without their stabilizing influence, mindfulness becomes aimless, drifting like a boat without a rudder. True mindfulness isn't just about being aware. It's about being aware with purpose, with understanding, and with the commitment to transform your mind. This is how it leads to wisdom, and through wisdom, to the end of all forms of pain and suffering.